entries in the 177 senior Rotax class. We've got 19 junior Rotax drivers, 6 Minimax drivers that will be in the same heat as them. And then the TKM classes, the TKM, of course, the 115cc and 100cc TKM and 100 UK classes fully subscribed again with a full grid. 28 cars in senior TKM and 100 UK with 29 drivers. That's coming up very shortly. The format of the racing that we're going to see today is what we call mixed heats. No time qualifying, and each competitor will get one heat or 3 heats before they qualify for a final. And in each of the heats, they'll have a grid position near the front of the grid, a grid position in the middle, and a grid position at the back. And depending on how well you do in your heats, depends on how well you qualify for the grid for the final. Like I say, so many drivers have subscribed to this that we have 2 finals, a B and an A. So obviously, the full point scoring positions will be in the A final. First up on the race programme is the Senior Rotax 162 class. And as I say, 63 drivers have entered for the series, and we've got 63 drivers here at round 1, one of which, of course, is the 2021 NKC champion, Thomas Storer, carrying proudly the number 1. And there are a few names down there who we will see out and about today during the heats. Paul Ozan is a name that catches my eye. He's on the number 72. And Paul Ozan, a former Super 1 British champion back in the day. He's in the Masters category in this class. Masters category for over 35s. So we've got kind of two classes in one here. A man that was brought to my attention, Milton Steele-Vasson, is running on the number 96. And Milton was certainly a man to beat in last year's championship. And we look to see how well he does. We've got a grid formed, and we are about to be releasing the karts onto the track. When we do that, we'll get a look at the track and a bit of a description of what this track here at Glan-Y-Gors is like. It's a very picturesque setting. The track is very demanding. It's a very, very fast track and also very, very technical in parts. And it really does test the drivers and also test the engineering on the karts, with people trying to find the best setups yesterday and indeed the day before. Now let's just add into the mix one of the main regulations of this series. Excuse me. It's to do with the tyres. In my view, the popularity of this series and why we are fully subscribed has got everything to do with the tyre regulation. Usually in karting, you get to use one set of tyres per event. However, the National Kart Cup is down to just 2 sets of tyres over the 6-round series. Now, if rain comes into play, that kind of brings in a different tactic with your tyres. But basically, you've got 2 sets of slick tyres that you have to get through the whole year, not just the weekend, but the whole year, 2 sets. It's kind of quite innovative, and it's a way of reducing costs. And because the NKC have kept the costs down, hence we're seeing fully subscribed grids. And it's a harder tyre, obviously. It's a little bit more durable, but a little bit trickier to drive. We spoke to a few of the drivers in the paddock yesterday, and they were telling me that it's a completely different driving technique than what they find themselves on these Rotax Max karts than what they found previously on a different tyre. The more sticky and Mojo tyre is a more familiar tyre to see Rotax on. It's what you will see in the national championships. However, it's a completely different ball game here this weekend, with this harder tyre bringing about not just a different style but different setups on the karts. And we basically spent, all the drivers, all the competitors have spent a lot of their time trying to hone their setups, the way that they're getting their head around how to use the tyre. Now, Glan-Y-Gors is a very, very demanding track on tyres, so it's a bit of a voyage of discovery. Well, like I say, on the pace lap, we'll have a look not just at the grid but at the layout of the track when we get these karts released. I see a little bit of a reshuffle going on the grid, so the grid's not formed up quite as the race officials would have liked, and we're just looking like we're getting things sorted and the karts will be released. Rotax Max, of course, 125cc water-cooled motors on a. They've got a starter motor, so no push starting here. If you are of an old-school type of karting, like I am, back in the day, it was lifting the rear axle and starting the car with a bump start. None of that needed now. We've got starter motors, so we should be getting this thing underway very shortly indeed. Glan-Y-Gors, round 1 of 6. And because of the large amount of entries, we'll be splitting the grids into 6 heats for each of the Rotax classes. However, each competitor only getting 3. Must not forget that. 3 qualifying heats to designate where you are on the grid for the final. We've been given the thumbs up. You'll see a pour of blue smoke coming from the exhaust. These 2-stroke engines do use the oil in the fuel as lubrication, and we have got the karts released. Miles Barthorpe on the 124 number heads the field out, and through turn 1, very fast, almost flat, or is it? If you've got the kart set up, it should be. Down the back straight through the kink and into the very fast section, up over the hill into the spoon corner, which is a 180-degree turn, through a left-hander, then back down the hill towards the carousel, which is a double apex left-hander. Clip the first apex, clip the second apex, and then head towards the very technical part of Glan-Y-Gors, which is the left hand, the sequence of right-handers into compression corner. And already problems for some of the competitors. And that's the number 124, Miles Barthorpe, who led the field round. Or is he just, he's waiting for everybody to gather up. They've gotten a bit of heat into their tyres. So they're in that very technical section now, which is basically switchbacks, right, left. And it's all about patience here. Getting towards the final turn now. And it looks like the grid is nicely formed into Paddock Bend, which is the final turn, just out of Devil's Elbow there to the right of the screen. And the grid nicely formed up, and we should get things underway. The starter likes that. And we are racing for the first time in 2022 in the NKC. So the NKC 2022 Championship gets underway. And that's Miles Barthorpe, who has absolutely had the jump through turn 1 and already leading by a massive margin through spoon into the downhill left-hander and into the carousel for the first time. The number 124, Miles Barthorpe, leads. Martin Jackson, I think that is, in second. And Miles using the advantage of being at the front of the grid. He's now into that sequence of compression corner, into Devil's Elbow, getting towards the final section of the track and completes lap 1. And you'll see the running order on the right-hand side of the screen. Miles Barthorpe leads, Martin Jackson second, James Costin on the number 155 in third, Matthew Hildred fourth, Nathan Hope fifth, Sian Smith is in sixth, Charlotte Parker seventh. We spoke to Charlotte yesterday. She's looking like she's going to take it to the lads here, and she wants to be in the top 5 on schedule for that, losing out a couple of places at the start there. Jonathan Harrison 8th, Tom Radburn 9th, and rounding off the top 10 on lap 1 was Ellis Humphreys. Now, the thing about mixed grids is you'll get a mix of fast karts or fast drivers at the back of the grid, and we'll see during the course of these heats the faster drivers making their way through the grid. Very eventful. It's a very eventful way of going about their kart racing. But it's Miles Barthorpe who is leading this race quite effectively. He's about to complete lap number 3, just coming through that sequence of bends at the Devil's Elbow and into that all-important. And just look at the lead he's got. He's got 4.3 seconds last time by. Let's see what he's pulled on Martin Jackson this time by. Yep, he's increased that to 6 seconds. So Miles Barthorpe certainly is the class of the field.
Let's drop back to second and third.
Yeah, James Costin just getting by Martin Jackson there. And Martin Jackson, first of the Masters So he's the first of the over 35s, and he's making his way through. Martin Jackson now dropping to third, Matthew Hildred fourth, Nathan Hope fifth. Just notice moving through the field there, Ellis Humphreys in now at eighth, Andrew Powell from the northeast, bringing James Wood with him. Andrew and James, that's carts 19 and 12, working together here this weekend at Glan-Y-Gors. And we've got James Costin now getting his head down and wanting to close the gap. There's 4 laps completed underneath the 5 minutes. Underneath the 5 minutes to go now. So time ticking by. We'll keep an eye on that lead of James Costin. That second place James Costin chasing down the lead of Miles Barthorpe. And that's Matthew Hildred now coming under pressure even more so from Nathan Hope. And I think Nathan Hope may be looking like he's about to get by. Just about to complete 5 laps. No change at the front though. Barthorpe leads, Costin second. Hildred it is now in third. Nathan Hope, cart number 11 in fourth. Sion Smith fifth. Up into sixth has gone Ellis Humphreys ahead of Martin Jackson. And Martin second in the Masters. Oh, and a hand in the air there, just letting them by. Now, this is what we're going to see with mixed gridded heats. We'll see some of the drivers that will know that the driver that's challenging them is quicker. So we'll see some cooperation from the, and I don't wish any disrespect here, from the slower drivers. Barthorpe's lead, though, I've got to say it, that number 124 cart extending that lead in almost 9 seconds now. James Costin second. We've had a change for third as Nathan Hope in the number 11 has gone up to third. Matthew Hildred fourth. And Matthew leading the Masters class. See 4 of the Masters drivers, that's the over 35s, out at the moment. And we've got a grid of 30 carts have taken the start for this first heat. So with now under 3 minutes remaining on the clock, I'm not sure whether we're going to get any more major changes at the front of this field. Miles Barthorpe has absolutely just swept away from the rest of the field right off the start. Still got a little bit of movement there. Andy Powell and James Wood moving up the order again. Luke Evans following them through ahead of Martin Jackson. And Martin, a prime example on that number 87. He's in the Masters class and running second in the Masters class, down in 10th overall. And Martin has dropped down the order. He'd be happy with where he is, though. He expected to do so as the faster drivers came through. So through turn 1 and up the hill now. That's quite a steep hill, that. It looks nothing on the camera, but I tell you, when you walk it and across the top of the brow, you can't see the brow of the spoon, the right-hander at spoon. You can't see Spoon Corner until you crest the brow. It's quite a daunting prospect for the drivers out there, doing absolutely flat out at 80 miles an hour over the brow of that hill. That's Nathan Hope on the number 11. Now the gap between Hope on the number 11 in third was just less than a second. It's right on the second, let's say. Let's see where it is as they come across the line. Yep, it's half a second, so he's taking tenths, so we may get a change for second place. We're getting down towards the 1 lap to go mark, though, with coming up to the minute to go. And you can see the cart's just squirming on the brakes there, absolutely flat out over the brow. A little bit of a hand gesture into the carousel, not sure what that was. That's James Costin on the 155 numbered cart. He's got the number 11 bearing down on him now, and he'll be aware of that into the slow and technical section here at Glan-Y-Gors. And that's a beautiful undulating sequence of corners there. Very, very technical, and it's all about patience. Here's that battle for second through turn 1. James Costin, Nathan Hope. They're coming up towards some back markers, it looks like, as they crest the rise. Will the back markers become a part of this battle for second? That's the question. And indeed it has, as we've had James Costin a little bit stifled somewhat by a back marker. That's allowed Nathan Hope through on the number 11, and it didn't take Nathan Hope much of a request there. He saw the opportunity and he absolutely took it, and he's scything through those back markers now. So we'll see next time across the line, as Miles Barthorpe has already crossed the line to complete 11 laps. Nathan Hope in second now. James Costin now down to third. Matthew Hildred, it still is, in fourth. Great drive from James Wood on the number 12. He's up to fifth place now. He was behind Andy Powell, but James Wood now up to fifth. Sion Smith sixth. Luke Evans seventh. Eighth is Andy Powell. Ellis Humphreys ninth, and rounding off the top 10 is Martin Jackson. Matthew Hildred leading the Masters in fourth overall, with second in the Masters Martin Jackson in 10th overall. So I'm not sure, we must have had the 1 lap to go board. There's 0 time on the clock. So there it is, the 1 lap to go board. The leader's already gone through. So everything's settled down. The midfield is still moving and shaking, with Jack Jones there on the number 78 moving up to 10th, as the leaders coming down the hill to the carousel. The number 11 of Nathan Hope getting towards the flag. He's got no hope, really, as Nathan, of gaining any ground on Miles Barthorpe. Miles Barthorpe really took advantage of that front of the grid starting position in the first heat, as the checkered flag flies then for the first heat of the 2022 NKC. Miles Barthorpe takes the win. Nathan Hope a very fine second on the number 11. And it's James Costin who came through in third. Matthew Hildred fourth. James Wood a very fine fifth. Sion Smith sixth. Ellis Humphreys in seventh. Luke Evans eighth. Andy Powell was ninth. Jack Jones rounds off the top 10. Martin Jackson, the second place in the Masters, was 11th. Paul Moran, hello to his fiancée Helen. Paul was 12th. Tyler Fossey 13th. Alex Warnaby was in 14th. In 15th was an unidentified driver. Got a transponder issue there. We'll sort that out.
Mystery
Charlotte Parker.
Man.
He is indeed. Charlotte Parker 16th. Toby Kiss 17th. 18th is Sam Elliott. Tom Radburn 19th. And rounding off the top 20 was Ian Shotter.
Thanks, Joe. Great stuff. I was just doing some technical in the background. Can I also ask Scott, our cameraman, to check his WhatsApp? Check your WhatsApp, Scott. So there we go.
All right.
That's how we have.
Yes.
That's how we do messaging.
Good start to the, well, not just the meeting, Nick, but good start to the series there. Everybody had a clean race. Nobody tripped over anyone in any great shape or form. I'm sure the intensity of those overtaking movements will begin to increase somewhat towards the end of the day when we get into our finals. But right now, we've got the first heat for the Senior Rotax 177s.
Ah, good.
What do I mean by that?
Larger lads.
The larger lads,
The
yeah.
larger
Marginally,
lads.
they're still a lot less
Larger than us,
you
yeah.
and I, Nick.
Yeah. I'd have to have a lot of helium on any cart I had to reduce the weight.
So the minimum weight of the carts that we've just seen race there in the Senior Rotax, that's 162 kilograms. The carts that have just been released out onto the track are in the 177 class, and they're, 177 kilograms.
With the driver?
With the drive, that's the minimum.
That's an issue.
There are a lot of drivers there.
Can you get a 20 kilogram cart?
Well, there's a lot of drivers out there over the 177. Zach Bolton, happy birthday. I'm not sure if Zach is out in this heat because of the mixed grids. We'll find out when the grid forms up and goes across the line. But Zach Bolton is 23 today. He's on this number 69 in this class. We'll see Zach sometime during the day. But I know Zach is running at something in the region of 188 or 190.
Wow.
So, and you know what? He's a big lad, rugby player. So, he loves his karting though, and he loves his racing, and he's had some great results up at his club track in the northeast of England at Warden Law, and he's hoping to do very well here. We've got a lovely grid of karts looking like they're nicely formed up, with the pole man, kart number 72, They're forming them up very nicely. We should release those karts, and we do indeed get underway as they go out towards, up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon Corner, and a challenge for the lead, very dicey indeed, going for that through that flat out right-hander. Sun just glinting off the kart numbers, and we can't, just unable to see exactly. I think it's the, we'll get a clarification of who is where when they cut across the line. But right now, the leaders into the switchback section of the compression corner and Devil's Elbow. Yellow flag I see in towards the end of the towards the end of the lap, and we've got a virtual, what we would call in car racing, a virtual safety car. So we've got an incident out on track. I'm not sure where that incident is. Can't see if we've got anybody out on track. Off
There's
the
a
track
stalled
being
car.
recovered.
There's a stalled cart just around the compressor corner there. So
Yeah.
it's not an incident. No one's hurt themselves. Just a cart that's broken down.
Yeah. So what we've got is the lead driver has to take the responsibility of slowing the pace down and forming up the grid again. It was a false start, Nick.
It was also a cart off as well.
Yeah, it's been deemed a false start. So information just coming through that wasn't the start. So we'll that was a bit of a rehearsal.
It's a practice start.
Yeah,
that's what we need early on.
It was Richard Evans we'll need to keep a look at, because it was Richard Evans who I saw get off towards the lead. Dave Nolan alongside him. Then we've got Alistair Cunningham, Harry Rowell on the second row, Jamie Broderick and Tom Hinton on the third row. And now I think the starter probably wasn't happy with the stragglers at the back there. They hadn't quite caught up. Now they have. And now we get racing once again. Onto the Dragon Straight towards Spoon. It's a flat out right-hand kink, that. Absolutely flat chat. Then over the brow and heavy on the brakes for the right-hander at Spoon. And then plunge down the hill towards the carousel. This is an opportunity to pass. Not for anybody on this first lap, though. As we go back up the hill, it's a very undulating track here at Glan-Y-Gors. And then down into compression corner. That's because the way the track drops away, there's quite a compression there through the Devil's Elbow, and it'll be first lap completed. It's 8 minutes of racing and 1 lap for our heats, and it's Richard Evans that leads. He led the rehearsal, and he's done it for real this time as we have started this first heat for the 177 class. James Broderick in second, Alistair Cunningham third, Liam Rabjohns in fourth, Tom Hinton fifth, sixth is Alex Thomas, Philip Haworth in seventh, Harry Rowett in eighth, ninth is Nick Skelton, rounding off the top 10, Lawrence Hinton. Looks like, Nick, the leader getting away, though. We saw that in the 162 first heat, and it looks like a couple of fast lads at the front of the 177s, and they're taking advantage of starting this first heat at the front of the grid. Yeah,
I know you had a chat with a number of people out and about. I mean, this is a difficult track to get past on. It doesn't seem to be a great... Yeah, it does seem that grid position is king at this moment.
It was described to me as you have to show, and this wasn't the word used, there was another expletive use for this, you have to show a lot of courage to get by.
Right.
You really have to send it, in the words of Daniel Ricciardo. What's Daniel Ricciardo who said send it? He uses that term, doesn't he?
Lick the stamp and send it, yes.
Yes. So yeah, it is. It's a fast and flowing track, which makes it tricky. The places where you might think are a little bit easier to get by, at the very technical twist and turny section of track at the end of the lap, that's not exactly where you would try and make that move.
So our leaders away. Let's see if we can pick up the more interesting battle, which I think actually is the battle around down sort of like 4th, 5th and 6th. So it's a 14 and 27 going up together up the main straight right now. An overtake going on there.
Liam Rabjohns, Nick Skelton moving up the order. He took 2 places on lap 3 there. So keep an eye on the 127.
That's one. I missed the one. It's too many numbers for my old eyes.
Yeah.
27, 127.
It's the sun. The sun's really glinting off the kart. Beautiful day. Quite chilly. You'll see by the crowd shots that will show you that everyone's wrapped up, so it's a very low ambient temperature, but the sun is out.
It looks lovely.
It
It's
looks
cold.
beautiful, yeah, but it's very, very cold, yeah.
I mean, I think the cameras do give you an impression of the elevation of this track, and it really is. It apparently has the most elevation of any karting circuit in Britain, but then you said no, it doesn't. But apparently that's the claim to fame.
Is that the claim?
Glan-Y-Gors, the most elevation change. It is quite a long way up. It's a long sprint uphill with full throttle all the way up the Dragon Straight, and then of course you come down and then you have a long downward S section towards the back end of the lap through Compressor Corner and Devil's Elbow. So it's at no point really are you running flat, apart possibly from the bottom of the carousel, which is the only flat bit of the track.
Well, the track is effectively on a hillside. The paddock is much lower, altitude-wise, than the top end of the track at Spoon Corner.
Get a nosebleed, don't you, at the top of the track?
Yeah, so maybe that's exactly what the claim is. As we get towards half distance now, clicking down towards the 4-minute mark.
So it looks like it is the 127 car of Nick Skelton, who's on the move.
He is, isn't he?
He's got a kind of a bridge to gap. Could just move slightly forward to 2 carts ahead of Nick, which is Tom Hilton and Alex Thomas. They're getting a little bit of a scrap for 3rd and 4th, but I think what will happen is within the next 3.5 minutes we've got left, we'll see that Nick will join them. Now, as you pointed out earlier in the first heat, Joe, the interesting situation is that sometimes in these races you know the guy behind you is quicker, so there's no point having a battle with him and let him through. But I think these guys are all probably looking for the honour of the high points because they realise this is their heat where they start at the front. They've got a middle and a back, and they need to make the most of this good starting position.
Just because the guy behind you has a reputation of being quicker doesn't mean you have to wave him by. And
no, you haven't got to, but sometimes you can think you'll lose more time by fighting him.
Yeah, yes, you do. There is that. Yeah, we find that in all forms of karting where you see 2 drivers working together and they'll go literally fast. It's not exactly like NASCAR. There is an element of slipstream, but the speeds are nowhere near that. But yeah, you do get drivers who cooperate and just circulate together, and they will gain on the driver ahead. However, these mixed grids are really, I'm a big fan of mixed grids because as a competitor you learn so much starting in the middle of the pack, and the races tend not to be processional because the fast guys are not necessarily starting at the front and they won't go off. On seeing that, it looks like the 2.
Oh, and up the inside there.
Evans.
Oh, look at Alex Thomas. Look at the inside of Tom Hinton, and in doing that, he lost momentum enough to let Skelton through. So Skelton moves up to 4th place. And that battle now is a 4th and 5th. There's a little bit of breathing room to Tom Hinton there, but that's gone already as they come through the carousel.
Well, Nick Skelton now on the back of Tom Hilton. Tom Hinton will be fully aware that he's got Skelton there. And Skelton didn't take much of a decision-making process there, wasn't it? It was a microsecond before he took the opportunity. He saw the gap and he went down. And I suppose that's the attitude you've got to have. Every little gap you've got to go for if it opens up for you.
Yeah.
Across the line then, 2 minutes remaining. And the question is, this is a battle now that we're looking at for 3rd place as Nick Skelton gets towards that rear bumper of Tom Hinton. It's the number 33 and the number 127 there, and just ahead of them.
Actually, this is a battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Is that
because
Alex Thomas in front of them?
Yeah, look at, I think actually what's happened is there's been I'm just trying to look at because the timing screen doesn't slightly agree with my eyes at the moment, which is always an issue. Evans is away by 4.5 seconds. Of course, they're now lapping people, which is getting even more confusing. But Evans is away by 4.5 seconds. They come down the hill. I think these 3 carts is actually the battle for 2nd. Oh, there's a big accident side there. Oh, let's see that one again. Oh, no, let's not.
Oh, that's the
let's see again. Let's have a look. Let's see what happened there. So he's come in and it's just the end of that one. We're a bit late on that one. So
that was the 99 of Jamie Broderick coming together with the 33 of Tom Hinton, who was at the forefront of this chain of karts. Richard Evans leads, Alex Thomas now into 2nd, Philip Horwath taking advantage of that situation which took place at the Devil's Elbow section of track. Nick Skelton now 4th, Lawrence Hilton up into 5th, Jamie Broderick, it is down several places, 4 places for Jamie Broderick that he's lost there. Andy Gosling through into 7th, Ben Hitch 8th, Harry Rowett and Liam Rabjohns. The 33 has dropped down to 15th. Tom Hinton finally getting underway, but that's a big shame for him. We're getting towards the 1 lap to go board next time by my estimation. As Richard Evans already into his penultimate, well into his penultimate lap. As they fire across the hill, down the hill towards the carousel.
So we're currently now going back up the carousel with the 79 and the 33. Yeah, they're just going up round in front of the camera to position 2 now.
That's the recovering number 33 of Tom Hinton after that incident.
Start finish. Oh, he's looking right around the outside there, isn't he? They come down towards us.
They're on the final lap though. Leader Richard Evans onto his final lap. Little bit of adjustment there from the number 79 and the 33 of their engine temps, just lifting the flap. And there's a move from Hinton. It was Hinton who we saw on the grass and losing out massively. It's a recovery drive now for him to damage limitation for his grid position for the final. As we look towards, checkered flag flies, and Richard Evans takes the first heat in the Rotax 177 class. Philip Howarth came through eventually on the 101 and came through in second. Alex Thomas third, Nick Skelton fourth, Lawrence Hilton through in fifth. Sixth was Andy Gosling, seventh Ben Hitch, Jamie Broderick was eighth, ninth was Harry Rowett. Rounding off the top 10, Tim Darlow. And Richard Evans, would you believe, in the Masters class as well as the over 35s. Richard Evans overall win and fastest Masters. Nick Skelton second in the Masters and fourth overall. Third in Masters and sixth overall, Andy Gosling, with just behind him Ben Hitch, seventh overall and fourth in Masters. Looking beyond the top 10, Liam Rabjohns 11th, Alistair Cunningham 12th, Thomas Eldridge 13th, Jack Goodyear 14th, Tom Hinton a recovering 15th. He'll be disappointed with that. Dan Fleckney 16th. Keith Mason, the number 12, is in 17th. Jake Lewis 18th. 19th with Brendan Smith, and Dan Millwood rounds off the top 20. We've got a full quarter of 31 karts that competed there for the first heat in the 177s. We'll see another one of the this class will be out for their second heat shortly. Next out is the 100 UK class, and then we've got the first of our junior heats coming up after that. So the 100 UK, this is our historic category, Nick. This is the 90s karts in the 100 UK class. So this is a category of karting that you must use it's a 100cc TKM engine, single cylinder air cooled motor, and you've got to use a contemporary 1990 chassis.
I wonder why they're all standing up, but I realise now because they've got to push start the thing.
I was just about to come to that.
Is there a meeting? Are they upset? No, they've got to push start the thing.
Now this is the sort of karting I raced in the 80s and 90s, and it was a push start kart that I had in 100 National, 100 Britain, and the like. The TKM engine came along, and it was a cost effective class. From dint of engine reliability, the engines weren't as stressed as some of the other classes, but it's the sort of kart that we see from the 1990s, and I remember fondly that they are, pardon me, they're less adjustable than new karts. 2-bearing rear axle in comparison to a Rotax Max, which is 3. Only a 30mm rear axle, which is quite something you don't see now in Rotax Max karting. The axles are much, much bigger than that. And perhaps more importantly, no Castro camber adjustment on the front axle and no rear ride height adjustments allowed. So the chassis are what they are, and it's basically you got a chassis, you bolted an engine to it, and off you went. The karts have been released, and as we see there, some old school bump starting, some karts failing to start. That was always very commonplace. And there's the number 7 struggling to get away there, but you'll see a puff of blue smoke. That's the two-stroke oil coming out.
Yeah, unfortunately they've all gone synthetic now, because it used to be a lovely perfume of Castrol R, didn't it?
It did. It used to be Castrol R.
But now we have to just enjoy the the difference.
We've got 29 entries for 100 UK. The all-plate winner, Scott Williams. If you were watching any of our productions last year on Karting Live TV, you saw the 100 UK Super Prix from Wilton Mill. That's the one that Scott Williams took the win in. We've also got a D plate out there. That's Lee Hackett. Now, the D plate is classed as the Dragon plate, and that's the local championship at Landau track here in Wales. And we've got the D plate holder. They're going to be given another lap, and it's always a
just to warm the engines up now.
Yeah. 2021 champion Dominic Pine is on the grid with Leslie Graves, Liam Hamling, and Jordan Kendall also joining us. Wesley Graves second in the championship last year, Liam Hamlin third. Jordan Kendall, another seeded driver, in sixth, with James Purchase, the last of our seeded drivers here this weekend, in seventh. He's carrying the number 7. So with 29 karts out there, we'll see the grid being formed up by our Paul Mann.
Is it an optical illusion, but do these have shorter wheelbases than the more modern cars?
Yes, they do.
They just look much more hunched up together.
Much more compact, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fit that in the back of Sierra, like I used to.
Exactly, Nick, exactly.
Stick in the back of Sierra, a bit of rope, tie down the hatchback, and off you go. One-man operation. None of these transporters and awnings.
Well, the thing is, we've got the Darren Beavers is on the pole position there, and he's running with his son Bradley Beavers in this same class. Now, Darren is in the 100 UK plus class, and that's because he's a little bit heavier.
Chunky,
by dint of
chunky
age.
man.
Just
Here we go.
Older. Breathe in that two-stroke smoke as the karts are released in a cloud of blue smoke through turn 1 without incident. I can see almost the full field, a few stragglers there getting off the line eventually, and into Spoon Corner for the first time. I know that it doesn't look like Beavers has held on to that lead. It's the number, I think that's 68 of Dennis Barclay, perhaps.
No, it's 24's leading.
24.
So it's Will Redmond who's taken the lead, controlling the cart as it comes down the hill. Just a little bit the rear was trying to overtake the front, so it took a little bit of waggling on the steering wheel to keep the thing in line. And a move there for second. Up the inside goes the blue cart, which for some reason I thought was number 9. It's the O plate. There we are. So straight from 5th place starts. So Lee Hackett already up to second from 5th with the blue side pods.
Was it the O plate or the D plate, Nick?
Oh, I don't know what the D plate. The D plate's not on this. So I sincerely hope it's the O plate because he was in 5th. Who's got who? Oh, there's 2 O plates. That's why I got Scott Williams and Lee Hackett. So the other O plate must be the D plate.
Yeah, Lee Hackett is actually the D plate.
Right. So Lee Hackett is the D plate, which is not the O plate, but the O plate. Anyway, so it's Lee Hackett second, now chasing very hard to get first. Looking up the inside of Will Redmond as it goes. Yellow flag, can't go past there. So I'm not sure why there's a yellow flag up in that top corner. Can't see a car off. Oh yes, there's a car off at the on the Spoon there.
We had a challenge for the lead at the carousel there as Will Redmond had to give Lee Hackett the corner, but Lee Hackett had to relinquish that straight away mid-corner through the carousel to double apex corner that, and it's been righted in the way of Will Redmond regaining that lead using all the curb there through Devil's Elbow.
Oh,
and he's a change into the final turn. You do not want to touch that inside curb, as we've got the D plate of Lee Hackett out in the lead, but Will Redmond knows there's no one behind. Will he challenge up the hill through the flat out kink? This is the braking area now into Spoon. Oh, it twitches the karts under the brakes, and Redmond goes through into the lead. That was a pure move. Challenging again down into the carousel. That's a passing place. Can Redmond come back at him like he did the previous lap? No, not this time. Out of the carousel and towards that right-hander, down towards compression corner now. As they go
sorry,
through.
Sorry, a personal joke with our producer there.
Yeah,
sorry
yeah,
about
just
that.
carry on.
Apologise, I shouldn't laugh on camera. No,
yes.
that's the whole thing entirely.
Yeah.
I'm sacking myself.
We've got the D plate in the lead. That's the Dragon plate. And a change for second. That's going to be, you know what? That was Will Redmond becoming very compromised there.
And the 24, Will's lost 4 places.
It's a familiar name to us from GT Racing, Ben Klukas. Ben, having done some car racing, a familiar name, certainly, in the number 84. And he looks very racy indeed, doesn't he? Chasing down the hill towards the first of the left-hand apexes of the carousel. It's the number 2 of Wesley Graves who's gone with him. Will Redmond down to 4th now. And this is a cracking battle for the lead. As they go into compression corner, it looks like it's the
first to 4th. First
yeah.
to 4th of the D plate there. Just going looping around the end of compressor corner. Was it Devil's? No, it's just called his Devil's Elbow now. And suddenly they just completely changed order. First to 4th. Oh, he spun off a 2 kart.
Oh, he's been. You know what? They went side by side into the Paddock turn. And we saw that, or did he just lose it? He just
lost
lost
it,
didn't he? Yeah. He turned in and the rear end just went from him. So the number 2 of Wesley Graves, who was challenging for the lead,
Number 9, there was a 9 kart being pushed back, but it's actually not on the racing track. It's on some of the other bits of tarmac.
Number 2 dropping down the order now after losing the rear end there, just caught out. You know what, the thing is, that final turn here at Glan-Y-Gors is almost a full acceleration zone coming out the devil's elbow. You just want to try and keep that throttle nailed, and that speed you carry through turn 1. Here they come. This is the section of track I'm talking about. You just want to nail the throttle, and hopefully the kart will stick. Across the line then, 5 laps completed. Glenn Rayland, where did Glenn Rayland come from? Glenn Rayland in the 62. I think he's up to first. Jamie Crease, all taking advantage of that kart spinning. Ben Klukas now down to third. Lee Hackett on the D-plate fourth.
Up the inside there went Klukas on Creaser, but then it's going to be a switchback element, isn't it, through the spoon there. You get up the inside, you can be repass, you go on the left-hander.
So you know that question you asked earlier, Nick,
yeah, it
about
is
how easy it is?
Well, with the short wheelbase car it is.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, these the 100 UKs can absolutely pass anywhere they want, just as long as they've got the momentum. Notice a name there in 5th place, Ed Peed. I remember Ed Peed from car racing. He raced Clio Cup back in the day, about 2007, 2008, and was a very, very quick pedaler. Great to see Ed still competing in some form or other, and it's a great category of karting to get involved with. Very cost effective, relatively cheap way of going kart racing, and certainly in the NKC, a national championship to get your teeth into. What we got happening on track as things settle down, Nick?
Well, no, 3rd and 4th are getting quite close now. 1st and 2nd, but again, they've changed the lead there. As Jamie Crease kicks up the inside of Rayland's let 3. I think Rayland's got a problem. He's just let 4 cars go. So, there's been an accident in the top corner there. And someone's gone off at the top corner. Just as we went to the replay of the overtake, I think the 62, but they come up. You might just see it. There's kind of as they went back up the hill again, they clipped it. I get the feeling. I think that Glenn had an issue.
Yeah, Glenn did have an issue.
And was trying to get off the track. And trying to get off the track, he clipped someone off the side. So unlucky, but no harm, no foul. No one's particularly hurt. The kart has disappeared off into the boondocks of the track. But that was, Hackett. And I'm not sure Graham Raymond. I'm not quite sure who he came together with. Looks like Liam Hamling. By the way, Liam's been dropping down the order as well. So
Glenn Rayland is dropping down.
Yeah, he's not running. He's not running now. Yeah, he was leading. Suddenly something went wrong with the car. Perhaps the car was beginning to nip up or something, or just felt something wrong with it.
Well, we're into the realms of 100cc single-cylinder air-cooled engines, which brings in the element of attrition. They're a little bit less reliable than their water-cooled counterparts that we'll see here this weekend. So it's all part of karting.
So back on with our leader, the 61 kart plunging down the hill. The grey kart just gave a start-finish now. And he'll be climbing up the Dragon Straight. Interesting, there's still a minute and a half to go as he laps the 34 kart, who I can't see who that is, but it's Lee Jackson. So he's lapped his way up to 22nd. That's our leader now, coming up over the brow of the hill. And if we drop back now, behind that patch up to 2nd and 3rd who are together again, so drop back 2, Scott. And there we go, the 84 from the D-plate, the bright blue of Scott Williams. They're back involved. So I think that the Scott Williams in the D-plate has been in every single position in the top 10 so far this race. And he's been up and down and back and around, and now he's back in 3rd again.
Well, Scott Williams on the O-plate. It's Lee Hackett ahead of him on the D-plate.
Oh, blimey, this is getting very confused. Can you do this heat from now on? It says O on both the ones I've got.
Yeah, on the screen it does, but on the actual kart. So Scott Williams, that's the blue kart that we see in the picture there, chasing down the number 84 of Ben Klukas.
That's the D. That's the D behind the 84.
Behind the 84. So so Scott Williams is behind them.
Yes.
And then behind
so
Scott
the blue
Williams
kart is the D kart. That's how I know.
Right. You know what? In fairness, Nick, that D looks very similar to an O, doesn't it?
And how old are our eyes?
Well, you'll only get this in Wales, mate. We are going to Landau for round 5.
Okay.
So the D plate will make a reappearance.
Why is it the W plate or the C plate for Kumlu?
I think there is.
I
think there is.
So Crease leading by 2.5 seconds. These two battling out for 2nd. It's Klukas, the former circuit racer in the 84 from Lee Hackett, the Dragon champion in the blue car, as they sweep now to begin another lap, the final lap in fact. Time has expired, onto the last lap. So once again we had a very action-packed race for a 3.5 second leader.
Fabulous, yeah, love it. I love TKM karting. I love 100 UK. These karts like you say, Nick, shorter wheelbase and shorter track, narrower track, let's say, makes for great racing. The number 84 hanging on, Ben Clucas, that
about
is,
it.
from Lee Hackett, both very, very experienced drivers here.
I wonder at this point whether you just think I'll take the points, because they've seen a lot of carnage around and they've seen some of the kart, and they've got obviously 2 more heats and a final to run these machines in.
I'm sure he's going to make no stupid mistakes here by diving down the inside. It's a very technical part of the track here, and you can easily get out of sync and lose your momentum as Jamie Crease takes the win. Heat 1 for the 100 UK class to Jamie Crease, Ben Clucas second, Lee Hackett on the D plate in third.
D plate.
Ed Peed finally got by Scott Williams and takes a very fine 4th place. Scott Williams on the O plate in 5th. Bradley Beavers, the son of Darren Beavers, who started this race on the pole position, in 6th. Dennis Barclay 7th. 8th is Liam Hamling. James Rees in 9th. James Purchase in 10th. Matthew Lawrence first in the UK Plus. That's the heavier group in this class. He was 11th. Alex Kennedy 12th. Adam Surratt was 13th. Will Redman second in the UK Plus class is 14th overall. Brendan Williams 15th. Darren Beavers third in UK Plus and 16th overall. Jordan Kendall 17th. Marcus Gray 18th. 19th was James Cannon. And rounding off the top 20 was indeed Charlie Leonard.
So thank you all who are watching. We've got a pretty good audience out there both on Facebook and YouTube for this round 1 of the NAVOS National Kart Cup here from Glan-Y-Gors. Hello to BJ Williams. It says happy 2020, Nick. 2022, sorry, Nick. It could be 2020. We lost the last 2 years, haven't we?
Yes.
So when's the next RC broadcast? Next RC broadcast is actually not on here, but it's actually at the end of the month for the first round of RCGP, which will be broadcasting live from South Carolina. We're going to Piedmont, South Carolina for that one.
That's very nice.
Hello to Dean Mann. Hello to Reese Conley. Hello to Caleb Quid Roberts, who lives half an hour away and is coming to the lunch break. He wants to know when the lunch break is. Don't know. It's after Heat 3 of Rotax 177.
Yes. That's a shifting element of time, lunch break. I'd say just get here now. Grab, get your morning, get your bacon butty down here, get the coffee drank, and head over here now, because there's some fantastic racing. It's not just about the finals. We've got all of this racing going ahead in the heats, and with the mixed grids in the traditional way of going about karting, we've got some very fine overtaking moves to watch out for, and some great racing.
Yeah, it's all going pretty well. So also hello to Alex Downs, VNVW. Just if you have a bit of a chat with us on the YouTube, we are watching that, so we can have a comment. Not really watching the Facebook chat, so just look at the YouTube chat. So thank you obviously to the NKC National Kart Cup for inviting us to be here. Thank you to NAVOS, RG Racing Alfano, Edwards Motorsport A47, as well as, of course, a couple of the others. There's 3 ME Design and Junction, which has a bigger eye, Junction 5 Commercials. If I've given the wrong number there, I apologise, because I haven't got any glasses. I'm very, very old. And that's what happens. So what's next up, John?
We've got...
Sorry, what's next up, Joe?
Yeah.
Just promoted you, or demoted you, one of the two.
We've got the junior classes, Nick. We've got Junior Rotax and Minimax, both using the 125cc Rotax engine, and the Junior Rotax slightly restricted from the Senior Rotax. Basically the same engine, exactly the same, but with a different air restrictor, and then Minimax, further restriction on the air intake for that for the Minimax. You'll be able to tell the difference between a Minimax and a Rotax Max, the Junior Rotax I should say. The Junior Rotax on a red plate with white numbers, and the Minimax a yellow plate with black numbers. We've got 6 Minimax drivers have entered, and we've got a full quarter of Junior Rotax, 19 Junior Rotax drivers. Just noticing Nathan Guzzi, he has been karting since September of last year, so
wow,
brand new to the sport, brand new to the hobby, and here he is. Nathan, welcome, and hopefully you'll enjoy your first round of a national series here with the NKC. One
thing that is noticeable is that after running the vintage karts, the clear-up takes longer, doesn't it?
Yes.
There's more karts have to come down the hill.
Like you say, there's a little bit more attrition. Just a little bit.
There's somebody who's taking their trolley and they are trundling up the hill in a kind of a very depressed manner at the moment. Ash, can we show a depressed man going up the hill with his trolley? It's got a long way to go.
Yeah, because that could be that could be anything from a chain off to a complete obliteration.
No, to your left, Ash. To your left, he's going up the hill.
You're just going to add to this man's despondency.
Well, no, he's the driver. Yeah, I was wondering whether it might have been. I love it now. He's just I'm going to push it. Look, he's like a disgruntled child who's had to push the trolley at the Sainsbury's. He's having a right old. No, I don't want to do it. Some people who don't understand chairs in front of us. Well, they've set them going.
We've cleared them up enough, Nick.
But he's stuck in the middle of the track.
Yeah.
He did look around rather confused when he heard the engine noise, to be honest. So how are they going to do that? Are they going to... I see what they're probably going to do. They're going to leave him with his trolley there, and they'll get the cart next time. So he's halfway to his rescue
that's
procedure.
What they do. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate.
So Junior Rotax and Mini-Max both together. I assume the Mini-Max is at the back, aren't they?
Yeah. So we've mixed the way that we're going to do the heats for the juniors, because 19 is what we've got entered. So we've released 9 Junior Max and 4 Mini Max out onto the track.
They've split the heat. They've split the heats, have they?
They have, yeah, slightly split them up.
Okay, any more action for us? Excellent news.
Alexander Mirazan will start at the front with Ashton French alongside. That's karts 14 and 53. Archie Buttle is starting third in the 22 with Jacob McDonald alongside. Ollie Morris in 5th with Ronnie Shrimpton 6th. Oscar Shrimpton is in 7th with Joel Bound alongside in 8th. And then 9th is Elliot Thomas.
Here they go. Oh no, one round more. So weren't happy with the formation, and they go round again.
Oh, I'm glad they've done that, because it gives me a chance to see that the rest of the field has joined us, Nick.
So they're all here.
Yeah, they're all
right.
Here.
So
yeah.
it was a timing.
It was a timing.
I say they've joined us. Right. What we've got is they have actually now forming a separate grid for the Mini Maxes. They're falling off the back, but also what's happened is one of the, I think one of the other drivers who should be in the Junior Rotax is at the back of the Mini Max. I'm not sure, or he might just have the wrong car number plate on. So.
It's Alfie Bushell. He's on the number 26. Alfie's dropped behind the Mini Max runner. We've got 6 Mini Max runners: Reese Green, Eric Smith on the front row, Alex Fraser, who we spoke to yesterday, with Daniel Haynes alongside, Louis Reese, I should say, and Charlie Gillam are on the third and final row. We've got the juniors, though, with us through Devil's Elbow. That sweetens of corners. That will catch you out if you're not careful. I asked the driver, how do you approach that section of track where the karts are now? He said, patience. I completely understand that. You don't want to be sucked in. Here they go then.
Through Paddock Bend.
Alexander Mirazan will start the race from pole position on the number 14. They get the go-ahead, and Mirazan holds the... Oh, he gets a little bit of a nudge. That's allowed I think that was Braden Hill on the inside, side by side, is it? Nope, he slotted in behind as he goes through the fast kink into the spoon corner.
It's a little bit of argy-bargy here. This is a bit more like a touring car than karting. They were certainly happy to lean on each other, these younger drivers.
It's very much like junior karting, to be honest, Nick, which is very similar to British touring cars, yes. Yes, they're not afraid to get involved.
Robbins Racing.
I'll tell you something as well. No drop-down bumper penalties in Junior Rotax here this weekend.
Right.
So that's perhaps why we're seeing a little bit more, shall I say, robust driving from these youngsters.
So what you're saying is every single kart should have its bumper drop down by the end?
Well, no, you'll just fix it much more solidly. Yeah. Yes. You not have to have the... We have got drop-down bumpers in the senior classes, but no drop-down bumper rules in the juniors. If that's wrong, then please someone come and tell me, because that's the information I've got.
Move for
Challenge
the lead
down
there.
The inside.
Ashton looks up the inside. It's very tricky. They're going a huge whack as they get to the end of the Dragon Straight in that top corner, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're flat out. They've been flat out, Nick, pretty much with a slight lift at turn 1. They are flat out up the Dragon Straight through the right-hand kink and then into Spoon. Absolutely flat chat, 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, the 35 Braden Hill is not leading at the moment. He just had a little... he's back in the lead now. He got a little nudge up the inside there from Ashton French. There was certainly a front wheel to rear wheel. Oh, hang on, Christian Horner's on the line talking to Michael Massey about it. Well, not anymore, of course.
No, of course.
Last year he'd done that. So that joke is circa 2021.
Here's the leader then, Braden Hill. He fought for that lead, didn't he, on that last lap? Ashton French now in second. Archie Buttle in third. Dylan Mitchell fourth. Alexander Mirazan started on pole. He's down to fifth. Ronnie Shrimpton sixth. James Rigby seventh. Eighth is Ben Ficini. And then Ollie Morris ninth. Rounding off the top 10 is Alfie Smith. Alex Fraser leads Minimax. We spoke to Alex and he said he was looking for the win. He's on course for that at the moment, certainly in Heat 1. Alex Fraser down in 17th overall. Let's not talk about 17th overall. It's Minimax. Leading Minimax, Alex Fraser. Charlie Gillam, 2nd. Louis Rees, 3rd. Daniel Haynes, 4th. 5th is Eric Smith. And Reese Green looks like he didn't get away at the start. That was the kart that was abandoned out on track. Reese Green in Minimax, kart 71.
Top 3 sweep round again as they begin their 4th lap. Looking for the slipstream up the hill, and then the real overtake. Oh, again, he didn't get a little bit close, aren't they? And also to ease out, because I suppose there is a little bit of a slipstream effect. These karts obviously, they're running to a set weight. These lads are all able to make the minimum weight, so they are identical. Engines sealed, so they should be very, very similar in power. So actually being behind someone is going to give you an advantage over such a long straight, and as you say, Joe, when they are running at full throttle. So that slipstream effect will come into effect.
It absolutely will. And we saw a little bit of a gesticulation from Ashton French. He's the 2nd place kart on that. He just gave a little bit of a wave to the kart behind him just to say, let's work together, let's catch Braden Hill, and let's try and overtake him together. Of course you want the driver behind you in 3rd to help you catch the leader. What the kart in 3rd though, that's Archie Buttle. He'll be saying, yeah, whatever. I am going to have that 2nd place when I can.
So the actual 1, 2, 3 is Hill, French, and Archie Buttle in the 22. There's a slight glitch on the TV timing at the moment where it's actually got I think this is 2:22. It's reading it slightly differently, but just so you know, the 3rd place is actually Archie Buttle in the 3 car. Daniel Haynes is down in 22nd at the moment, so he's in that gap. So it'll sort itself out.
It will. That's just picking the graphic on the screen. What you're watching at home is picking that information up from the official timing. So that will hopefully sort itself out. There's the battle for the lead up Dragon Hill now through the right-hand kink into Spoon, over the brow. It's a daunting vision there as you come up there, and they're just getting the braking a little bit wrong with a little bit of contact there, unavoidable. It's cost him though. Ashton French just contacting the rear bumper of Braden Hill, and he's lost out a little bit. This has brought Buttle back into the sequence of events, and Buttle now right onto the bumper of the 53 of Aston French into the switchback section of Compression Corner and Devil's Elbow now. Beautiful piece of track there, down the hill, up the hill, and into the final section of the final turn here, which is called Paddock Bend. And getting on the grass to turn in. Both of them, 2nd and 3rd place karts, put their left-hand rear wheel on the grass as they turned in for turn 1, club corner, and that just put the kart sideways. No grip on mud, absolutely no grip on mud, and that has cost them dearly. This has enabled Braden Hill to pull out perhaps the biggest lead we've seen all race, Nick.
Yeah, effectively you just saw by losing drive from going wide, and that is the key point, because you're about to power up the hill. Losing drive there just costs you time and time, and it only stops costing you time when you get to the hairpin at the Spoon. You've lost all the way up, and that was probably about 0.4 of a second in the end that lost them.
But what that showed me was they're putting their karts to the extreme left. Here we are again. See that mud on the left-hand side?
They learned
that time. They kept well away from the mud. They're just squeezing, making this track as big as they can.
My absolute feeling is that Archie Buttle in 3rd actually got sucked into that error from Ashton French. He was so concentrated in the back bumper because he wanted to get that slip up the hill. He was following wheel by wheel by wheel. When one went slightly wrong, he got sucked into the same mistake because they both followed the exact same line.
You know that because you've done that, haven't you?
many times.
You've known that. You've done that
many times.
Yeah, I know, because I've done that as well. You're just following the wheel tracks of the kart in front, just looking for that
edge ahead of me. By. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. That has allowed Braden French. I know we're focusing on this battle at the front of the field because this is a great. This is a great battle for what is now 2nd and 3rd. It was a battle for 3 karts for the overall lead, but that problem that French caused and dragged Buttle along with it has allowed Braden Hill to get away from the 2 karts behind him. Ronnie Shrimpton up to 4th, I noticed that last time by, and then Dylan Mitchell dropping to 5th. Another man on the move, Ben Ficini, now up to 6th. He's a driver from the north of England. James Rigby 7th. 8th is Alfie Smith. Alexander Mirzan is in 9th, and Archie Hardiman rounding off the top 10 there. But that battle for 2nd and 3rd, Ashton French and Archie Buttle settling down perhaps more than we've seen, or the most that we've seen, and Buttle just beginning to drop away slightly. We're getting down towards that final minute. So with a lap time of 43 seconds round here at Glan-Y-Gors, perhaps time for another 2 laps after this.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, just looking at the rest of the track, there's a kind of a huge couple of gaps, and there's a massive gaggle of karts going up the hill right now, Ash, if you look at them. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 karts in a row, all battling for the middle positions. And they've been, the thing to remember is, obviously at the moment, most of this race we've been looking at the front of the grid, because for the next heat, these are the guys who'll be starting at the front, and they'll be able to have the battle, and then so this is the kind of way they'll get their way through. And because we've seen the difficulty if you're not driving a 1990s car of getting past, it's going to be really interesting if we see Braden Hill or Ashton French manage to force their way through the pack when they're not starting at the front.
Yeah, that's a good point, Nick. And you know what? Each and every one of these heats will have plenty of incident, plenty of overtaking because of the mixed nature of them.
The kart leading that, the white kart actually is our pole sitter, Alexander Mirazaroil. So he's dropped back there. Ooh, they're very wide. So he's actually in that 14 kart. He's just got past Alfie Smith in the 24, and then we'll see there's a 45 there, which is a bit, so there's a whole battle and run of the whole lot as Archie Hardiman drops down the field.
Line of karts there, train of karts into Spoon Corner for what will be the 11th time.
Led by Alexander, so he's your pole man. He would have hoped to have been on our camera right now in the last lap, but unfortunately he would have hoped not to have been in 8th place. And it's
a bit of a coming together and a change for position. I can't quite see the number.
Should be Alfie Smith in 24, I think. It is 24 of Alfie Smith, yep. Right. He's taken the position, he's taking 8th, right on the gap. We've already seen a win for Braden Hill.
So that's Alfie Smith ahead of Murazan.
Yeah. Oh, that's an absolute dive in the last one. Oh, blimey. See those last sort of minus 10.
So last lap.
That was the 5th finished, didn't they?
The leader, not quite. Braden Hill getting towards the final stages of this first heat. We'll stay with the battle in the midfield because that's where the changes are going to come. I'll let you know when Braden Hill has crossed the line, though. This is a battle for 8th with 9th Alfie Smith, currently 8th. Braden Hill has taken the win for Heat 1. Archie Buttle is in 2nd, Roddy Shrimpton 3rd, Dylan Mitchell 4th, Ben Ficini in 5th. That's a great drive from Ben, came up all the way through the field. James Rigby 6th, and here's that battle coming to the checkered flag now. And what a fine drive from Alfie Smith, getting through that gaggle of karts to get himself up to 7th spot on that number 24. Levi Goodyear is in 8th, Alexander Merizian is in 9th, Rafi Celentano is in 10th, Joel Bowden 11th, 12th is Adam Carling, Elliot Thomas is 13th, 14th is Jacob McDonald, and then in 15th we see our Minimax winner Alex Fraser, who was well ahead of the other Minimax competitors. It's Eric Smith who finished 2nd in Minimax, Louis Rees in 3rd, Daniel Haynes 4th, 5th is Charlie Gillam, and then the final runner in Minimax, Reese Green, was a non-starter there, not completing a lap, so hopefully his problem will be rectified.
Great race. Top 3 gives you some action. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It is a harder proposition with these modern Rotax karts to get past each other. But they, and again, it is a point about, you are trying to score points in these 3 heats. Is it worth diving that inside that might give you a problem? Who knows? So they are. I'm not sure whether juniors understand the concept of discretion being a better part of valour.
No,
I'm not sure, but I think there's some elements in it. I'm not sure karters do, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure they understand the concept of no bumper penalties. So it does allow for, you've got to be very careful in the modern Rotax Max, and we're about to see the senior Rotax back out, Nick, in the 162 class. And again, fabulous 63 entries for the season. Not just the event, but for the season. And that is great to see. So a mixture of not just competitors through the grid for each heat, but a mixture of competitors mixed up throughout the 6 heats that have to take place to sort out this senior Rotax grid and give us a final grid for
so once again, you get a front, middle and back start, but you're not always racing against the same other 29 drivers.
Exactly. You know what, Nick? While I was saying that, I was thinking that's exactly what I was trying to say.
Well, that's why I'm here.
That's why you're there.
Just to help out translate. I'm just here to translate, basically. That's the only reason I get involved.
Yes. We've got, like I say, another 8 minutes and 1 lap for all of our heats. I haven't been told otherwise. The finals will be 12 minutes and 1 lap. So a little bit longer, perhaps another maybe 2, 3 laps, maybe even 4 laps. It's a very short lap here at Glan-Y-Gors, 43 seconds for a Rotax Max, or certainly a junior Rotax 43, so 40-second lap maybe for the seniors.
Very high average speed, 'cause it's quite a big circuit as well.
It's NKC. We're very pleased earlier in the month to announce their new partnership with NAVOS Technologies, who have been a big supporter of this. And of course, thanks to NAVOS and our other sponsors who we'll get to in a moment. Big thanks to them for being that enables us to bring you these events live on the live stream. And NAVOS Technologies are not the only sponsor, but they are one of the main ones. And it's a blend of expert knowledge with a track record of delivering innovative results that can be trusted technology partners for your business. Yeah. Thank you to NAVOS.
Absolutely.
We'll be talking about our other sponsors as we go through the afternoon, Nick.
Yep, and I'd like to say hello to Jake Robinson and Roblox Racing TV and Sally Bengilly, who were mainly backing Braden Hill in that first race. They'll be chuffed about that. Sally was saying, come on, Elliot. And there's quite a few Elliots these days. Probably Elliot Thomas. I'm just looking at the Elliot I can see in that race. But Elliot's quite a popular name with children that sort of age, so there could be any number of Elliots turning up.
Yes. I did have a few shout-outs, which I'm trying to find now, Nick. And there's so much traffic and interest in this series that it quickly gets lost. There's a National Kart Cup page on Facebook. If you like what you see and you want to get involved, or you just want to be find out a little bit more about our competitors, then go to Facebook, National Kart Cup. It's very well managed by Gasbury, who's been of great assistance to us in feeding us information about certain competitors out there.
And if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe to the page, because then you'll be advised whenever the heats come. And next one here, obviously, is the first weekend of April in glorious Clay Pigeon. Hopefully, we'll have similar weather, but I doubt it. But there's plenty of karting action, and we hope to be announcing more karting events outside the NKC stuff on kartinglive.tv. So if you follow Control Sport and you also like Karting Live TV, you'll know exactly when we are broadcasting karting events. We like to keep it more exclusive. We don't, we try and put our best foot forward for all the events, so you won't see us doing 7 on one weekend.
And I've got to say, Nick, this is a very, very intense weekend here at Glan-Y-Gors. We've been practicing on Friday, practicing all day yesterday. This is the important bit, though. We've got the second of the senior Rotax heats about to take place, and it's looking very well from Simon Keeble, who's also one of our masters. He's got the grid in such an orderly fashion that we're able to get this race 4 wide up the Dragon Straight, almost there. And the number 37
of Scott
Smith getting on the grass just got squeezed out into spoon for the first time. It's the number 47 of Simon Keeble. He did start on the pole. He lost out slightly to Louise Williams-Rojas, but he's finally gotten by Louise, and Simon Keeble looks like he's pulled a gap.
Spreading his wings on that first lap. He's really gained a lot coming down the hill to the carousel. I think the others, because they were squabbling between themselves, and off has gone our leader, wasn't it?
I think that was Louise Williams-Rojas.
I thought it was 47. Let's have a look, see if we can see it again. Who's gone off? No, it's not. It's the
37, Scott Smith.
I think it's the 177, Tom Taylor.
Is it?
Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Who's gone down? Who's fallen? It's Tom Taylor.
It's not Scott Smith.
It's
well
Tom
spotted, Nick. It's Tom
That's
Taylor.
One old age eye point to me.
Yeah. Simon Keeble leads. Scott Smith in second. Sam Elliott fourth. Jodine Newman in fourth place. Tonino Michichi is in fifth. Scott Lau the sixth. Jill Lewis seventh. Eighth is Pedro Oliveira. James Davis ninth, and rounding off the top 10 is Ben Harper.
Louise Williams, he's just dropped right back. She must have got squeezed out on the left-hand side at the start.
I think she was involved in that little contretemps
the
there
kerfuffle.
in the Devil's Elbow.
I see.
Yeah, the kerfuffle, yeah.
So this is the 44. This scored as third, but it seems second to me. Am I wrong? No, he's third. That's Sam Elliott. He's got, let's drop back one to the 4 carts behind him, because they're having a bit of a scrap there, led by the 71 of Tonio Michi. So it's interesting, isn't it? Because we've got, as you pointed out in the first one of these, we've got different talent levels within this very broad grid. Because when we've got 60 entries, you know, not all of them are going to be right in that. And of course, suddenly, you know, if I was in this and I got a low grid spot, I'm going to slowly drift. Well, I'm going to quite quickly drift back. So you've got people who are going forward and people who are coming back and they're trying to sort themselves out because they're not only out of position in a small grid, they're out of position in a very large grid of 60. So if somebody seeded 60, I think they may be the fastest guy, and that's their job. And the way they score the big points, which is why they can get the good grid position, is to get as far forward as quick as possible within this 8-minute heat.
And you've got a very high standard of driver in all of our grids with British Championship level drivers. And if you are a beginner or just starting or have little experience and you are one of the slow drivers, you're going to learn so much.
Who's off there? Can you give us a... Scott says who that is. That is the 116 has gone off.
Yeah, he's down a lap
Nathan Goosey, that's come off the track. So the big trundle of carts now goes up and around the compressor corner.
I just mentioned Nathan Goosey just getting into karting in September of 2021. I probably hexed his first heat.
So this is the battle. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts. Sorry, I took it. 9 carts just running together. They're running. I think they're running from third. I think just make sure no one's massively ahead. No, so the leading cart of that is this is the third, fourth, and fifth battle, and up into third.
That has gone Jay Lewis. I think
Lewis has a 44 of Sam Elliott dropped to fifth there. So Oliveira and Lewis got through.
So we are seeing faster drivers move through the order, Nick, as you said. And look at the gap they've pulled almost immediately.
Is there any correlation with the fact the guys going forward have got very fancy graphics, and the guy going backwards has got plain white bumpers and things? Because I'd be a plain white bumper sort of man.
You've never been a plain white.
Well, you say that. There's a joke about in RC racing where you get the body shells sprayed. And people pay hundreds of pounds to get them painted, or you can have it done by the Spanish painter One Can, which is just a single colour. I have a one can paint job.
I would imagine it's not quite as simple as that. There's a move again.
Beautiful move there by the 50 by Oliveira up through Lewis. And look at this is textbook stuff coming through the spoon corner.
And it's literally as you go over the brow, you're on the brakes, and he just slid. It was
slid underneath. I mean, it was good driving as well. I think it has to be said that I think Lewis could see him coming, but. Now he's going to have the advantage himself of probably an extra couple of mile an hour of slipstream. So let's see if he can get him back up the hill again next time, going through the Dragon Straight.
Well, Oliveira will want to try and pull out a gap to stop that through turn 1 and onto the Dragon Straight he goes. Oliveira, Jay Lewis behind him in his slipstream, but just dropping away slightly just out of that slipstream. This is where the move took place the previous lap, and he's not close enough to get him back. He's hanging on though, isn't he? The number 42 of Jay Lewis hanging on to Pedro Oliveira in the 57. That's the bright yellow and green liveried cart, and then the blue and purple coloured cart behind him, the blue fairing there on that cart, running currently in fourth. Oliveira, the cart ahead with the green and blue and white helmet, in third.
Yeah, the guy behind, he's in all black. He's actually got his kind of rain jacket on for warmth. It is sunny, but it's blooming cold out there.
Yeah, freezing. I think it's about 6 degrees.
I think it's that, yeah. I think it might get to 6.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Oliveira just checking the temperature on his engine there, lifting the flap, allowing more air into his radiator.
Much closer, but not close enough.
I tell you what, Jay Lewis is not dropping back at all. He's staying in his wheel tracks, down the hill to the carousel now, into the double apex left-hander of the carousel. Both drivers driving very, very smoothly.
Now what's happening is first and second, just ahead of them, are also condensed, and all 4 of them are closing up. So you saw this, they sweep things, all 4 in the same shot. So they're getting closer. I think it's a good move by Jay here, just to use Pedro to pull him forward to the other 2. But of course, there's only a couple of minutes to go. Maybe not enough time to get them into a train of 4, but it's getting close. Look at that, all together now.
Already into the final quarter, Nick, and you are right. They are closing up. That Pedro Oliveira kart 57 is closing the gap to Scott Smith. The gap was about a second, 9/10, barely anything in it. You don't need a stopwatch to tell you what it is now, as they already are almost bumper to bumper.
I'm getting the impression this is Oliveira putting in some great lap times, and Lewis doing the clever thing and being dragged forward by the other driver. And the top 2 are just a little bit off, but we now have, as I said, last lap was a gap, now there's 4 carts together, but it's looking more like that Oliveira is going to get Scott Smith in second very soon.
Purple lap time for Oliveira on the last time by, which means he's got the fastest lap of the race so far. So now we've got a 4-card battle for the lead. With a minute and a half to go, there's still plenty of time. Oh, and Oliveira gets it wide. That's allowed Lewis the momentum. Can he challenge going into Spoon? Oh, hold your breath over the brow. No, it's Oliveira who challenges down the inside.
They both got him.
Scott Smith.
Both got 30. Smith goes from second to fourth in one corner.
Great move from Oliveira, and you saw that momentum almost being lost.
So back up again. Oliveira comes up the inside and then saying, thank you very much, says Jay Lewis, and poor old Scott Smith back 2 places.
Jay Lewis was like, wait for me, I'm coming with you. Yeah. Now look at this, Simon Keeble, who's led this heat from the very off.
No, he hasn't.
And he loses the lead.
Or is he back again? Is it back again?
Oh, magic driving.
But
look at this going into the penultimate lap. It'll be 1 lap to go board next time by my estimation.
And they've gone through, though, so Keeble has dropped back down to third. And those multicoloured carts are leading in first and second now. So Pedro Oliveira comes through the lead. Lewis second, Keeble third, Smith fourth. But this isn't all over yet.
Yeah, Jay Lewis taps his helmet to the guy behind him, which is Simon Keeble, as if to say, come on, let's catch him. It's like, yeah, mate, if I catch you, I'm going to pass you. I'm not going to wait. And look at that, the Oliveira and Jay Lewis, they've gotten ahead, and now they just eke out that slight gap. This is a very technical part of the track. I keep saying that. I can't reiterate that enough. It really is. These two at the front, though. Oliveira leads for the first time and heads out onto the Dragon Straight, and he takes Jay Lewis with him into Spoon.
Oh, you think Lewis has been saving this one up? He's thinking about it.
Well, it's the final lap, Nick. He's possibly been waiting for this. He surely knows where he can and can't.
He's got
time is running out.
One slight chance going into Paddock, but I think realistically Oliveira's looked pretty solid throughout this heat and has come through, I don't quite know when he started, he's come through a long, long way to take the lead within 8 minutes. I can't think he'd throw it away in the last corner. Smith might just try and throw it up the inside. Ooh. Coming down now, what do you think about it? Will he just take the points? And he's taking the points. A great run there. Oliveira, fantastic win. Lewis, very intelligent driving. Keeble from Smith, third and fourth. I think they'll be happy with that, to be honest. I think good. When you've got to make the most of your front row starts or your front starts, and they've done that. So they'll be happy with that and the points they've involved. So good driving all round.
I think they'll also be looking at why and how Oliveira and Lewis, I'm talking about Keeble here, I'm talking about Keeble and Scott Smith, they'll be looking at how they weren't able to hold on to them once they got by. They'll be looking at the tyre pressures they use, they'll be looking at the engineering on the kart and thinking of ways to get that tyre to work a little bit better towards the end of the race. Of course, 2 sets of tyres per season.
Well, that's the point I was thinking. I mean, in many ways, you have to be careful how you use the tyre, don't you?
Very much, yeah.
Because if you find it, you get this sweet spot, but you're using, 20% of each race, then by coming up to the third heat, the third race of the championship,
you can't do that.
You'll be on ice.
Yeah, and this is the voyage of discovery that some of the drivers here that are new to NKC and new to this tyre are finding themselves thinking, am I taking too much out of the tyre in just one heat? Because I need this for 3 race meetings at the very minimum. Great race, though. Let's have a look at the top 10. Pedro Oliveira first, Jay Lewis second, Simon Keeble third, Scott Smith was fourth, James Davis fifth, Lewis Paul was sixth, seventh was Ben Harper, Luke Evans was eighth, Milton Steele-Vasson was ninth, and then rounding off the top 10, Callum Davies. I must mention who was in 11th, though, and look out for him, Thomas Storer. He's the current NKC champion, and he came through from 11th. So we'll keep an eye out that. Next out is the 177s. We're still with senior Rotax, but it's the heavier class now, the 177 kilogram class, out next.
Which is their second heat of the day.
Yeah. Again, though, not necessarily everyone's second heat.
Right, because there's again another split
and
again.
Let me just bring in the anomaly of some of the drivers have already done a heat on these tyres. Some of the drivers are on brand new set of tyres, haven't just run practice on them.
Ah.
Yeah. It all starts balancing itself out towards the end of the afternoon, as it will with the tyre regs. It'll all start balancing itself out at round 3. But you're not restricted. You could go to round 2 and use another brand new set and kind of leapfrog your sets of tyres. Or, just to add to the confusion, Nick, you can mix them up. As long as you start the meeting and finish the meeting on the same set. Once you're into the season, it can be any one of those 4 fronts.
So you have to use the same set all meeting.
Yeah, you're not allowed to mix the 2 sets.
You can't do the thing where you save a good one for the final each time.
Yes, that's right.
No, that's clever.
That would have been a bit. That's a bit
what
different.
I have done.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that though.
No, but what I would have done is obviously first heat I'd run these, and then the next heat I'd run the old ones, and then just the new ones for the final.
Well, you'd have your new ones for every final for the 6 rounds.
That's it. But then again, he might not get very good qualifying positions, so who knows?
We're talking rubbish because that's not even relevant.
Well, there we go. MDT Photography wants to know why does my guy in P3, actually the guy, it's actually Jay Lewis, have a North Face jacket on? Well, he has a North Face jacket on because it's bloody cold, is the answer to that question. The ambient temperature, let me give you an accurate ambient temperature reading. Hang on a second. Here we go. Or I might not bother because of the strange lack of data on the... it's no degrees at all here at the moment, which is good news. No, so here we go. It's 5 degrees. It's 5 degrees.
That's cold.
There is no chance
that
of...
is cold.
Well, it says here there's no chance of rain, but we are in Wales, so who knows. And there's a 10-mile-an-hour wind. And the wind chill factor making it feel like 1 degree. That's why. It feels like 1 degree.
It's very, very cold. The 177s have been released. It's Michael Mallet who leads them out, Simon Wheeler alongside. In third place on the number 128 is the 2018 177 MSA British champion, Louis Large. And I know we were talking to Louis yesterday, and he is trying to get his head round how to not just set the kart up for these tyres. We're going to talk a lot about tyres, no question. We always do in karting. It's all about the tyres. And Louis was telling me he's having to address the way he drives a Rotax kart. And Louis, like I said, 2018 British champion, knows how to drive a Rotax Max kart. However, bring in this tyre, and we're completely in a different world.
Different world of setup and everything else. Just to remind you, if you're watching on Facebook, why don't you nip over, and if you can watch on YouTube and you want to comment, we are reading all your comments. So people like Braden Hill, who won the heat 2 heats ago, and then the following heat was saying thanks for the support. People were nice to him. So yeah, we have to have a chat with you and give some shout outs if you're on the YouTube stream chat.
They've been allowed another lap. So another lap to get a little bit more heat. Don't be taken in by the beautiful bright sunshine here in North Wales. We're in the beautiful foothills of the Snowdonia National Park, and it really is one of the most picturesque kart tracks and racetracks you'll ever be at, and it really is worth a visit. The local area, absolutely beautiful and picturesque, but it's very, very cold, as Nick said. We've got an ambient temperature of 5 degrees, so don't be taken in by that bright sunshine. The drivers will need to get the tyres up to optimum temperature and pressure as we get another rolling lap. To do that,
is that sign saying another one, or just now?
I'm not sure they will.
Form up. Are they going to be? Are they going to be waving with the?
Yeah, the Clark course doesn't mind giving them one, but that grid does not look like it's in any shape.
No, it's gone wrong again.
Yeah, and the pole man, for some reason,
just
Andy Gosling,
disappeared off for some reason.
Is disappearing away from his.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that at all, actually.
He's getting away from Michael Mallet, and I'm not sure why he was doing that. So they're going to have to sort themselves out, because they'll be getting brought to a halt and a drumming down from the Clark of the Course. Clark of the Course today is Bruce Perry, by the way.
And if you listen on our ambient microphone, you can hear the wind. The wind has picked up quite noticeably. I'm now looking at the trees in front of us, so that is going to make it.
Which way is the wind blowing, Nick?
It's blowing from...
It's a tailwind up the Dragon Straight, I think.
It's blowing up the hill.
That's a big help.
So that's going to help them performance-wise, but not going to help them temperature-wise and cold hands-wise.
No, cold hands, definitely.
Cold hands, he's the unemotional German who's in the pit lane.
Really?
This is what they're here for. This is what people are here for.
Here they come then. They look a little bit more orderly, and Andy Gosling really needs to hang on for his second place kart to come alongside. He's getting the drop on that outside row, isn't he? I think they'll have let them go though, Nick.
That was a very opportunist move there by Andy Gosling, but in all honesty, that was a little bit, what's the word for it? Perhaps, well, no, it's not down to him, it's down to the starter, isn't it, not to call that one, but he's got a massive jump, Gosling. Stuart Guest is going Ollie Smith. It's Oliver Smith who's in this heat.
We've got the leader, Andy Gosling, basically checking out Louis Large, finally getting by Simon Wheeler as they go into the compression corner section of track and then onto Devil's Elbow. Just coming through now the switchbacks, left, right, towards the final corner on the lap, which is Paddock Bend. It's a right-hander with that inside curb, which you want to steer well away from. Now we've got the number 128, Louis Large, chasing down Andy Gosling for the lead. The gap is just on the second across the line for the first time. Ben Hitchett is in third. Michael Mallet in fourth. Simon Wheeler fifth. Charlie Jowers in sixth. Seventh is Ewan Logan. Eighth is Joe Piffner. Oliver Smith is in ninth. And Keith Mason in the number 12. Vice champion of the Warden Law Club Championship. Number 12, Keith Mason in 10th place, rounding off that top 10. Leader already towards the final stages of what will be lap number 2. And Louis Large definitely looking like he's on a mission in that orange liveried cart behind him. The gap is a half a second, so Louis taking tenths out. The number 41 of Ben Hitch, about 8 tenths. Oh, and that's Keith Mason out of the top 10 with a broken exhaust. Number 12 just going up the Dragon Straight there, sounding very, very loud indeed, and that will ruin the engine if he was to continue. So it's not just about noise regs. As the lead battle intensifies, Louis Large has caught the leader, Andy Gosling. He'll have to follow him through this sequence of bends at Glan-Y-Gors. Compression corner, Devil's Elbow. Into Devil's Elbow now. Into the final turn. This will be where Louis Large needs to maximise his entry speed onto the Dragon Straight. And he does indeed. He's in the slipstream. He goes to the right in the kink. That's a very courageous move. And he makes it stick. Louis Large leads. He's carrying the number 128 because he came first in the British Championships in 18, second in 19, and then 8th in 21.
There's the move.
Down the inside, and that was all about momentum up the Dragon Straight, Nick. He got the momentum through the turn 1 of Club Corner, and he was able to use that into, and he was past him. It's not a braking area for that kink. It's flat out, and he was able to get alongside and then cleanly brake for Spoon Corner over the brow. And now we see what I thought was going to happen. Louis Large extending that lead to 0.6 of a second. Andy Gosling second. Ben Hitch third. Michael Mallet fourth. We've got Carl Bryant coming into the mix on the number 2. Carl, vice champion for the NKC here in 2021. And Carl has moved up 3 places and into 7th place. So we'll keep an eye on that number 2. And if anything, Nick, Andy Gosling, Ben Hinch, who are also leading the Masters section. So they're over 35, Andy Gosling and Ben Hitch. And they are second and third and looking like they're about to have their own little shenanigans for that second place. Ben Hitch on the 41, the blue helmet with the orange trim around the neck area of the helmet, just going up the hill now. Over the brow into Spoon, then quickly downhill again towards that very fast, it's medium speed in comparison to other corners, but the double apex left-hander of the carousel, and then on towards Compression Corner, which they are going into now. And then this is not a section of track where you can pass, but it does set you up for this one. The final turn at Club Corner, stay off the curb on the inside.
Well, I fixed the timing, but now I have an announcement to make.
Oh, go ahead.
It's from Jobo75 ADHD Rocks. Can you give a happy birthday shout out to my son, please? Number 69, Zach Bolton.
Already done it. That's 2.
2 birthdays.
Yeah, 2. No, 2 shout outs for Zach.
Did you do it earlier then?
Yeah. Well, Zach, I know Zach because Zach races at my local track at Warden Law.
No, but I don't think Jobo75 was listening to it that
All
point,
right, well,
so there
it
go.
is. Yeah, we don't mind saying it's Zach's 23 today.
Yes.
Loads of times, because anybody's birthday gets mentioned a lot.
Yes.
And Zach's in the ones.
12.
We mentioned Zach because Zach's a rugby player.
Oh, yes.
And Zach looks like a rugby player.
He's large.
You wouldn't want to fight
Giving
him.
it large.
And you wouldn't want to be in a scrum with him. And here he is racing a kart, and he's well over the 177 limit by, and he says, you know what, I'd have to cut a leg off to get down to 177. But you know what? Considering how heavy he is and considering how big he is in the airflow, he is a very, very quick driver. He's had some good podium positions at his local club. And here he is in the NKC. And currently an update on where Zach is. He's moved up 4 places to 17th on that previous lap.
Top 3, in fact, the top 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are all kind of spread out. It's a battle now for about 9th and 10th coming down into the carousel. There's a good trail of karts here in the 177 class, all running in through the carousel and up now round by Scott's position.
There's the battle, Nick. As we get to the final quarter of this 8-minute heat.
Over the start-finish boat. Ooh! So a bit of sign language there as they came together. Oh, and he's going too wide. Blimey! That was 4 goes at getting in that time.
Well, he was completely offline, so he took an earlier apex than he would have liked. He had to be allowed through.
So it's a 71.
Completely went wide.
Who's the 71? That's can't even see that
71 is Michael Mallet.
Yeah, so that's he was using, wasn't it, Michael?
That's the battle for 5th spot.
So Mallet absolutely giving it some on that corner.
So he's kind of broken away now after that little fracas into turn 1.
So as we have a look at the carts going into the paddock bend, there's an overtake now, and the white cart takes the lead, and the lead takes the position.
Is that Oliver Smith on the 83?
I think so. So it's 83 up the hill now.
Well, that was Carl Bryan in the number
63. 2. It's a 63 that's gone through. Oh, it's back. Yeah, you're right. It's 83, but it's back. The sticker's come off.
The sticker's coming off.
Obviously, he's normally 63, and he couldn't be bothered to buy an 8. So he just put a bit of white tape on it.
Oh no, really? Is that what he's done? Carl Bryan has gone through to 5th.
Bottom of the carousel now, and coming up back towards you, Scott. It's the 2 carts coming there, the white cart and the multicoloured cart.
So the number 2, when we saw all that happening in turn 1 a couple of laps ago, Scott was able to go through. Sorry, Carl Bryan was able to go through.
So our cameraman's gone through.
Scott, yeah, you said Scott. Carl Bryan on the number 2. He's the vice champion of 2021. And he's up to 5th. Oliver Smith now on that 83, losing his sticker, his numbers, in 6th. Michael Mallet now settled into 7th. And that battle has kind of settled down now, Nick, hasn't it? It's sorted itself out.
They're all
and they're beginning to string out a bit.
Easing away again.
Yeah.
So now, I don't know what position it is, but there's a big battle going down the hill to the carousel, which is that downhill dip in the track. There's 3 carts right together. On with Scott at the moment. They come back up again. Let's find out who they are. Man with it. So that's the 14. So that's going to be the battle for 8th.
Liam Rabjohns,
Adrian Hammond, and Richard Evans. Aiden, sorry. As they come down the hill, sweeping left, right through Devil's Elbow, and start another lap. There's kind of an option to how wide you go at both these corners, and it doesn't seem the widest route isn't necessarily the quickest.
It's the last lap for the leader, Louis Large, who's on his final lap of this first heat. He'll be happy with that.
Nice move up the inside there.
Started at the front.
Nice.
As that battle rages, Nick. I'll let you talk to us about that, and I'll keep an eye open for the leader.
It's de-raged slightly there, but I think that it was kind of a bit of a sideways swipe there. I'm not sure there's Evans on Jowers, but Evans now, whoever it is, the second of the 2 carts, which I think is the 71. So it's so Richard Evans is right behind Jabons.
Yeah, and while we were focusing on that, we missed the lead change at the very final corner, Nick, as Ben Hitch came through on Louis Large, literally at the final bend, and took the win. Literally at the line, the gap was 0.110 of a second, 11 hundredths of a second, and Louis Large will not be happy having to settle for second. This is only the heats, though, sorting out the final grid, or the grid for the final, I should say.
Yep, so just a quick thing from Hannah Godfrey. Loving this feed. Please we see more of the middle and the back of the grid. Well, we're happy to show the middle and the back of the grid.
And we missed the lead change.
But what happens, unfortunately, is lead changes happen when we're not on them.
Yeah, we try our best to share the love. We'll just have a quick rundown of the top 10 while these carts make their way in. Ben Hitch takes the win, Louis Large second, Andy Gosling third, Joe Piffner is in 4th, Carl Bryan on the number 2 is 5th, Oliver Smith 6th, Michael Mallet 7th, Aidan Hammond 8th, 9th is Richard Evans, and rounding off the top 10 is Liam Rabjohns. Yeah, we don't miss anything, of course, Nick. They just happen off camera, and we did. I did catch the. I did catch that lead change at the very end of the race there. Alex Thomas 11th, Charlie Jowers 12th, 13th is Harry Rowett, Jimmy Broderick 14th, 15th is Chris Savia, Jake Lewis is 16th, Dan Fleckley 17th, Zach Bolton 18th, happy birthday again Zach, on the number 69, and Thomas Eldridge 19th, Nick Skelton 20th. That's 3 shout-outs.
Best of Hannah Godfrey actually said the rest of the message was Massive shout-outs to Mike Edwards and Scott Russell. We are the wise watching from home. Then Hannah and Donna.
Well, considering how cold it is, you're in the right place.
Yeah, realistically, you could have pretended. You could have come here and decided you're going to support your old men, but honestly, you'd need so many layers of clothing.
Yeah. Might get a tan. Sun's out. Get a little
and
bit.
Windburn.
Yeah, and windburn.
And
windburn
also
and
frostbite. The ultimate trifecta.
Yes, you will do. Next out is the first heat for our senior TKM. Now, these are 115cc.
Sorry, I just got a WhatsApp from our cameraman, Scotty. Flipping freezing.
Is it really? Is that a technical term?
I did warn him on several occasions. I did say take 112 layers.
Yeah,
I'm only wearing 2 in here.
Yeah, tell them just how warm it is in here.
It's quite nice, actually. Yeah,
someone hear us, can't he?
Yeah, but someone opened the window.
I've had to take a jersey
I
off.
know, and someone opened the door earlier. It was a bit of a chilly breeze. It was horrible.
We're back to some push starts. Now, this is TKM, and it's a single-barrel, single-cylinder, air-cooled engine, hence all of the blue smoke. Some karts have got starting systems on them, and some are referring back to early days of bump starting them to start. So we saw a mixture there.
Yeah, I've seen people walking around with electric starters.
Yeah, we've got electric starters and all
yeah.
sorts of things. Yeah, 28 karts registered for the championship, and 28 karts have appeared for round 1 here at Glan-Y-Gors.
A lot of very aggressive tyre warming going on.
Got to be. It's so cold, isn't it?
Sitting there thinking, hang on, this is the set of tyres I got for 3 races.
Yeah. Leanna Page has led the field out. We haven't got everybody present who's clicked the timing beam, of course, because there's some karts started ahead. Like I say, 28 karts, full quarter. We're going to be giving these karts.
They're not ready
the
this
starting
time.
is more spread out because of the different way that we get these things going. We tend to get another rolling lap, which everyone is happy to do. Leanna Page is the kart that's on the pole. Joseph Phillips is alongside. Then we've got Jake Campbell-Mills on the number 56 alongside Lucas Sullivan on the second row. Third row is Leo Crabtree with James King alongside, and then we've got James Hull and Matthew Horton on row 4. Row 5 is Liam Surkar and Gordon Smith. Row 6 is Adam Crofts-Davies and Alexander Lehman. Jason Lovett and Curtis Granger are on row 7, and row 8, Mitchell Ball, Matthew Temple-Purcell.
And just as they come round us, but Hannah now tells us she's got a chicken roast on the go. So
she's just
just showing
taunting
off.
us now,
absolutely. And hello to Tilly 8505. Amazing racing today. And hello, big up to well done to Archie number 96.
And hello to Kyle Fletcher. Hope the missus is okay. I know you would have been here or somewhere to do with karting today, Kyle. I'm glad to see that you've worked out how to get the stream on.
So as the karts trundle down the hill in Greta Thunberg's worst nightmare. Here we go. I think they're going to get underway this time for the senior TKM, the first heat. They had to wait a long time to get out there, which advantage is slightly warmer.
I think they've been given another lap, Nick.
They have. There wasn't the power.
Yeah,
they actually did look in formation, so perhaps they really are just trying to get things warmed up.
Well, I'm pretty sure the starter, if they were in formation, I'm surprised the starter. Have we got
we
a few
lost
stragglers?
One.
That's
we've
what we're
got
doing.
Two stragglers.
Yeah. That's why we've let them go.
I think one's got a problem.
We don't want to see
dropping
anyone
down the hill.
We don't want to see anyone having to drop out. So
one of the advantages, if you get to the top of the track and it cuts out, you can get to the bottom. Actually, you can't because they've got a clutch, have they? No, you're stuck.
Yeah, you've got to keep. There's only a certain speed you can go to, and then the engines start to oil up.
Someone's now rejoined the pack here. That's Cart on the left there. He rejoined after missing. He's going to try and pick up his position. This shouldn't be dangerous at all.
That's a good idea, actually. Instead of trying to catch the pack, you wait for it to come round and then slot in if you can remember who you should be behind.
No one there parked up waiting to slot in.
Yep, he'll slot in behind.
That's the 18. But
he must have a clutch or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blimey. Centrifugal TKM, interesting.
Yeah, modern TKM karting, that's what this is.
But we are now aligned. We believe everyone's going round. There is one car, I think, on the side of the track there.
But we've now got Derek Surkar and Joseph Jacques.
We're going, I think. No, the yellow flag. But they're going. They're off, and we're off. And that was immediately pushed right out there. That's and absolutely, I agree. Car 18. That's absolutely one. So he's just taken out. It understeered off. The kart now currently in second.
Did he get any help?
He was eased off. He was just eased off by the. He was trying to the understeer. Well, it just didn't. I think it was the 10. If that is the kart in second. Who just kind of didn't really know he was there, and I think couldn't tighten up the lines. He's 33 actually. Leanna Page in second, but I don't think that's who did it. I think it was the other car.
He's not happy. Was that the number 18?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not happy, Nick. He's gotten the kart going again, being able to pull it onto the track. Was that number 18 or 16?
I'm not quite sure. We'll find out.
I think it's 16, Lucas Sullivan.
It's all gone a bit kind of wrong for him, hasn't it, really? It is very disappointing when that happens to you really early on. It isn't actually your fault.
He's almost a lap down already as the leader, Leanna Page, comes through. She's got a gap of... Just waiting for my timing screen to update. She's got quite a gap.
Same here.
She's about a second there, from my estimation. Mind you, everyone behind is 4 karts in readiness to have a go. It's Jake Campbell-Mills, as my timing screen betrayed me. It's Leanna Page in second, Leo Crabtree third, Lucas Sullivan fourth. Jake Campbell-Mills is the driver who's got ahead and is now eked out a gap of
and the 18 was the 18 of Derek Surcar who dropped back. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I think what happened was there was the timing, because they ran a surprise extra lap. I think the timers actually put a pause on it, which is why we didn't get the updates on the screens. Nice lead for Jake Campbell-Mill there. He's really pulled out.
Change for second, Nick, as Leo Crabtree came through and has gotten ahead of Leanna Page. That might change though, as we see them still together.
They're soaring at the action as they come through the carousel. I think they've already got a lapped kart involved with them. They have, yes, there's a lap kart already there, the red machine, letting everyone go.
Keeping out
That's
the way.
The 15 of Adam Croft-Davies. I think didn't make the start actually. He's managed to get the thing going again. Perhaps either we're doing some laps of practice, or might, if he's got any sense, just ride the thing straight back to the pits and save his tyres.
Now Leo Crabtree, having broken free from Leanna Page, is pulling away from Leanna. Leanna's hung on to that third spot very well indeed. It's very, very close behind the leader though, Nick. We've got the leader, Campbell-Mills, pulling away. Then Leo Crabtree, he's pulling a bit of a gap to third place Leanna Page. But then we've got Page, Sullivan, Granger, Cregan, I should say. Will Cregan in the number 84. And they're about to be joined by a 5th kart. And that's Louis Bevan. Louis Bevan, of course, the current NKC Senior TKM champion, carrying the number 1. Just keep an eye on him and how well he can get through this field.
Yeah, again, we've got these mixed grids and people have to make progress early on.
Louis Bevan just off the tail of that 4-kart train. Leanna Page, she knows she's got karts right with her. She's into the back markers now. And that 4-kart train, now a 5-kart train, because Louis Bevan has indeed got onto the rear bumper of Cregan into the carousel.
The gold and black livery on that third place kart. It's kind of appealing to my aesthetics. It's got a bit of a kind of a retro 70s JPS feel about it. That's the car. Is that the 44 of Leo Crabtree, who's now in third?
Oh, and there's the momentum I was talking about, Nick, just throwing you wide. It's the kart that's
nice move
fourth in the
back.
train, and that's cost him right the way through to the final turn.
Didn't get through though. The 3 kart, I think it is, or is it?
It was Curtis Granger.
The 1 kart actually is Louis Bevan, who didn't quite get through at that point.
It was Curtis Granger who went wide in that sequence of switchbacks from compressor to Devil's Elbow, and that really cost him. He lost not just 1 position, potentially 2, as Louis Bevan pulled alongside.
I have a message from Caroline Strange. Go Louis from his mum. It's a Louis.
All right. Hopefully it's...
Neil Armstrong says shout out to Ben Harper, number 62 in Senior Rotax, which isn't actually this heat, so we'll leave this one away.
Is that Louis Bevan's mother, do we think?
I think so.
Or Louis Large from the previous race?
It's, again, another very popular name for karters, Louis. Yes. Hello to Neil Armstrong. He was with their mum, with his mum, sorry, but we're looking up for
Louis Bevan pointing to his helmet on the Dragon Straight there, and he's pointing as if pointing to his temple. I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean use your head? Move. That's a move for position, Nick.
Is that Crabtree getting back ahead of Leanna Page again?
No, I think that's Lucas Sullivan moving ahead of Leanna. Crabtree is gone.
Oh, yeah, because Keith says, Sullivan getting past Page. Yeah, sorry, I've missed that break that Crabtree made while I was looking at our exciting chat rooms.
Yeah, this is the section of track where you can lose out massively, but you can also make great gains. And look at that, we've got Lucas Sullivan. He's managed to pull a gap to Leanna Page, who's still got Will Cregan and Louis Bevan right there with her. It's only going to take a missed braking point and then they're going to be literally...
Yeah, Liana's kind of appears to be, you know, at some points she appears to be a cork in the bottle, and other points she appears to be actually quicker than everyone else. So it looks like she's perhaps got a driving style that is, or a kart setup that's making her quicker in different parts of the track. Because for this bottom part of the circuit, it's very obvious that Lucas was getting away from Liana, but she's pulled right back, but then loses the position again. I don't think she's happy that this downhill section is not suiting her or the kart. She's lost another place there.
She has, and the karts are literally all over, and there's another place gone at the final turn, and as they cross the line, Liana Page down to 6th place, losing out to Will Cregeen and Louis Bevan. In that sequence of bends at Devil's Elbow, Jake Campbell-Mills still leads. Leo Crabtree still in 2nd place. Lucas Sullivan now in a very sterling 3rd place. Will Cregeen up to 4th now. Louis Bevan 5th. Liana Page now 6th. Curtis Granger is right on the tail of Page as well. So her day isn't done. She's still coming under pressure from competitors.
Oh, off goes the 18. That's Derek Sicker. He's had a nightmare, hasn't he?
He's had a nightmare.
That looks more like his own fault than anything else, though.
I'm not sure that is the kart that went off at turn 1.
No, I think you're right. I have to be honest with you, I think you're correct. It doesn't look annoyed enough. So back now with the battle for 4th and 5th, the 84 and the 1 climbing up the hill. Cregan from Bevan, and just ahead of them, they're looking like they're trying to gain a different game between 3rd and 4th. And the 4, 5 carts now back in a train from 3rd, 4th, 5th backwards. Sullivan Gold Kart.
Leader about to cross the line, Nick, as we continue watching that sterling battle. The leader completes another lap and takes the
inside. I think went the 84 there.
It'll be 1 lap to go aboard next time by for these. So time running out to make a move. And as if by magic,
I think Bevan
the number 1 of Bevan does make a move.
He's running in 5th. I mean, it's got
just the 4th now. Or was that 5th?
I think that's 5th. I think it's we're just watching them go. There's kind of a confusion. Well, it's not confusion for them. It's confusion for us. Let's be honest about this. As they came down the hill section, down through Compressed and Devil's Elbow, I think they did a double swap back. But it has left Louis Bevan now clear and a chance to move forward and attack Will Cregan. Cregan, who definitely, I think, gained from that last one. There he goes. They swoop now through and into the bottom part of the compressor corner. And as you can see, on the tail now of this and one more, isn't it? Because they were only on 7:28 last time.
Yeah, it'll be 1 lap to go aboard this time by.
So definite gain. So you would think that Bevan's looking like he's got the speed on Cregan, but it's really about finding a place to get past, getting a quick glance over the shoulder, knows where he is, giving a bit of a helping hand with his aerodynamics up the hill. And they turn now into the spoon. A chance to get... Oh, and that nice little...
he had to defend, didn't he? Cregeen had to defend.
So he's lost that as they come now down into the carousel.
Yeah, time running out for Bevan to make that move. It gets into the twisty technical section of track, and as if to make me a liar, he goes alongside Cregeen. They're about to lose out to Liana Page, who's still hanging in there as well. As the checkered flag is readied for the leader. Jake Campbell-Mills takes the win for Heat 1 for Senior TKM. And there's that across the line, side by side. Leo Crabtree second. Lucas Sullivan was in 3rd. Will Cregeen just hangs on to that 4th place by 117 thousandths of a second. Liana Page finishes behind Louis Bevan, who finished 5th. Liana Page 6th. Mitchell Ball 7th. 8th is Ollie Milner. 9th is Callan Lamont. Charlie Savage finishes in 10th. Alexander Lehman is in 11th. Oliver Fathers 12th. 13th is James Hull. Matthew Horton is in 14th. Jason Lovett 15th. 16th is Gordon Smith. Andy Wagstaff 17th. And the rest of the field coming in.
And on screen now, WeBuyAnyCarts.com.
And some carts to be recovered. Yeah.
65 and 77. So Adam Surkar and Matthew Temple Purcell are those two riders. It was Louis Bevan's mum, Caroline Strange, by the way.
Oh, well done.
And Reece Conway is hoping that Owen Pott has a better race than 100 UK.
What's Louis' mum called?
Caroline Strange. I'm assuming, obviously, that their YouTube handles are correct, because obviously you could be visit.ping.734, couldn't you?
Yes.
Anyway, so we are now just... Oh, hang on. Whoa.
An errant cart trolley.
That
could have turned into that, couldn't it?
As that poor bloke got that car back, he got so upset previously. The cart trolley there. That's a no horsepower kart trolley. Currently not.
Yes. Is that does that live there?
Oh, it might be. Do these emergency rescue? No, it belongs to someone. He's off. Is this the same guy who's sulkily trundling up earlier? Was he a marshal who's got his? You're right. He might be a marshal who's got his own trolley.
Well, that would make sense. Then you can get carts off the track and just onto the infield.
I think that's because this explains it. He is sort of random universal trolley man. He's the AA of Glan-Y-Gors, and he will basically just rescue you and then trundle back with the trolley, looking more and more depressed each time. He has got 17 layers. He's got 17 layers of clothing on, so it's okay. He's got his
bag as well.
Yeah, he's got some food, and he's got his rucksack there with probably hot coffee, a couple of buns.
Talking of lunch,
copy of
we've
Tatler.
got 3 more heats before the lunch break.
And are we on time? I don't know.
I think we're on time. I think we're on time. We
were
next out is 100 UK for their second heat, and this is the historic class, I call them. The 1990s karts and motors for the second heat for 100 UK.
Look at that.
And we've got a
I'm impressed by small things.
A different attitude towards starting these karts. We've got the rear bump. You had to have very close friends.
Yes, you
when
had
you karted in the 80s and 90s because you needed at least 2 of them.
I remember when I was karting. I was actually doing. It was just 100 heavy, so it wasn't actually. It would have been 100 UK, yeah. But it was. Yeah, I remember once I got my dad. He was probably early 60s by then, and he was on the pushing, and I was very disappointed with his efforts. I remember thinking this hasn't gone very well.
Well, you didn't shout at him, did you?
No, of course not. Possibly. The other guy I used to go karting with was he was the ideal karter. He was 5'5", if that. And, I don't know, 7 stone dripping wet. And he had a lot of problem getting me going as well.
Here we go, though. You're going to get a brief education on how to get these 2-stroke karts away. Some of the grid, I've noticed the collecting area just underneath our camera position has got a bit of a downhill slope, so you get half the competitors using that area to assist in there.
Come on, 57, you can do
This
it.
was the worst bit. It was for all the starters and pushers. They would have to then jump out of the way of the karts that were being started behind them.
And of course,
all part of the fun, all part of the sport.
Is the worst it could be because it's cold, and the colder the karts are, the harder they are to start.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
David McCrutcheon says, best luck for the guys from Colts Kart Club at Stranraer today. So thanks, David. I'm sure there are many from up to Scotland.
You're
trying to find the result of the previous one?
I am.
Very professional.
Yeah,
very professional.
Yes.
I knew you were here for a reason. Oh, yeah, because you know what you're talking about. That was the one.
I wouldn't go that far. Well, so the previous heat was won by Glenn Rayland. No, it wasn't. Standby
Good
caller.
start.
Yeah.
But you were very confident. So that's okay.
I was, yes. It's further down the screen. Yeah. Jimmy Crease.
All right, he's starting 9th, I think. Well, he's 9th at the moment. But again, the timing's a little bit off by these.
Jimmy Crease, Ben Klukas, and your favourite, the D plate of Lee Hackett.
Oh, gosh, it's not the D and the O again, is it?
Yeah, Ed P was 4th, and O plate holder Scott Williams was in 5th place in Heat 1. Sergio Taggio is the man on the pole position. James Rees is alongside him. Then we've got Ben Klukas. Now, Ben Klukas, having come second in the first heat, that bodes very well. Where's the Scott Williams on the O plate is 8th, and Lee Hackett starts 14th. So they're down the order somewhat, aren't they? James Purchase, he's a seeded driver carrying the number 7. And right at the back of the grid, Sergio Taggio.
Great name, I'm just saying.
55.
They're going to go for it this time by the looks of it.
It's James Rees who's on pole. Did I say that already?
Yeah, Ben Klukas is second.
Yeah.
So didn't he finish well last time?
Jimmy Crease starting 7th. He won Heat 1. It looked pretty much ordered.
And they're going to go. Oh, bouncing in the seat for extra traction for the 76 of Rees there. Klukas officially got the line, despite starting second, and takes the lead as well. So sweeping into the lead, Ben Klukas from Rees.
He had the momentum around that outside line through turn 1, didn't he? He really did. And he's hung on to that into Spoon. Kart squirming on the brakes there over the brow. It's anybody's guess behind him, mind.
Again, a little nice move there. I think it was the 81, wasn't it? It wasn't an 81. It must be the 61 of Jamie Crease. So 61 of Jamie Crease. 6 and the 8s aren't good for my eyes today for some reason.
Yeah, Crease through onto the tail very shortly of Clucas.
Drifting down through the elbow and now onto Paddock Bend for the first time. It's going to be a cracking start from Jamie Crease into the lead there. Behind him is Clucas, and then it's Reynard in third. Head down and up the inside. Oh, Reynard had a little bit of a shifty look there at Clucas, decided against it. They're now coming into Spoon, thinking about it again, and Clucas now goes for the lead, and it's side-by-side action, but they managed to avoid any serious contact, but it is a situation where Clucas loses second to Raylan, so you kind of push forward, and in trying to go past, what he's done is he's ended up losing the position, but there's plenty of time to get it back again. But that very fast start by Jamie Crease, which he hasn't then kind of capitalised on. Maybe just think he was much better at warming the cars up in the first couple of laps. So he has finally managed to get a little bit of breathing space from Rayland in the 62. So it's 61 from 62, then 84 Clucas, and then behind them as they just stretch out during this lap. There's a gaggle of karts, including an overtake move by the 9 of Dominic Pine. He's getting past the 76 of James Reese. So they're kind of, and then shooting up the inside of the, no idea, that may well have been Williams in the 0, getting 2 at one go as they sweep through Spoon Curve with this second batch of cars, in the middle of which has got the very brightly coloured white kart with the light green and orange and blue flashes for the driver. But he's actually, I'm pretty sure it's the O plate. I'm hoping it is Scott Williams. And then behind him is the 47 of Ed Peed, and they are nailed together here. Just trying to have a little bit of a run on the 14 of Matthew Lawrence. So it's Lawrence leading with the black bumper. And then behind him is the O plate. And they come to complete another lap. And they are nailed together at this point. And now, is it a chance for Williams? Yes, Williams does. He dives up the inside. Williams got a little bit more momentum. In fact, both of them. I don't think that's necessarily anything more. That just seems to me that could be actually the first time we've seen Joe horsepower winning a battle.
Yeah, that was all about momentum up the hill, wasn't it?
I think it was more power. I think that
power. Do you think?
These TK engines, these engines are old. They have to get rebuilt, and there was variance in those days.
Be careful what you say.
No, I'm not saying anything. The fact was, the point you knew when you were racing even sealed older engines, there were good ones and the bad ones.
Yeah, Scott Williams.
And where they are in their life with the pistons and the rings would matter it.
Add into that Scott Williams, who, as I say that, Ed Peed. Is that the 47, Ed Peed?
It was the 47,
through. Yeah, Ed Peed. If that is the Ed Peed that I know from car racing, who did have a background in karting, I need to check that one out.
No number on the back of the O plate. Is that come? Oh, it's Ben back. It's Ben's back.
Yeah,
someone's
Ben back.
nobbled him up the backside.
Yeah, and
that's taken his number down. That's not going to be an issue. The stewards aren't going to be warning him for that. There will be a flashing.
That was just commonplace, wasn't it?
Orange thing, yeah.
Jamie Crease does lead, Nick. He's got a gap of 1.3 seconds now to Glenn Rayland, who has got a gap of 3 seconds to Ben Clucas. These two just moving ahead and checking out on the rest of the field. We're past half, coming up to half distance, I should say. Ed Peed now into 4th and ahead of that gaggle of karts.
Is that Clucas just ahead of him? Yeah, so Clucas now, so Peed's caught up. Clucas, so Pete's got that the momentum.
Clucas already.
Yeah, either Clucas has made a mistake or he's just not got the pace he had in the first heat, has he? He's just going to get.
No, he hasn't. He's dropped off, hasn't he?
Yeah. That's just a car that perhaps isn't quite in tune there, and either the driver's not in tune with the car or the car's not in tune with its engine, because it just looked like he didn't quite have it. And I think at this point, Clucas is probably now already, with a few minutes to go, just thinking about getting to the end with as many points as possible.
Yeah, he's got a problem there because he went off very, very well indeed at the start, and now he's just slowly, it's just lost that edge a bit, hasn't it? Yeah. It's just lost that edge where he can stay ahead of people. Now he can't. Ed Peed's the first kart to pass him. Next in the line is Scott Williams, then Dominic Pine, then Matthew Lawrence, and then a little bit further back, James Reese. The D plate is Lee Hackett. He's currently in 9th.
Be interesting to see now, Lucas, whether he will lose time on the straight to the O plate, Scott Williams, because I think he's just a little bit off the maximum power, isn't he? He's just a tiny tad off where it needs to be. Perhaps he may have thought, because of the cold weather, I'll rejet it, I'll think about it. Or he's maybe running a little bit richer, but if he's just half a horsepower off, and that's where it really gets the gain for the 2 cars behind him, which is currently Williams and Pine. But he's a good enough driver, and he's there or thereabouts enough to possibly hold on to this to the end.
Yeah, because now he seems to have picked up the pace a little bit, and now he's holding off the old plate of Scott Williams.
And as you said that, so they got closer again.
As they go into the
Perhaps
corners.
Perhaps he's got a little bit of a stutter.
Pick-up.
Yeah, could have a stutter somewhere,
like
a
like
misfire.
Engine pickup. Yeah,
Now,
this is the bit through turn 1.
This is where he's vulnerable, both the slipstream and the power. And he's looking behind because he knows he's vulnerable. And there's not much track, but there's enough track for Williams to get the inside. Oh, no, Williams boxed out of it.
He's got it mid straight to, that peak rev range there towards the end of the straight. He's got enough to hold back, and he had enough momentum through turn 1. It may be that he's just got a bit of a variation on the setup here that's kind of disadvantaging him through the technical section of compression and Devil's Elbow, which is where they are now, through compression.
Yep, goes
now
nose
into the Devil's Elbow.
You can tell it goes nose to tail because what happens is sixth place man Dominic Pine actually catches up Scott Williams as well. They're all measuring their pace around Clucas on this single path track down the hill. And now the power goes down. Williams knows really he's going to the outside this time. I think it's a chance for the 9 car Pine to really do something now. But
it really is last
defensive for Clucas there as he came across it. But that's not the fastest route round that corner, but it is the route that's going to stop at an immediate overtake.
He learnt the hard way earlier on in this race that if you take the inside line at Spoon and then through that left-hander and down the hill towards the carousel, it can hang you out to dry, and he's not allowing himself to be done like that. He is hanging on to this position, though. 4th place is what we're looking at right now. Scott Williams, that's the yellow cart in that second cart in that train of 3. As we've got Dominic Pine, he's no slouch as well.
That good exit there for Clucas, and that's going to keep him safe up the Dragon Straight, isn't it?
Yeah, if anywhere, Scott Williams is going to have to make it happen here on the brakes into Spoon right here. But Cluke is taking that very narrow line across the brow of the hill.
Interesting line from Pine. I wonder where he was thinking about trying to get a extra momentum and perhaps sweeping up the inside of that of the carousel. But just not quite enough braking distance, I think, to do that. Coming down. This is called this is the close battle on the track. This is 4th, 5th and 6th. And it's interesting they are dropping off the top 3, which are Crease, Rayland and P, because the actual overall lap times, which Clucas is producing, are not the optimum for any of these 3 karts. But luckily, where he's slow is where he can't be overtaken. Gets good drive. They go up the line. I think they've got there's going to be 2 more laps because the leader went over at 7:50. And again, he looks behind his shoulder. Can he hold on to this 4th place?
He's doing a sterling job, isn't it? It will be the last lap to go board. I've just checked, and the start line marshal has readied that board. So Jamie Crease leading this heat. He's continuing.
He thought about that move I was talking about the previous lap. Pine thought about it. He just moved out, thinking, can I get up the inside of the carousel? The answer was no, but now he's going to bother him.
Yeah, Dominic Pine wants a bit of this, doesn't he?
Pine can see a chance.
The number 9, Nick, finished 9th in the series last year, and if anything, that's slowing Scott Williams up, and Scott Williams dropping off the back of Ben Clucas now. They're going into their
and it's Pine who's making the move, isn't it?
Now.
Pine's looking to make the move on Williams rather than Clucas. Clucas is getting a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card with this battle. Now they split up again, and no one's going to go past anybody at this point.
No, Ben Clucas has hung onto this very well. The dark orange helmet of Ben Clucas just ahead of Scott Williams.
And Pine now, again thinks about it, but it's just not enough. And a clever little drift towards the middle there, as Williams as well said. I don't think so, Dominic. No, not this time. Sorry, Scott. No, Dominic. Yeah, sorry, the brain's gone. Dominic, I was right. Second guess myself. Go back. But at the front, still Jamie Crease, who's going to cross the line now to win. Greg Rayland will be second. The back marker getting. They've got through. The back marker's confused Clucas, and through has come the 9.
Dominic Pine.
Pine comes through 2 places to 1. It's all because of back market confusion. Oh, I've got that, he says. And it's bad news for Clucas, isn't it, again, because it was just the confusion there. Look, Clucas got confused with that red back marker and just lost the momentum. But the clever thing was how Pine managed to actually get both of them at once. The momentum he had through the right-hander, he just maintained that. He didn't back out of what was happening in front of him, whereas the 2 karts ahead would kind of tripped over that back marker, and that allowed Dominic Pine through into 4th. Chuffed with a fist pump as well, by the way. Well done.
He would have been.
Chuffed a bit.
Yeah, 2 places. He went from 6th to 4th right there on that last lap at Devil's Elbow. Jamie Crease took the win and continued to pump in fastest laps. Every lap. His fastest lap of the race came on lap 10. there, and so he'll be very happy with the way things are going. Glenn Rayland, he was second. Ed Peed, a very fine third. Dominic Pine, that even more finer, taking full advantage of what happened there on the final lap. He was in fourth place. Ben Clucas finally comes through in fifth. Scott Williams on the O plate is sixth. James Rees seventh. Wesley Graves eighth. Ninth was Ian Hamling. And then rounding off the top 10, Lee Hackett on the D plate.
And another cracking race. And a very good win by Jamie Crease. He just eased away. That's going to give him a lot of confidence moving forward. I think the Pine and Williams and Clucas, none of them got anywhere near the pace they could have done because they were effectively being slowing each other up with a kind of a combination backing up. You leaving? Oh, it's good news, Scott. Joe's got a bit cold in his. I put a layer back on again. As we see the 27 kart being literally run back, which means we should get the release of the next heat, which is the penultimate heat before the lunch break. No, it's not. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. I really have to stop believing myself. Honestly, Nicholas, you can get things right occasionally.
Nick, if you don't believe yourself,
who
what chance
will?
do we stand?
David McLeod says, best of luck to drivers from DCS Motorsport. Pete Cowman says, I think you should revert to the Euro Easy Kart pronunciation of Creaser as Crease. So obviously he does some international racing, and where he's been commented on as Crease.
Who's that then?
Creaser. Jamie Creaser. And Reese Conley says, go on, Owen.
He wants us to pronounce Jimmy Crease as Crease.
No, he said he has been apparently in Euro Easy Kart.
Oh, I see. Right, sorry.
Next time, listen.
Yes, sorry. I was looking for things as well.
Yeah, it's
that
fine.
Is brilliant. Yeah, we've got some great.
Oh, hang on. Scott sent me 3 messages, and he's got some more messages from our cameraman out in the boondocks. Here we go. Flippy, it's Baltic out here, wind picking up, and he's also insulted you.
I put a coat on, tell him. It's not. I'm with him. I'm with him in spirit.
I'm just wondering, do you ever see that film Everest?
Yeah.
Where the guy who was stuck up Everest was phoning his wife, and the message was getting more and more, sad as he got colder and colder. I'm wondering if Scott is slowly going to fade away during the course of the day, and we're going to get a message going, just can't move.
We've got the senior Rotax 162s out. Tommy Lee Davis leading the field round. Joshua Hope alongside. Paul Moran in third place with Callum Davies alongside on the second row. They're just coming towards the twisty bits of Glan-Y-Gors, the very technical compressor and Devil's Elbow. Part of this Glan-Y-Gors track really is a beautiful part of the United Kingdom here in North Wales, with some beautiful picturesque scenery. Are we going to be giving them the go-ahead? I believe we are, and we are racing.
Wow.
And Paul Mann slides
just
wide.
One formation lap.
That's allowed the number 14, I think it was there, of Joshua Hope.
77 Moran has picked up the lead, though.
Is it Paul Moran who's gone into the lead?
70, he just,
wow.
I think I was surprised it was a one-lap warm-up. I think they were all surprised as well and just went for it.
I think it has. Paul Moran in that yellow liveried cart and helmet gets off, and he leads for the first time into the carousel. Out of the carousel and towards the sweeping right-handers at the sort of midway up the hill, and then into
went very
compressor.
wide there, didn't he? There's 2 or 3 different lines around the compressor, isn't there? Because and there's been coming together. So that's a bit nutty at the first corner. We'll see that again in a second.
Let's see who that was that challenged Moran.
I think I thought it was the 30. It's 95, not the 35. We've got that one again, Paul.
So it's
95.
Callum Davies looks like he's taking advantage. And that was a bit naughty, wasn't it?
Yeah, it came
you
up
can't
the
get
inside.
through there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, mate. You need a tin opener to get through that one.
He's done it now, though. So he's found it at the top of the corner at Spoon Corner in the. Look at that back in the karts, but making the move there up 2 places into third place. And I was trying to identify who that was as they come past us now. Can't do it. I'll wait for a bit. It's I just need a bigger screen, glasses, new eyes, 1 or 2. But it's been a real shuffling about because the leader, Moran's now down to third. Massive shuffling. The kart in second's come through a long, long way. We'll find out across the line now who has picked up second place.
Moran has got some horrendous overspeed.
Tommy Lee Davis.
Number 77.
Tommy Lee Davis, great lap for him. He picks up second. He's looking over his shoulder worriedly about Moran. And as you say, Moran's kart, which leapt into the lead and is now slowly sinking back down, about losing another position. Up the inside comes Louis Ball and takes him as well. So Moran's kart, which was looking good, now isn't quite so much.
It's struggling for grip, Nick. It's struggling for grip at the rear, and that's really disadvantaging him. So Paul Moran now down to 4th, Louis Ball up to 3rd. Callum Davies has gone away in the lead on the 95. Tommy Lee Davis 2nd, as you said. So Lewis Ball is into 3rd, Paul Moran 4th. He might even be 5th now, is he, or even 6th? Is that another 2 places he's lost?
Yeah, it's just the cart's not quite working. Worked very well for the first corner, and from that point, not so far.
Yeah, he's lost out to Luke Evans, who's moved up to 4th. Paul Moran 5th, Tom Sully 6th, 7th is Joshua Hope, Jack Jones 8th, 9th is Scott Lowther, and Jake Dennis rounds off the top 10.
Walt Nejamar says New Era Esports support Patrick Williams for LPR. Get on, lad. Patrick Williams currently in 18th place in this heat. That doesn't mean anything because he may have started at the back and made up 12 places for all we know. Great shot there at the 10, the 70s. He sweeps round at the top. That's Louis Ball, and they come down the hill. And they're now doing that kind of spready out thing where you think they're not going to do anything, and then probably they come together and the whole lot of them will change places. But 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's drop to 5 and 6, which seems to be the tightest battle. The next two, they're right together. Oh, they are right together as well. There's a 78 of Jack Jones behind Tom Sully, and he's saying, I want to be behind Tom Sully. He comes up the inside of him now. So coming up to Spoon Call. Moran's gone. Okay, yeah, so that's a good move by the 78. So Jones now looking to pull up the gap, which last time round was about 1.7 seconds. That's where this 5th and 6th battle have fallen down to. But having lost the position, Sully's saying, oh, hang on a second, matey boy. I can hang on the back of you and perhaps get dragged through. Bit of liberties taken with some of the curbs. You notice that they'll take liberties all the curbs apart from the curb on the inside here, which will kill you if you go anywhere near it. The inside of Paddock Hill, it's actually not so much a curb, it's more of a mini mountain. And it's certainly a discouragement to get any part of your kart when you want to leave the race with a chassis that's not horrendously bent. So this is 5 and 6 right together. 1, 2, 3 and 4 have morphed into 2 sets, the 1 and 2 and the 3 and 4. Let's pick up the 2 leaders. They're just going up to the top of the compressor corner section now, because they're back together again. Davis and Ball, and then behind them is another pair, which is Lee Davis and Evans. So rather than be 4 separately, they decided to be 2 pairs. Not as good a card in hand in poker, of course. 4 of a kind against 2 pairs.
Didn't quite see what happened to early leader Paul Moran, Nick, but he's rejoined, but he's way down the order and out of contention. So I think he's had enough, and he's been able to rejoin Paul Moran from Sheffield. Engaged to Helen Marshall. Not sure if Helen's here or sitting watching at home.
Or making roast chicken.
Making roast chicken or a roast something.
So
it's Sunday afternoon after
1 and 2 right together now. Callum Davis holding off Louis Ball as they move through the compressor corner section. The actual compressor corner actually is here, but it's kind of the previous part's unnamed, so we kind of call the whole thing. Through Devil's Elbow, and now dropping down the hill, very steep. Doesn't look it very steep into Paddock Bend. 1 and 2. Interestingly, again, Davis just seemed a little bit happier during that last section, but once we get into these fast-flowing areas, Louis Ball's all over the back of him. Now, Louis wants to get past. He's going to have to try and dive at the inside of Spoon Corner, and he doesn't quite make it. I think, in fairness, very good defensive lines taken by Callum. Callum Davis in the blue and green. I think it's one of the Landon Norris cards, I'm just looking at the...
yeah, it is. That's a new LN. Yeah, a Landon Norris card.
So the Landon Norris machines. A lot of the F1 drivers, Danny Rick and Fernando Alonso, all have their own kart teams and manufacturers and series. And we think compared to their multi-million salaries, it doesn't make them much money. So it must be something they do for the love of the Version Motorsport, which gave them their break and identified them as future stars and enabled them to move forward into the world of circuit racing. But very, very close now as Ball looks up the inside again round Spoon Curve. I think, in a way, there's a very good line being taken by Davis, but he is a lot slower during those fast sections. Battle for the lead here. Rotax Heat 3. Don't forget, there are 6 Rotax Heats. You're in 3 of them. You start in different positions. You race different people each time. So it's very confusing for both the drivers and the commentators. Right together now. Sweeping down through the Devil's Elbow. 3rd and 4th also holding station. That's Luke Evans and Tommy Lee Davis. But they are also very close and behind them. In fact, the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th are beginning to come together. We watch this battle for the lead. Minute and 18 to go. So it's probably 2... This will be this and 2 more, I would think they'll get.
He's playing a waiting game, maybe. That 95 of Callum Davies. He's looking forward to the next round at Clay Pigeon because that's his home track. He goes very well there. He did in this series last year as well, finished second in the final.
Can't take our eyes off this lead battle, but interesting, the battle behind them is now not a third and fourth. It's a third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh battle. You see it there in the back of the frame. There's 5 karts nailed together, looking for the last spot on the podium. If this was a final, it's not, it's a heat. So they're just looking for third.
Yeah, just looking for more points to get them up the grid in the final. We're getting toward, it'll be marginal. There's 40 seconds on the clock as they cross the line there.
So you think it might be 2 more, it might be 3 more.
Yeah, it might even be 3. And you just know that Lewis Ball is wanting as many as it takes because he looks very racy now. He knows that time is ticking.
Looking in at the outside. Oh, he looked the wrong way, but he's taken the inside road. So Davis there knew something was going to happen and was looking entirely the wrong way. His ball dive up the outside, but didn't get through. But now he's got a chance. Bump. But they have got the drops on these, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
So this could be, be careful with the bumping he does. And I think his nose has dropped, isn't it, the guy in second?
Can't really see.
Looks very pointy down to me. No, it's more obvious than that, Miss Dunn, is it?
Let me see. It's... Oh, somebody's got
last
a warning.
Last lap.
Yeah, last lap board and a warning flag for someone. Not sure who got the warning flag.
Callum Davis looking over his shoulder more often he's looking ahead. And it's, it just kind of, it's got this middle lane, which is not particularly slow. They're pulling away, but right behind him. And now looking to the outside. This is a difficult one. Conditioning an over and under switch back, looking to do it, but no, right in the middle of the corner there is Davis. Really, this is a masterclass in Glan-Y-Gors track positioning for a kart that's slightly quicker than you, but just putting your kart in the right place every single lap so he can't get past. Now, I would possibly think that Louis Ball should have had a bit of a think, and perhaps he will after this race, to think about how we could have better managed it. But the winner, and very well deserved, Callum Davis, comes over under pressure from Louis Ball the entire time. Behind them, I think there was no... It was absolutely, despite the fact those next 5 karts were nailed together, there were no changes in position. So it was Luke Evans, Jack Jones, Tommy Davis was 5th, Sully was 6th, Parker was 7th, Lewis Jones picked up 8th on the last lap, Ben Harper picked up 9th, and Jake Davis dropped from 8th to 10th on that last lap. But some fantastic action there at the front, some great driving.
Bit of a master class in how to defend at Glan-Y-Gors from Callum Davies. He really knew where he needed to defend, and from what I can remember, it was mainly down into the carousel where he just negated that potential passing place for Lewis Ball, and that basically gave him nothing else. So that's from Scott, is it? Yeah, it is getting worse. Luke Evans 3rd, Jack Jones 4th, and Tommy Lee Davies in 5th, Tom Sully. You went down the top 10 there, didn't you, Nick?
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
I've done it all for you.
Final heat then, before the lunch break, and this is heat number 3 for the Rotax Seniors 177 class. They're on the green number board with white numbers, and this is the heavier of the Rotax Max classes. Like we said, full subscription to the series for the whole year. 63 karts entered, hence we've got to spread the grids over 6 heats to get everybody qualified through for the final. That comes up towards the end of the afternoon. All of the heats are 8 minutes and 1 lap, and then the finals will be 12 minutes and 1 lap. So we're about to...
Yeah, so what we'll do, so we've got the lunch break half this. What we'll do is you did a little wander around the pit lane yesterday, so we'll play out that little thing to entertain you during the lunch break. A few interviews with the drivers we did yesterday, and the organisers we did yesterday afternoon, and we'll just run that out, and then that should do some of the time, and then we'll have to wait to see how much time we have to fill after that.
And then we can fill, Nick. We'll find something to talk about. Probably the sandwiches we had for lunch.
Yes. Have we arranged the rescue package?
No.
Okay.
That's going to have to be done. We've got the 177s out on track then, and it's Jack Goodyear leading the field round. Stephen Loggin is alongside him, as we see the karts already at the top of the hill at Spoon Curve. It's a 180-degree turn. That brings them back down the hill. And the pole position, number 9, a seated driver, having finished 9th in the NKC Rotax 177 class in 2021. And he has got them in good order there as we come into the twist and turns of the compression corner and then into Devil's Elbow.
Obviously keen to get ready for the lunch because they managed to get both. It looks like both the last couple of heats been done without a second formation lap.
Yeah, they look good. We probably get this race underway. Heat number 3 for the Rotax 117. He's in a little
straight on a nudge across there.
He moved right across in front of him.
3 carts off beneath us, the 5 carts off beneath us. The 70, the 17, the 22, the 28 have all had a kind of a kerfuffle in the middle of the the opening corner. This is the opening jink. Oh, that was naughty. That's not what you want to have at any point.
Moved across, didn't he? Was that?
That was our leader. That was Steve Gilly, who did that. I think that wasn't deliberate. That wasn't trying to take anyone out. It's a bit of lack of spatial awareness, more than anything else.
I think so. He's pulled a gap as Jack Goodyear's gone with him. Jack on the number 9. They've pulled a bit of a gap, and then behind them.
Oh, sorry. The cart beneath us, cart 70, has bent its axle. There was a big accident beneath us.
Yeah.
I think what happened was there was a concertina in the back of the field, and a couple of carts went over each other, and the 70s had the big problem of a bent axle. So he's going to have to go and do some serious work, and hopefully he's got a spare. But that's Josh Mallett, never got underway, which is always disappointing. He has got lunch to figure out, and he's dragging back already. So anyway, back to the people who are running around, and we're looking at the run down the hill, the leaders, first and second. We're with third, fourth and fifth at the moment, in the back of the leaders. So it's a 26 of Gilly from Goodyear.
Yeah, he's pulled out a bit of a lead, hasn't he? Half a second, and Goodyear pulled out over a second to the third place cart of Thomas Walker.
Let's drop back to the third, fourth, fifth and sixth battle for a bit. Let's see what's going on, more the fourth, fifth and sixth battle, because that's where the train really begins, with the blue suited Thomas Walker, who's under pressure now from the 5 of Mark Rowe, and he's going to lose that fourth place. Rowe out the inside, and Rowe is looking to try to bridge the gap to third place Terry Smith. In fact, Walker's lost 3 places up the hill, I think, and into the first corner. Oh, and then superb bit of double tighten corner there, and off the track there, because there's a lot of scrapping and biting out there. But
this is what you get, Nick, with mixed grids where faster drivers. The number 72 there, just fighting for grip. I think he went on the grass.
Yeah, he did.
Is it the 72 or the 75? That can't be the 75. That would be Thomas Walker.
Might be the 170. We'll find out when they shuffle out. But the interesting, you're right. There was people who really were trying to make very quick forward progress. And we're getting a little bit frustrated. I think it got a bit kind of concertinaed up going down the hill towards the carousel, and we saw cars in the wrong place, and people regaining positions they'd lost, then losing 3 more. And up over the top of the hill, and off the track has gone the green suited cart number, don't know, because can't see that one. maybe a back marker. Who knows?
If it was raining, Nick would be able to see those numbers because the sun wouldn't be so bright.
Yeah.
It's great racing throughout the field here, and what we see with mixed grids is the faster carts starting at the back, making their way through, and invariably you do get a bit of contact and a bit of carts hitting each other. And talk about that, that's good. That's called a shortcut there. Cart just coming off from camera's left and shooting across into the path of oncoming carts. I don't think he caused any problem there, though, Nick.
Yeah, a lot of action there. Jack Goodyear's fallen down the field, but we are looking to the leading car on the screen there was the 46 of Billy Clark, and you've got Alfie Williams. Oh, they come together. I know what happened there. That was a 46 and a 3. Yeah, Alfie Williams. I think so we changed the thing, and it's Alfie Williams, and he just whacks him across.
Well, it's just what happens there is that into the braking area, the track narrows, and he just squeezed down the inside at Alfie Williams. I'm not sure whether he made that stick. He was challenging Billy Clark on the 46. And he's going to be, I think that's a warning flag for Alfie Williams next time.
I think there should be a few warning flags. But yeah, it just goes to show we're into second. A lot of these guys were in their second heat, and I think everyone with their second heat, so they're all getting a little bit more anxious. They've seen what's happened before. They know what the points score are. They know what they need to do. A and B finals, and no bumping up from the B final to the A. So basically you get nailed into your final. Yeah. So if you end up in the B, the best you can finish overall, I think, is like 24th, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
So you will very much want to get into the, if you've got a bad heat behind you, you need to get a good one. So you get in the back of the A. At least you've got 12 minutes to do something about your overall point score for the championship. And it's getting very, very tight here. Again, that's the 320. Blimey, I'm using number 320. Jai Oliver in the 320s, just choosing a random number as high as possible.
It might have some significance.
It probably does. It's probably like he's got 3 children, 2 wives, and
he's
no
inside
hats.
the top 10 in that gaggle of carts.
Yeah, it is gaggly. So
it is. We've got carts that sort of compact up mid-race, and we have just gone past half distance with 3 minutes on the clock remaining. So we'll see a bit of stringing out, I think, coming to the final stage.
Yeah, Steve Gilly, after his kind of aggressive starts, pulled out a 5-second lead. Terry Smith second, Mark Rowe third. and then Tom Hinton in the 33. There's a lot of people who are really scrappy. This is the 320 versus 46 fight. Billy Clark from Jai. So Billy Clark is the leader of these two as they come down the hill. And then we switch onto a kind of a plethora of machines, all fighting for every last half inch of space, including Alfie Williams in that 3.
What we're seeing is karts very, very similar in performance and drivers similar in performance, just coming together as we see a challenge down the inside, breaking into Spoon there. Not quite sure who that was that made that move. Just coming down the hill now towards the carousel. The blue and yellow liveried kart of number 13. That's Lawrence Hilton. I think that was him moving ahead of Mark Rowe and into 4th place. He'll be looking like he could well challenge for that 3rd place now as he chases after Tom Hinton. As they cross the line, we'll confirm that is a change for position. It is indeed.
Let's pick up 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 2nd, 3rd and 4th are just coming to the top of the hill now, and they're going to go up and over the crest and into Spoon Curve. That's 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Really come together.
Yeah,
Steve Gilly a long way ahead, but that's Terry Smith leading that one, and thinking about getting past, it's Tom Hinton with Lawrence Hilton behind. So
you've seen the way Lawrence Hilton has come through the field. He's come through from literally the back of the field.
Again, looking a little bit kind of
into the twists and turns of the Devil's Elbow. This is where he'll want to get on the back of that kart in front of him. He's the 3rd kart in the train. The blue kart is the one that's made the progress, and he's wanting to make even more progress. He pulls out of the slipstream. It was the momentum out of turn 1, and he's made it stick already. Before he got to the kink, he was already by Terry Smith. He's now got Tom Hinton in his sights, and that's for 2nd place. Tom Hinton knows that though. Look at that, looking over his shoulder into the carousel. 2nd apex. Out of there, this will be where Lawrence Hinton will want to get onto the bumper through the twists and turns of the compression corner and then into Devil's Elbow. You've got to stay with him so that you're right with him in the final turn at Club Corner, or Paddock Bend I should say, then into Club Corner. This is the one where he had the momentum. Oh, he's got massive amount of speed there. He's right on the tail of Tom Hinton.
Just breezed
so it's
past.
Hilton who's just breezed past Hinton. Commentator's nightmare, that one, isn't it? Hilton breezes past Hinton. Just a change of 1 letter. Look how fast Hilton is. Keep an eye on this number 13 in the final, because that kart is flying here at Glan-Y-Gors today.
So it's up to 2nd. Gilly from pole has made the most of that start position though, and he's pulled out a 5.5 second lead. That's not him in the camera in front, that's a back marker. He's long gone, and this is going to be the last lap now that they start, but Hilton got it done last time around. Hinton behind. He's not, I'm pretty sure, unless Hinton makes a mistake, Hilton makes a mistake, Hinton's not very bothered about going past him.
He's not going to make 5 seconds up, Nick. I think Steve Gilly,
just relax, take the points.
Gilly is going to take the win unless some horrible luck appears. Lawrence Hilton, though, once he's cleared the karts that he's scythed his way through the field, he's just pulled away a gap, and here we are seeing that happen right there. A very fine 3rd for Lawrence Hilton.
So we'll see Steve Gilly has now passed and has won the race, or the heat, sorry. Hilton gets 2nd, Hinton gets 3rd, Alfie Williams is 4th, Terry Smith is 5th, James Yap 6th, Liam Rabjans is 7th, Billy Clark 8th, Tim Darlow 9th, Jai Oliver 10th, Richardson 11th, Alex Jones 12th, and they've the ones who've finished so far. And then we have Jack Goodyear, Dan Millard, Dave Nolan in 15th, Thomas Child 16th, Tom Walker 17th, Zach Bolton 18th in this heat running. So that should be what we have for, let's make sure they're not, no, there's no one there. We are actually going to have lunch now. There's no carts waiting in the collecting area. So we will be back when they come back, but after a very brief break while we just press some buttons.
Scheduled for 30 minutes lunch break.
Yeah, so theoretically we're returning at a 10 to 1, but it might be 1:45.
Right. We'll be back around 1:45, and the first heat up this afternoon, Senior Rotax 162, so we look forward to that.
And we'll be playing yesterday's Wander Around the Pits for you. And welcome to the National Kart Cup 2022, round 1 here at Glan-Y-Gors. And with me is the voice of the NKC, Joe Bradley. Joe, the season kicks off in surprising weather for Wales, but what else we got in store?
Well, we've certainly, the sun is shining, Nick, but let's not be fooled. It's still pretty chilly. It's early March, of course, and what we've got in store is some very exciting racing. NKC has just taken off. We've more than doubled the entry from last year's championship, and there's some big names. We've got former British champions here. The quality as well as quantity is there to be seen.
Yeah, that's right. 208 entries here this weekend. Many classes. What's the standout for you, Joe?
Well, we've got a full quarter of Rotax classes, senior classes 162 and 177, and that denotes the weight of the kart and the driver.
And speaking as two 177s, that's the one for us.
Yeah, I'm really a big fan of the 177 class. We've got some former British champions here. We've got, we haven't just got quantity, we've got quality, Nick. And we've got a mix of classes. We've got the 100 UK and the TKM class. The 100 UK is a kind of historic karting class. The karts and engines are from the 1990s. So we've got a full plethora of karting here, going back to the halcyon days of the 90s.
Well, we're here now in the collecting area. What I'm going to do, Joe, is I'm going to send you into the paddock to go and talk to people.
That's what we do.
Fantastic.
So we're here at Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales for the first round of the 2022 NKC Championship, and Chris Cox is one of the organisers. Chris, congratulations. I mean, you've more than doubled the entry list from last year's championship.
Yeah, it's been quite incredible, really. I think the industry's doing well, and I think people are just really cottoning on to what we're doing, and is attracting good numbers.
There's lots of things I like about this championship, Chris. It's a low-cost formula for everyone, and I'm sure that's why this thing's so popular.
Yeah, it's started out as something really just for me and Ollie, the other organiser, to race in without spending a lot of money. And obviously it's grown from something really small to something quite big now.
It is, it really is. Give us an idea of what classes are going to be racing. I'm familiar with the two senior classes, the 177 and the 162 Rotax classes, but what else have we got here this weekend?
Okay, so we've got TKMs, which is where we started. We used to just be a TKM championship. We've also got 100 UK, which is a 90s-based TKM championship. And we've also introduced Junior Rotax and Minimax this year as well.
Right, good to see. And going forward in 2022, what tracks are we going to visit?
So from here we go to Clay Pigeon, then it's Rowrah, Wilton Mill, Landau and Fullbeck.
Thanks, Chris. I know you've got a lot to do. The fever's beginning to build here at Glan-Y-Gors, and we're all looking forward to the rest of the weekend. I've just come across something in the paddock that just epitomises everything about the sport of karting. Lad and Dad racing at its finest. Here we've got the number 29 kart of Bradley Beavers and his father Darren, who's on the number 25, and they're actually going to compete together. Bradley, who's the quickest then, you or your dad?
Probably me, to be honest, because the weight is a lot different as my dad.
Oh, that's a bit harsh, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, he's a few kilos overweight compared to me. I've got a bit more up the straight, but yeah.
Yeah. So Darren, I know I was being a bit unfair there, but you know, you're in the 100 UK plus class. So that's all to do with, as Bradley explained there, all to do with the weight. So you're a little bit heavier.
That's it, yeah. So basically, 100 UK has two weight limits: 152 for the little guys and 162 for the bigger guys.
For the older guys,
Exactly. 41 years old and over 162 kg. But it's good to be out racing with him. I mean, he's been racing all his life since he was our bambino. But obviously now he's just turned 16. we can compete on the same grid. So really looking forward to it.
And did you race karts before Bradley was born, kind of thing?
Yeah. So I started karting when I was 8 years old. Did it from 8 till 14 in the early 90s, early to mid 90s. And then obviously had a big break. Bradley came along in 2006 and got him into it by 2010.
And of course the 100 UK class is all about 90s karting, isn't it? These are karts and engines from the 1990s.
Yeah, exactly that. These are very similar to what I raced back in the day. Obviously when I was 8 to 11 I raced cadet karts, but then at 11 years old the next step up back then was the junior TKM, or what was known as Formula A. Bradley's itching for a go in Formula A. A little bit faster than these, but a bit more expensive to run as well. So we're sticking to the 100 UK at the minute.
Yeah, they were always renowned for being a cost-effective formula. Bradley, are you guys in for the whole of the NKC Championship?
After this round, if I end up scoring some good points, I think we'll definitely have a decision after that. But yeah.
I suppose I should have asked Dad that one, shouldn't I? Dad, are we going to be in for the rest of the season? Of course we are.
So the plan at the minute is to see how tomorrow goes, obviously. But yeah, we've had a great day today. All the ladies and gentlemen here seem very nice. I can't see any reason why we won't be continuing the championship.
And how far have you come? Where are you from?
Northampton.
Right.
So.
Best of luck, guys. Have a great weekend. Great to talk to you. Minimax is one of our Rotax classes here this weekend. It's pretty much exactly the same engine as we'll see on the junior karts and on the seniors. However, the Minimax class does have a little bit more restriction. The driver on this number 55 is Alex Fraser. Alex, come on over here and have a chat. So you're here at Glan-Y-Gors for the first round of the NKC. You must be looking forward to the weekend, yeah?
Yep. I'm looking really forward to it. See if I can have a win for it.
And where are you from exactly? Where's your local club?
Don't really know, to be honest.
Oh, so is this what? How long have you been karting?
Well, I've been doing racing for about a year.
Right. Where do you normally race, is what I mean?
All over.
So what championship do you normally run in? Did you run in NKC last year?
No, I did CKC last year.
Right.
So.
And Minimax last year, or is this the first?
I did cadet, so
right.
This is the first in one of these racing.
What do you find is especially likeable about the faster Minimax kart?
It's fun going down the straight because it's like 70 mile an hour, and seeing how fast I can overtake people and see how many I can overtake. So.
You've got a brand new Lando Norris kart, I noticed. This LN stands for Lando Norris, the McLaren Formula One driver. I believe Lando Norris had input into the design of this kart. So you're on a good piece of kit, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Have you tried getting any advice from Lando Norris?
No, not yet.
Maybe that's a week you should try and do that. So you are in Minimax. There's a small grid of Minimax here, and you're running off the back of the juniors. But that's not going to detract from your racing, is it? You said to me earlier, a few seconds ago, you're looking for a win.
Yeah, I am. I'm looking for a good win. See if I can beat some of the juniors.
Oh, you're actually going to after a few junior scalps. Who are your main competitors going to be in the Minimax class?
Number 21.
Have you already sussed their quick?
Yeah.
What they're called?
They're decent.
Yeah,
I can beat them.
They're decent. Look how confident this fella is. Hey, Alex, fist pump. Best of luck for tomorrow. I don't know whether it's my favourite class, and it's probably because I've put on a bit of weight myself, but the heavier Rotax class is very well subscribed here in the NKC. And one of the drivers here I recognise is the 177 British champion from 2018. I am right with that, Louis, on it, 2018?
A few moons ago, but yeah, you're right.
It's not, I mean, it might be, yeah, but it feels like yesterday. You're here in the NKC. It's a different kind of championship by dint of tyre formula. Give us an explain of what the tyre regs are for this.
Yeah, definitely. So instead of your British MSUK standard where you run as many sets as you want up until race day, and then you have one set from quali through to race, for the NKC we've got one set per 3 races. So your starting tyre for this weekend will take you through to the midway point of the season. At that point you'll then put another fresh set of tyre on, and those slicks will take you towards the end of the championship. They are a much stiffer compound, they're a lot harder, they're a lot more durable. So for us, it's a big change. We're used to a lot more grip. We're used to, you know, driving the kart very differently, stopping, getting it rotated. With this, it's, you know, we're still playing about trying to find out what works. But the idea was to cut costs. It's definitely cut costs.
Yeah.
So I can see why it's got such a big following. But yeah, for us, it's going to be about learning about how to utilise the new tyre.
So I would imagine considerable cost saving there. I mean, a set of tyres, what's that, about 200 quid?
For a set of D5s, you're talking 186 a set, I think.
Right,
yeah.
so 2 sets per season in comparison to 3 sets a weekend. Yeah. That's why this series is popular, I would imagine.
I'd agree. So, I mean, obviously for the 177s, they've got a big grid, which does attract people. You know, I know there are other people from MSUK, and this, I think, the grids is one thing, but like you've just said, you can go through 3 sets of tyres a weekend. Yeah. If you're doing a double header, it's 6. So by the time you take into consideration the savings, I can see why there is such a big following for this championship.
And from the driving seat, Louis, the tyre is harder, less grippy, but everyone's on the same tyre, so everything equals out, isn't it? It's still about the driver.
Absolutely, yeah. I think what's going to be key is learning how to drive differently, because you can't, you know, you couldn't get off these, go onto a D5 and drive the same. You've got to adapt the driving style. So, you know, it might suit some drivers better, it might hinder others, but like you said, everyone's on the same. Everyone's got a chance to be as fast as each other, and you know, I do really like what they've done in terms of trying to bring it into a much more affordable class, instead of just running away with the costs as other championships have.
Technical challenge as well, I would imagine. I know you like to delve into your setups and stuff, but I would imagine it's a different challenge all round.
Absolutely, yeah. So what we tried this morning, what we would normally run, and it just didn't work. Right. It's just a very different setup, so we're still getting there, but it's just about trial and error. Data, you know I love data.
He loves his data.
Yeah, so anything to charge. But no, we're just working away, race by race, and you know, it's just a bit more of a relaxed season for us this year.
The 128 number you're running this season, it's a story behind that, isn't it? It's not just... What's that then?
So I couldn't have 2, which is my British seed for this year, because it's not an MSUK championship. I used to run number 18 before that, couldn't have that, someone else beat me to it. So we ended up on 3 digits, because it's such a big entrant. So we decided to go for the 3 numbers that we have had in the British Championships before. As you said, 2018 number 1, 2021 number 2, and 2020 number 8.
That's a great story. Have a great weekend.
You too, thank you.
Charlotte Parker, one of only 2 women in the senior Rotax class. Charlotte, you're quite outnumbered by the boys, but that's not going to stop you going for a good position tomorrow, is it? Not. Look at that face of determination. Yeah, Does that give you an extra challenge?
Not really. I've done it since I was 18, so I'm used to the lads pushing and shoving around me. But no, it doesn't affect me really. I've grown up with 3 brothers, so.
So you're in a very comfortable environment. Yeah. You've just been telling me you've been racing at Hooton Park, which is your club track. Yeah. You've done a bit of UKC, but here you are at the NKC. Is this your first year with NKC?
Yeah, first year with NKC. Hopefully it goes good this weekend.
Yeah, I noticed you've got a brand new set of slicks there. Yeah. See that, everybody? That's brand spanking new. Now then, 2 sets of tyres per season. Yeah. That's quite an alien concept, isn't it, in karting?
Yeah, I'm not used to that, but I'll give it a good go. Yeah.
What sort of challenges do you think that's going to bring?
Obviously, the tyre wearing off quite quickly, or you got to manage your tyre a little bit more than usual. But it's the grip that I'm worried about and stuff like that. But we'll get there.
When you say grip, you mean lack of?
Lack of, yeah.
Right.
Because obviously, I'll start with grippier tyres and it'll go and go and go and go, and you've got to kind of set up to like working with less grip.
Yeah. But if these things start going on Sunday afternoon, you've still got 2 more rounds to get out of them, haven't you? That's what you mean? This is a big thing for everybody in karting. I know I've been talking about it a lot to everybody, but it really is, isn't it?
Yeah, you've just got to make sure you don't work it too hard in the first heat. First weekend.
There's quite a thing about women in motorsport, and you know, only 2 women in the senior Rotax class. Do you have any thoughts of why, you know, women aren't attracted to motorsport?
I don't think they're pushed as much as men.
Right.
And I don't think they're as confident. Like sometimes I lack the confidence. Maybe they think they're not strong enough, or. But you just got to get on and do it. I see more younger girls coming into the classes, but they always seem to leave around juniors and my age. I didn't do it as a child. I was playing football, but I think everyone should just give it a go.
Do you think it's to do with? I mean, these karts are really physical to drive. I mean.
Yeah.
I can't believe how I used to do 20 laps in these and now I can only do 5 because I'm old, you see. Do you think it's to do with maybe that, the physicality of the sport?
No, because, well, I'm here doing it, so it's possible.
Yeah.
You just got to work harder out off the track to make sure you're prepared to be able to manage it.
What will you be hoping for when I talk to you on Sunday afternoon? When you go home on Sunday evening, what will you be happy with?
Well, obviously I want to win, but basically, I just want to be able to come here better off than I did, because I came here for UKC and I want to be better off than I was before, times-wise, and I just want to see where I'm at.
Let's see where Charlotte Parker is on Sunday afternoon. Well, I hope you've enjoyed our little wander around the paddock and our little chats to some of the competitors here. We're going to have a great season, the NKC, in 2022. But first, we've got the first round at Glan-Y-Gors. 9:45 in the morning is when it all starts.
Hello again, Joe.
Hello.
And we are back. It's Karting Live TV here at Glan-Y-Gors with round one of the NKC, the National Kart Cup, brought to you by NAVOS, RG Racing, Alfano, Edwards Motorsports and A47 Self-Storage. We are just waiting for the recumbrance. Is that a word? Restarting. I've invented a word. The restarting of the afternoon session. We have almost as many heats in the afternoon had in the mornings, and then we have the finals as well. So we've got a lot more racing action for you coming up. Anyway, so Joe, sum up this morning for me because I've forgotten already.
Well, 8 minutes and 1 lap heats coming up. We've already had quite a few heats, 3 heats for the senior Rotax classes, both the 162 and the 177s. But just to remind everybody, if you weren't with us this morning, there's no time qualifying in the National Karting Cup. It's all about mixed grids, and what that means is each competitor gets a grid start, or a heat start I should say, at the front of the grid, the middle of the grid and the back of the grid. And what we see there is a complete mix of performance levels and ability levels throughout the field. So we get a lot of action in these heats. Far too much for us to keep a tab on everything. So we'll do our best to keep an eye on what the action is and where the action is. What it means is the full quota of 63 entries for both of the senior Rotax classes means that we get to have to split them over 6 heats. Each competitor will get 3, and how you finish in your heats will designate where you start on the grid for the final. So the better you finish in the heats, the more chance you have of starting near the front for the final. And it's the all-important final because that's where the championship points are. At the moment, we're halfway there. We've got the next section of heats coming, and the first section of heats, or the first category of kart out, is the senior Rotax 162. Yeah. Callum Davies won the previous heat, but I'm not sure where Callum
he was even in this one, yes, because you aren't necessarily in the even ones or the odd ones. You're just in a selection of heats. Yeah. Sometimes you might be in heat 5 and 6, apparently.
It's not going to be until we get to the final part of virtually, Nick, it's not going to be until we're pretty much getting into the finals that we get to see who's done what and who's done where. I was speaking to James Wood in the break, and James Wood has had a start from the middle and a start from the back. He came from something like 17th to 5th, 26th to inside the top 10. So he's had 2 very good heats.
That's what you
need
to
do. And the thing is, his third heat, he starts near the front. Not exactly where he said. He didn't exactly say where near the front, but that bodes very well for him. And there's going to be, that is what you need to do. You need to stay out of trouble. It's so very easy. The track here at Glan-Y-Gors is a very demanding track. It's very fast in sections, but it's also very technical. The final section of corners, the switchbacks left and right through Compression Corner and Devil's Elbow, you'll see me reiterating all the time how technical it is. And it's so easy to lose time there. And in another sense, it's so easy to gain time.
Yeah.
And that's where you need to gain on your competitors. If they make a mistake, you need to be ready to pounce to get towards the flag. And we saw that in one of the previous heats in the 177 class, where right at the very end, Louis Large lost out right at the flag at the final turn. And it was basically down to how they went through that final section of corners. So Glan-Y-Gors, completely different challenge, as you would expect, to the other 5 rounds that we're going to visit. And do you want to have a look at the season ahead of us, Nick?
Yeah, I'll just you pin up. I just say one thing I would say about it, which is interesting. I think it is a track of 2 halves, isn't it? Because you go from Paddock Bend to the Spoon,
I know what you're
and
say.
It's all about power. It's all about drive. It's all about momentum. Then you have the bit down to the carousel, which is kind of bit in both, and then you turn that right-hand corner and go down the hill through the second half of the compressor, through Compressor Corner, through the Devil's Elbow hairpin, then the left hand and into Paddock Bend, and all that is you need a completely different kart setup for that part than you need for the other half of the circuit. It is absolutely, you could cut it in half, and you're thinking kart A, knocking it out the park in that part, and then the second half second, not so good.
I was talking to a couple of drivers yesterday in practice. They were, on their data screens, it was telling them the timing was they were a tenth of a second up or 2/10 up. Get to the final turn and they're 2/10 down on their previous fastest lap. It's that technical a track here at Glan-Y-Gors. Just have a look at the calendar ahead of us for the NKC in 2022. Here we are in North Wales, beautiful part of the world at Glan-Y-Gors. Second round, first weekend of April, is down near Dorset on near the south coast. Clay Pigeon. a well-known kart track for many, many years in the world of national and international karting. From there, in the middle of May, we go up to Cumbria, to Rowra. Rowra is the track that I very first raced a kart.
Wow.
In my very
And it's
first
still there,
competitive karting.
from Victorian times. It's a steam power kart.
Wilton Mill is round 4.
It's near my house.
Wilton Mill.
It's near my house.
It's near you. And from there we come back to Wills for Landau for the 6th and 7th of August, the weekend of that. And then the final round for the NKC is at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire.
But of course, we also have, in early June, the NKC Super Prix.
We do.
Which is also at Fulbeck.
Also at Fulbeck, yeah. And that's a plate meeting, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the Super
It's a
Prix
one-off.
meeting. Yeah.
You might get a chance to do a proper grib walk for that.
Yeah, we do. We do have.
We'll send you down with a clipboard and everything.
We do have a lot more time to talk to the competitors at the plate event.
And away we go.
But right now, Nick, we've got karts already being released, and the afternoon has begun.
So it is, as we said, the Heat 4, and we are as in the dark as you are, who's in this heat until they trip over the timing screens. But it is I'm not sure that unregistered transponder actually is in there. I think they can maybe from a car going over the line during the lunch break. So I think it's actually Ben Bowers who's leading the way, but there's absolutely no intention here of forming up properly at the end of this first lap, is there?
No, not at all.
They really aren't even interested in that concept.
You don't be taken in by the sunny pictures that you're receiving from Glan-Y-Gors. It's a beautiful, bright and sunny day.
Hang on. I stand corrected. They are giving it a go.
He's just gone off quick. What I was about to say, it's a bright and sunny day, but it's very, very cold. The ambient temperature is about 5 degrees. That's going to continue to come down. Are they going to release
This should get waves because the back of the field's nowhere near.
Yeah. Is that Tom Sully in the 46?
Yeah, Sully. We're now getting the correct orders. You look up on the right-hand side of the screen. It's Sully from Harper, from Lewis, from Powell, from Tatham, Lewis Jones, Jez Owen, Wainwright, and a few others. So it's not the entire field, by the way.
The less experienced drivers, Nick, find it hard to keep up on this pace lap.
But you say that, but I don't know if I've watched a number of proper racing events recently, and certainly the IndyCar and F1, where during a safety car period, none of them seem to be able to actually keep up. And so when it goes green, they're hours behind. This is the most basic thing a racing driver should learn. You know, when you're making a formation lap or a yellow flag lap, you stay close to each other. Or they'll have a dawdle around the back.
It'll all be important to get some temperature, 5 degrees ambient temperature, track temperature barely above that. So on this harder Maxxis tyre as well, even more important to get them up to optimum operating temperature. I think Tom Sully's got them kind of settled down. I think that's Tom Sully at the front, who's got them all in order. He's going to
might be Scott on that side of the track. I'm not sure. No, going round again.
Going round again. They're still not happy, are they?
Not sure why that is. There's quite a little bit of shuffling going on.
Is that Scott Sully or Scott Russell that keeps pulling away at the front?
I'm not quite
that
sure,
might
actually.
Be what the starter's not happy with. He's not sort of keeping.
So our lead kart is the 46 of Sully, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Scott Russell doesn't stay with him out of the final turn. That would be the thing to do. There's a bit of shenanigans going on here, a bit of tactics going on here, I think. Tom Sully out ahead, trying to wait for the field to come up, and the field are just taking their time behind him. Sully's the man who is on the pole position, so he should control the pace. So it's down to the other competitors to keep to his pace, and whatever pace he chooses on the warm-up lap, on this pace lap. Now they come together. Perhaps some of the drivers wanted another lap, but we're coming through compression corner now into Devil's Elbow, and we will be. Now they look in pretty good order.
Surely this time.
Because of the twisty nature
Third
of the
time's
final
a charm.
Section of the track, it's very hard to keep the field together. And once again, the pole man gets a break and he takes with him Andrew Powell. Is that Andy Powell? Number 19?
Yep, it looks like it. Harper is in, I think Scott Russell is in third, actually. But we'll go around. It's 46.
No, 62.
From 62, it is Harper.
Ben Harper.
And then I think it's Powell in third. And then Russell.
He went with him. Tom Sully went very, very early. And Ben Harper, behind him, went with him. So
it's a 19 in third.
So Andy Powell in the number 19, or on the number 19, I should say. He's bringing Scott Russell with him as well. These four breaking away from the rest of the pack. A little bit of change of order down for 6th place there. We'll see who that was. Lewis Jones just going ahead of Scott Russell, and Scott Russell down to 6 as they come across the line, head up the hill towards the spoon, and it's a challenge for the lead. We've got Tom Sully under immense pressure from Ben Harper. Down the hill now towards the carousel, and behind them, Andy Powell and Jay Lewis. I think that's Jay Lewis who's got ahead of Powell. So change for 3rd place now. As the leaders, though, this is a battle that's going to take a little while. Tom Sully is not wanting to relinquish that 1st place to Ben Harper as they go through the Devil's Elbow into the final turn at Paddock Bend and across the line to complete 2 laps. 1st, 2nd and 3rd now breaking away. Andy Powell has got the advances of Lewis Jones now as these 3 at the front, Tom Sully, Ben Harper, Jay Lewis. We've seen how quick Jay Lewis is here at Glan-Y-Gors. And we'll see if Lewis can just bide his time. Plenty of time on the clock for Lewis to just wait and pick his point of overtake. We've seen him do that in the past few heats. But it's Tom Sully. He looks very quick everywhere. I can't really see. If I was Ben Harper, I'm struggling to see a place where Tom Sully is actually weak. There isn't anywhere. He's very quick everywhere.
It's a very balanced lap performance. We have seen some very unbalanced performances so far today. We have once again in 3rd, Jay Lewis with his North Face jacket. He's making sure he doesn't get cold. Wearing the extra layer, the man in black, but it's the man in the black North Face jacket he's wearing over his race suit.
The aerodynamics of that padded jacket's not really what an engineer would prefer.
I'm not overly sure. If it's catching all the wind behind you, you kind of think, what's it doing? But I suppose it's better
than... hood on it.
Yeah, he's wearing his hoodie. I'm not sure whether he's going to go out and menace some people at the local corner shop afterwards. I'm not sure.
Well, I can tell you, I think Tom Sully is a bit of a cork in the bottle here, Nick. Ben Harper in 2nd.
Well, I don't know. You say that, but he's got the inside into lead.
Yeah, the cork has been spat out because.
But that could have been. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, see that again.
Everybody beginning to trip over.
Was that like a let through?
Ben Harper, it was
comes in
through the Devil's Elbow.
Yeah, look, and then he comes in and he just.
This is the move.
Moves
That's
up
the
at the inside. Yeah.
move. The opportunist move from Ben Harper. He saw that coming right the way back from the Devil's Elbow. And we've lost him. We've lost Sully.
Well, that's not gone well, is it? He's so upset to be on a replay. He's just given up. So, now, 3rd place is that 21 of Lewis Jones. It's 1, 2 and 3 together. They come crushing down the hill through the Devil's Elbow and off to the bottom of the track to start another lap going through the Paddock Hill Bend. There, obviously, start-finish. You can see the strivations of the grid start. And they power up the straight, and it is up the hill. And I'm quite pleased there. I think our shots aren't totally taking the elevation out of the track. You can still see how much elevation there is. So if you think about, that's a great move for the lead there as Lewis comes up to Harper and he drops to 3rd. So 1st to 3rd for Harper there. And I assume these are teammate carts. They look like they're
Jay Lewis who's gone into the lead.
They look like they're teammate carts because they're stick it up in the same way, aren't they?
Yeah, Jay Lewis. We saw it in the earlier heat. He was able to just make his move. We've lost Tom Sully completely, by the way.
He's in 29th. He's on the lead lap, but he's last and running. Are the ones who are running on the lead lap.
So he's had an off and he's continued. So
it's Jay Lewis from Lewis Jones, not confusing at all. Obviously, they're definitely the sticker teammates. I assume, therefore, they are actually the teammates as well.
It's a bit of a commentator's nightmare, that, isn't it? Jay Lewis.
There's a few of those, you see. Hinton and Hilton. Yeah. But they are teammates, they may be, and they just bring a little bit of a gap on Harper in he's the driver in the bright blue race suit. So these two, it's the colourful helmet in 2nd of Lewis Jones. The rest of them are looking pretty similar.
They're both on Cosmic Karts. That's the livery of the karts that they're on.
Ah, I see.
I'm not sure whether they're running out of the same team. They could well be, but these two now beginning to just sneak ahead of Ben Harper, who's just dropping back in 3rd spot now, just trying and struggling to stay on board. Andy Powell down to 5th, H. Wainwright up into 4th ahead of Powell now. Tonino Machichi
moved for the lead there. Didn't get to come off, and Lewis Jones has taken over from Jay Lewis. So Lewis first name gets ahead of Lewis second name. Now that's Harper a bit closer, but that's now shuffled them back into order, I think, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jay Lewis now pulls away, Joe.
Yeah, he's been looking like he's been held up, but Lewis Jones.
Yeah,
you know what? There's absolutely nothing in it. Lewis Jones now leading. Jill Lewis in second. As I said, Ben Harper being dropped by these. He has a look over his shoulder, does Lewis Jones. And he drives a little bit tighter through the kink, shutting off that potential overtake spot into the spoon curve.
Oh, too much curb from Lewis there, and he lost a huge chunk of time. Just took 2 wheels on the inside curb of the. It was the second place man, Jay Lewis. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, the 42 kart. The 42 kart lost some time, but now they got it back again.
They've both slowed down because Ben Harper has caught
them. They both made mistakes.
Them back up. Yeah, they both made mistakes. They both too much curb use. And look at that, Ben Harper back into it. So these two will have to settle down and try and make that gap up again. There is just under a minute and a half now, just under 90 seconds remaining. That was 9 laps completed that time by. These three have pulled away a 5-second lead approximately from Mr. H. Wainwright. Have you got his first name? Nope, just H. Wainwright. And then it's a gaggle of cars led by Thomas Storer in 5th, Tonio Michele in 6th, Mars Barthorpe in 7th, and Pedro Oliveira, who put in the win, didn't he, in his last hit. Brilliant win, Pedro Oliveira. He's opening in 8th. Yeah. So he must have started off the back this time, looking to make up some positions. He's currently in 8th, but this 1, 2 and 3 are still nailed together in this heat. All it's going to take, Nick, is for those two who are at the front of this field to make another mistake, hit a curb, and Ben Harper is going to be there. He's going to be right there to take advantage. He's hanging on to them with all he knows. But I tell you what, those two cosmics ahead of him, of Lewis Jones and Jay Lewis, they do seem to have that little bit of edge. And maybe Lewis Jones seems to have a bit, now that he's settled in that first place, he seems to be just knuckling down and just giving himself, or trying to give himself a bit of a cushion. And as I say that, the cushion disappears through the carousel. He's not quick. He's whatever his line or his setup, just coming down through the carousel. It's not a fast place for Lewis Jones. It is quick for Jay Lewis, but then we get to this bottom part of the section. Jay Lewis is all over Lewis Jones, but you'll see this as soon as they come round here, Paddock Bend. Suddenly it just opens up, and he seems much happier as they sweep through the corner. They've got that 2 kart length, and he may have gone a little bit wide there, actually. Jay Lewis ducked his head behind his wheel, which inflated his hood with his anorak. And therefore it's a parachute. Yeah, which didn't do, pointless ducking your head if it's going to inflate your hoodie. He's right on his tail, though, Jay Lewis. And they've got one more, because they went over at 7:58, so there's this one and one more. Right, so they still haven't seen the last lap, 1 lap to go board. But you know what? Look at the body language from Jay Lewis. He looks like he's mounting a challenge right on the bumper there. Closer this time. This is where he's not here. This next section here where he loses a little bit. See, they're just better drive coming out of the devil's elbow again for Lewis Jones, which gives him those 3 car lengths. And admittedly, for the hood inflation. No, he's not. He's noticed it this time. He's kept his head up. He's probably tuned into us. Tries the wide line. He's got half a cut up the inside, but then cuts across as Lewis Jones to take away that chance of getting up the inside of the spoon. Now, what Lewis should have done, which he probably can't do, it's the last lap, is he should have actually looked at a slightly different line. Knows he's faster there because he's got a nudgette at the back of Lewis Jones's car. Ben Harper literally is sitting there just waiting with a dustpan and brush to pick up the pieces, isn't he, really? But looks like they're going to both finish first and second. And Lewis Jones. Nick. Great battle. Great driving, but way, through the. He's got him down the inside. He's going to get. And he's going to get last lap. Fantastic stuff. You know what, Nick? That was down to 2400th of a second. Whose transponder was further to the front on the kart. And Jay Lewis takes it. The answer is Jay Lewis. Let's see that one again. 24 thousandths of a second at the line. So it's all looking fine here. And they come round and he just sent it. He just look at the massive bump he got off the danger curb. Sent it. He wasn't anywhere near making that move. And I think that's. Do you think that's the edge of hardness and beginning to be unfair? Where would you go on that? Because he wasn't off the track. He took the risk. We see it again. We'll check the results. Watch it again and slow it down. Just slow it down again. Just more. That's it. There we go. Yeah, he did. He launched off the inside curve, didn't he? He launched it and pushed him out. I think that should be reversed. I'm not sure it will be, but I think that should be reversed. Well, we'll see. We'll see if there is anything done from the opinions of the race stewards. Can I just say, all power for Brazil for going for it. Yeah, absolutely. Well done. Motor Racing UK, who actually is one of your friends, says, Joe, how are the burgers there? Can't be as good as Warden. they're a good standard. They're a good standard, Mick.
And then Mick says, only half watching, I'm afraid, putting together a charity issue of the mag. I misread that as a chastity issue of the mag.
No, he's raising some money for Ukrainian motorsport, is Mick, with Motor Racing UK magazine. And doing a cracking job. Nice to see you keeping a wary eye on the karting world, though. I think Mick's been blown away by what he's seen at his local track up in Warden Law. And we continue to blow him away by bringing him the National Karting Cup. Stay tuned, Mick. It's not over yet, mate. Still some cracking racing going to be happening here at Glan-Y-Gors as we let loose the Rotax 177s for their fourth heat. Again, a mixed grid of competitors. Tim Darlow is at the front of the field from Dan Millward alongside. Lawrence Hilton is behind them on row 2 with Thomas Eldridge alongside. Rhys Llewellyn and Darren Edwards are on row 3. Carl Bryant and Stephen Lathwell are on row 4. Steve Maidman and Alex Joyner are on row 5. I noticed Stephen Horner on the number 66. He's the current Warden Law IKR champion. In fact, consecutive championships in 20 and 21 for Stephen. And he's starting his heat. It's his turn to be near the back for this one. We'll see how he fares. Now then, a nice orderly fashion.
Very good.
Into the final turn, which may enable the starter to let these.
Depends if Tim tries to leap it.
Yeah, they have.
Gone, yeah. And the two inside of the inside row. So poor start for our erstwhile second place starter. I think it was Lawrence Hilton. I know Lawrence has got a good score because both the Hiltons and the Hintons did well in their first heat. I can't remember which one was which.
They're not together, thankfully.
Yes. I think they've been split from these heats, thankfully, yes. So they come down the hill into the carousel for the first time. And I think it's Darlow leading, isn't it?
Yeah, Tim Darlow in the number 18.
Nice. That's different. What I like about that car immediately is it's got a very different sticker scheme on it. A bit of bright red. Red, surprisingly, solid red is not particularly popular. You think all the Ferrari fans, there'll be loads of karts with red, but red, bit of black, bit of yellow striping. He's gone for several of the colours at one go, but he's leading this race as well. Second place behind him in the blue and white. There's so many karts out there with blue and white from so many teams. It's Lawrence Hilton, and that's Millward, Bryant, and then Rhys Llewellyn.
Up the hill towards the spoon, then and over the brow into the braking area. Lawrence Hilton looking for a way by, isn't he?
Yeah,
still plenty of time, of course. Only one lap completed, so it does look like Hilton, if he was able to get by Darlow, he would pull away.
And this would be great news for him because we know he's already had one, I think, top 3 result. Back it up with a win, and you are suddenly, almost certainly, sitting yourself right up at the finals.
We've got an early back marker just up ahead of them. So one of our competitors having a bit of a dire start.
Poor start there. That's the 75 kart of Thomas Walker.
Here we go. This is where Hilton will want to get in the slipstream of that lead Tim Darlow kart.
Got him.
He does indeed. He gets alongside through the kink and then into the braking area over the brow. Very daunting as you go over the brow there, but he's made it stick. Lawrence Hilton leads.
And that has played into Carl Bryant's hands because it's kind of brought him much, much closer to second place now, Tim Darlow. So Bryant, who's worked his way through from the middle of the front pack and now is bridging that gap as the back marker moves out the way. Very gentlemanly stuff there from Thomas. And they come down the hill through the Devil's Elbow. There it is.
They really drop off that ridge there.
So deep. So it is so steep.
Yeah. Now, as I thought, Nick, he's pulling away, isn't he? Lawrence Hilton's pulling away.
But that's because Brian is the second fastest man on the track at the moment, not Tim Darlow. And I think he's just going to... Two ideas. Might do it, might not. Though actually, interestingly, Hilton didn't pull away up the straight as much as I thought he was going to do. So, I'm not quite sure what happened to Hilton there, because he was away and free. But Darlow in the red cart gained on him. Bryant gained on Darlow, but just didn't want to quite throw everything up the inside at the top corner.
The gap's just disappeared. The gap was all the way up the straight and then into the braking area at Spoon. The gap has just disappeared, and he's right on his bumper now for the whole lap.
And not pulling away. So you put it down to one little mistake, and that would be it. But suddenly, Lawrence not pulling away. Now, whether they've been playing with tyre pressures, and Hilton's car came in and then went over the top, where the others are still coming in, I'm not sure. Now, that's given him a gap, because the mistake by Darlow has actually gapped him. No, actually, Darlow's got more pace on the straight. Darlow's got more pace on the straight than Hilton. Despite that poor drive out, he closed the gap right up. Bryant now being dragged along for the ride. Top 3 covered by 0.3 of a second.
I thought for a moment there Bryant was going to have a challenge on Darlow in second.
Absolutely crossed up there. Well, he crossed up coming to the carousel there, but that's lost him, what, 3 kart lengths?
Yeah, it really has. Yeah. We've got Darlow not giving up on that lead, though, is he? We thought Hilton was going to disappear. He's not, is he?
No, but
he's
had a better lap. He's doing a lot of bouncing. I'm just wondering whether he's got a bit of low end. You know, he's doing that. Oh, come on, jumping up and down. No way, he's got a bit of low end bogging, and it's not pulling as well he wants it to.
Certainly, once he gets it good.
But now, this time,
on the Dragon Straight, he's just pulled out 3 cars.
And this lap, whereas the previous lap, we saw Darlow having no problem holding and bridging back. And then he's got him again. So he's struggling around the spoon curve, isn't he?
He's got great straight line speed if he gets the
drive.
Final turn and the first turn right on this lap.
So what's going wrong at Spoon then? As many drivers asked at Suzuka as well.
I think it's just the way he's got the kart set up. He's got it set up for a straight line, and he's doing a great job.
Here. No, back marker.
Remember this as well. We don't know what's going on in his head, and he may be just not wanting to put too much energy through the tyres. Look at the way he pulls out of that final turn at Paddock and then just pulls away. Back marker staying out the way in good style.
Joe Fiffner.
A wave through the kink, and this is where the gap
he's away,
reduces.
Isn't he? He's away and gone here. Oh, that'll be inside. Beautiful move. Beautiful overtake there. Bryant really did a great bit of overtaking there. Let's just have a look at that one again whilst we run it through. Oh, no, that's the previous one. He didn't press the right buttons.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. That was a great move by Carl Bryant through on Tim Darlow into Spoon. Now, Darlow had been using the defensive line most of the previous laps. He left a bit of a gap there, and Bryant took it. Bryant now pulling away from Darlow. Can Bryant now get back on terms with Hilton? These two just having a little bit of a battle there the previous couple of laps has allowed Hilton a bit of a breather.
They've got
over the brow.
They've got a 4.5 second gap to 4th place, which is Richard Evans, then Dan Millwood and Thomas Eldridge, who are relatively close, covered by a second or so.
Oh, look at this though, Carl Bryant right now on the tail, and look who he's taking with him. Tim Darlow and Richard Evans joining in.
Who flew off there? Was it the back marker? Was that the back marker who came off? I think so.
Yes. Yeah, that caught me out.
But I think that slightly confused the rest of them, because suddenly there's a bit of a gap there for Lawrence Hilton. Bryant and Darlow.
Coming up to the final quarter, Nick. 2 minutes remaining.
And he's made a break now, Hilton. Now he can hold this. His weak point is coming into Spoon Curve. Now Spoon Curve is the corner just after the rise here. Hard braking. And he always gets caught right up. The gap was reduced, but this time he's not got Bryant on his bumper. But Darlow now will be thinking about doing something about Bryant as well. So Darlow in the black cart in 3rd. Darlow just ahead of him in the red machine. Evans currently in 3rd.
Close the gap, Nick. He'd want to get the gap. I'm talking about Carl Bryant in 3rd place.
It's Evans in 3rd.
I know. Where's Bryant gone? Is there something gone? I think there's something gone wrong with our
timing. Okay, it's the timing. Yeah. Carl Bryant's currently scored. Well, Carl Bryant is currently got his position 26, car 26. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's Hilton from Darlow from Evans, is what it's saying.
When we broke away when we broke away for that replay, did something happen?
I think that person coming off the track was the person involved. We saw someone floating. It wasn't the back marker who fell off.
It was Bryant.
It was Bryant, and then we got confused with the back marker carried on being with them. Yes, because 3rd place Evans is 5 seconds back, so I apologise for that.
Yeah.
We got confused. It was actually a problem for Bryant. Bryant did come off, and he's now 2 laps down. At that instant we saw. And then the back marker, who was able to keep the pace brilliantly, so good, excellent back marking work there, confused us entirely. So it's Hilton from Darlow, it happens to the best of us, and we're actually here, so goodness only knows what it's like from home. But this is 1st and 2nd, nailed together, and they've been with a little bit of a interlopery, but look at this, Hilton just never got away, and perhaps Darlow's got his car set up for the second half of the race, Joe.
Yeah, these two have been pretty much at it for the whole of this race, and we're getting towards the 1 lap to go board this time by. So 1 more racing lap, and we thought that Lawrence Hilton would pull away from Tim Darlow. That's not the case though, is it? Into compression corner, and then the devil's elbow, and into the final corner. Stay off that inside curve. It's huge, it's massive. Stay well off. Last lap, 1 lap to go board. So Lawrence Hilton opens the flap on his radiator there as he came on the straight, letting some cool air into his radiator. A few Cars off to
There's
drivers
two karts
left.
off on drivers left at the main straight. Yeah, I think they probably had a little coming together in the back of the field.
Time running out for Tim Darlow to make a challenge. It's down to whether Lawrence Hilton can clear the back markers ahead of him. He's got one back marker to get by before
we want to see that, but I think
the end of this lap.
Oh,
Oh,
back
and
markers.
it's tripping him up. Yeah, he's been tripped up by the back marker. But Tim Darlow has dropped back slightly. Oh, massively.
Well, he
Stopped
did
there.
both of them. He did both of them. So
Yeah, he got by.
yeah, that was not good. We've seen some good back markery. We've seen some very fast back markery, and that was some FW back markery.
Well, Lawrence Hilton took the win in the fourth heat for the Rotax Max 177 class. Tim Darlow second. Richard Evans it was who came through in third. Dan Millward fourth. Reese Llewellyn took fifth. Dan Fleckney sixth. Seventh was Jack Goodyear. Thomas Childs through in eighth. Ninth was Keith Mason. Stephen Richardson 10th. Mike Edwards 11th. Jimmy Broderick 12th. Oliver Smith 13th. 14th was Stephen Horner. 15th Billy Clark. Alex Johnny was 16th. 17th Adrian Smith. Jake Lewis was 18th. Steve Gilly was 19th. And rounding off the top 20 is Tom Hinton.
So next up is Junior Rotax, and we have a couple of shout-outs for that. It's Tilly 8505, really excited for the next Junior Rotax heat. Go number 96. Well, don't know who that is yet, but we'll know when it changes in a second. And Sam Lloyd says, shout-out to DCS Motorsport at CYG this weekend. Good luck to Ollie Morris, number 19 in Junior Rotax. So that's a couple of Junior Rotaxers being one-upped. As the rest of this, there were quite a lot of karts off the track, but I think because they are Rotaxes, they've got self-starters and clutches. My feeling is probably a lot of them got going again, because 3 of the karts who I saw stranded are no longer there, so they may actually clear them quite quickly.
They have been very efficient in getting the track clear, considering.
I suppose the advantage is that all the karts effectively are always coming downhill as they come down, aren't they? So you haven't got to push in the uphill, but you have to push the empty trolley uphill. But all the karts are rolling downhill because from wherever you come off, even you come off at kind of bottom of the carousel, there's a bit of tarmac that takes you out, and you haven't got to go up again. And there he is. He's our favourite trolley boy. Is he a marshal as well? God, he's double jobbing.
Yeah.
He's earned. I'll tell you what, he's earned his corn today. Now, of course, at this point, if he goes for a wee behind a bush, it's going to be quite embarrassing, isn't it, really? There we go. No, he's gone to get a chat there. Well, I pushed in. If it presses on a piece rate, and he gets like 50p per or pound a card. So I pushed 2 this time. Oh, £2, Derek. All right, there you go then. Just like that. That car was like that. Understeered. He took me off. It's not fair.
Now that's official business going on there.
That's a clerk of the course report. Brilliant.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. That's not just chitter chat.
No.
Yeah.
Someone's in trouble.
Heat 2 then for the Junior Rotax class and the Minimax class. It was Braden Hill who took honours in Junior Max.
And YT Lewis 20 says, good luck, Braden Hill.
Oh, well, he had all the luck and all the skill and all the ability in heat number 1. Minimax winner was Alex Fraser. And you saw us having a little chat to Alex in the lunch break there. Little catch up with him in the paddock yesterday afternoon. So we're looking for Braden Hill, Archie Buttle and Dylan Mitchell. They were the top 3 in Junior. And in Minimax, we had Alex Fraser, Louis Rees and Daniel Haynes. They were the top 3 in Minimax.
And as you can see from that shot, the wind is really getting up, which isn't necessarily a problem with the aerodynamics of the car. It's just a problem for everyone else because it's blooming freezing with the wind chill. They're going to get themselves a 1-lap rolling start. Look at the tail. They've left to get, there's a gap. The Minimax is looking very well behaved as well, to be honest.
They've let them go. We are racing. And it's Paul Mann, Ben Ficini, in the number 27, who heads the field up Dragon Hill. The Dragon Straight, I should say. And into Spoon, where he loses out. And I think that's Ronnie Shrimpton.
Nice move by
who's
Ronnie.
Down the inside.
Take advantage.
Down the hill towards Carousel.
So just one warm-up lap, so the tyres won't be up to temperature yet, that's for sure.
Ronnie Shrimpton, Nick, the number 72.
One car off there in the grass already, but that's without the driver, so that's obviously, 2 karts off, so been a little bit of kerfuffles early on, people not quite started.
Or oil-ups.
Oil-ups, yep.
Shrimpton leads through Devil's Elbow and completes lap number 1 in the lead.
So it's 72 from 27, multicoloured, orange and blue, ahead of the white car. Levi Goodyear third, Alfie Smith fourth, Adam Catling fifth, and Oscar Shrimpton sixth. Braden Hill, who won the last one, is in seventh and 2.7 seconds off the lead.
He made up 4 places on the first lap there. He came up from 11th place on the grid for Braden Hill.
Let's see if we can follow the progress. See if we can find the number 35 cart. He's at the back of that second gaggle. And we'll just see whether he can make the progress as the previous winner. The 35 cart is where we should be looking at. I think we got it on the... Is he the green one? Is the green cart? Is it the green cart?
I'm not showing it. I don't think so.
Oh, well, fine. But they'll go past in a second. But this is the gaggle he's in, which is effectively, I think, 4th through 10th, probably.
Yeah, so through... He's up to 4th.
He's up to 4th and off.
You're looking for the 4th place
nasty
cart.
Accident for the 24 there. He fell off, he reversed, and he's going in backwards into the tyres. Sorry about blowing the sound there. That's going to hurt. He's gone in backwards and banged his back. He's fine. He's out of the car. He's walking about. He's in a... But luckily, he's a child. If it's a young man, sorry. If he was an adult, he'll be feeling that in the morning. But, yeah, that was nasty for the 24 cart of... quite for Alfie Smith from 5th, but Alfie Smith fans, he's absolutely fine. He's walking up and away. I think he's going to have a little bit of a sore back, but nothing broken, nothing harmed. It's just, and we've got another problem there. A cart is facing the wrong way. Top 2 away. Got a big gap between Braden Hill, now in 3rd, but 4 seconds to make up. Let's move forward to our front 2 again, who are really battling it closely as they come up over the spoon curve now. 72 and 27. So just to remind you, Alfie Smith absolutely fine out the cart, but a nasty accident, went backwards into the tyre barrier at quite some pace.
And for Cheney, he's not letting Roddy Shrimpton go away, is he? He's stuck to the rear bumper and he's following him round. Still plenty of time. 5 minutes of this race still remaining. And Shrimpton just trying a very smooth race, but for Cheney, staying in his wheel tracks. For Cheney, a familiar name in the northeast karting scene up at Rowra and Wardenlaw. And he follows him up the Dragon Straight, Braden Brow into Spoon. Can he gain that ground a little bit? He's dropped off his bumper a little bit, hasn't he? He's just dropped away. As soon as we start to pick it up and talking about it, Shrimpton has eked out about 2 or 3 cart lengths. That might disappear.
So Braden Hill is in 3rd. Let's see if we can pick up the Mini-Maxes. The Mini-Maxes are the 2 carts, I think, just going over the spoon curve now, about to come down the hill towards the carousel. You'll know them because they've got the red number plates on the back. I think this is the battle for the lead of...
Number plates.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Yellow number plates.
Yellow number plates. They have got yellow numbers, you're right, yeah. Actually, I think there's a mixture there. I think that's actually a Mini-Max and a...
So the fast Mini-Max drivers have caught the slower Junior Max drivers. This is what tends to happen.
He's trying to work out which one's which.
It's Alex Fraser who leads Mini-Max, winner of the first heat.
So it might be behind this batch, actually. So we're looking for Alex Fraser in the 755 car, are we? Okay, I may have jumped the gun. We need to give him a bit of focus on, to be honest, otherwise they'll get a bit missed. So where is the 55? Oh, here we go. So they're going up the straight now, Ash. It's the 2 carts, it's 4 or 5 carts going up the main straight now, and that's it. We'll wait for them. They are your Mini-Maxes. What's the difference between a Mini-Max and a Junior Max, Joe?
Same engines, same 125cc Rotax engines, but with more restriction on the air intake. It's just to reduce the power. Different age group, you go from Mini-Max, out of cadets into Mini-Max, and then into junior when you're about, I think, 11 or 12, I think it is.
So this is the 21 and the 47. So this is the people behind. This is Alex Reese-Green and Louis Reese behind Alex Fraser, who's leading. Coming down the hill past the photographer.
The age groups overlap between Mini-Max and Junior Max. It just depends on how
big you are,
how quick the kids grow.
Yeah.
As to where you would put them, where you choose.
These lads and lasses do look pretty small, actually. 21 car of Eric Smith actually is the car at the front of that. The timing screen's a little bit all over the shop at the moment. So if we're looking at the cars now, carts which are about to get to the bottom of the carousel, Scott. These 3 carts. There's 17 as well back there. I think I'm just going to do a quick reset of the timing, see if I can clean it up. It's not quite saying. I'll leave it to you to speak to people.
Well, Roddy Shrimpton continues to lead with Ben Ficini absolutely glued to his rear bumper. That's the situation in Junior Max. Ashton French has moved up to 4th And he's about 4 seconds away from third place Braden Hill, who isn't as quick as the 2 karts ahead of him. Fastest lap of the race for Ronnie Shrimpton. Ben Ficini tries to match him. 43.3 for Shrimpton, 43.5 for Ficini, and 43.6 for Braden Hill. And continuing that sequence, Ashton French in 4th place, 43.7.
So the Mini Max is going now through compressed corner.
Seems to be Alex Fraser, the man to beat in Mini Max, isn't it? On that number 55.
He's a little bit ahead of these two. These 4, 5, sorry. They're having a little scrap at themselves as they come down here. And 55 actually, as these guys go over the cross line, the leader actually is right at the end of the straight.
There's the leader getting in amongst the Mini Max drivers. And
let's roll with the leaders as they go past, guys. So let's pick up the 72.
He should be able
up
to
at the top of the spoon curve now.
He's got more power.
Yeah, he should just run straight through him. No, but they of course have more weight as well, don't they? So
slightly more, yeah.
So it's a 72 kart. Oh, dear.
The Junior Max kart should be quicker than the Mini Max by a considerable bit.
But of course, corner apex speeds be very similar, especially they're on the same tyres. Yeah. But he lets him go. That's a 21, letting the leader go, or the leader of the different class go. He's not in a battle with the 72. Oh, he's edged out. Ben Ficini's not going to have him on his Christmas card list, I don't think. He got edged out a little bit going through the Devil's Elbow.
The gap was about 0.4 of a second. It's now a second.
Yeah.
So he has lost, 0.6 of a second there. But that's what the game's all about. That's what the sport's all about. It's how you get through the back markers. And everybody's going to get through the back markers. Ronnie Shrimpton got through the back markers. Ben Ficini has now cleared them. 3.8 seconds behind Ficini is Braden Hill in 3rd.
Interesting, hasn't made any time up. He raced through the field. But that's where it's ended, isn't it?
Well,
I've raced through the field,
well,
and that's
because
it.
The fastest karts on the track are those 2 karts that are leading, Shrimpton and Ficini. They're lapping in the fastest. They're putting in the fastest lap times.
So do you think? I know these the younger drivers. It's unlikely they're going to. This is their thought process. But you might think, well, I'll just ease it all back and save the tyres. I've got 3rd. Happy with that. I'm 4 seconds behind the leaders and 4 seconds ahead of 4th.
They may be youngsters, but they've got very mature heads on them, and they will be thinking about tyre wear.
More back markery. That's the 2nd place, I think, in the 71 rescreen. 2nd place in Mini Max.
Just look at the determination in the body language.
This is the last lap, Joe, by the way.
Yeah, you can see head down. He's just kind of in the zone there, getting through those back markers. He'll be coming towards the final turn, and it'll be a checkered flag waiting for him as he just negotiates the final turn now. So heat number 2 in the Junior Max class goes to Ronnie Shrimpton. Ben Ficini, be happy with that. 2nd place, 3rd place for heat number 1 winner, Braden Hill. That's a great 3rd place finish for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a 1st and a 3rd, that bodes very well for where he will be in the final. Ashton French finished 4th, Archie Buttle 5th. 6th was Adam Catling. Levi Goodyear was 7th. Rafi Celentano was 8th. Joel Bowden was 9th. Ollie Morris 10th. Dylan Mitchell 11th. 12th was Archie Ardeman. Alexander Mirzoyan was 13th. Jacob McDonald 14th. Oscar Shrimpton 15th. And across the line to take Mini Max, Alex Fraser takes the Mini Max win from Reese Green in 2nd. Eric Smith in 3rd. 4th was Louis Reese. Charlie Gillum was 5th. And Daniel Haynes, the 6th and final runner in the Mini Max field. Senior TKM next, Nick. And this is the...
No, it's not 100 UK.
Senior TKM for their 2nd heat. And these are the single-cylinder air-cooled TKM engined class. They are the contemporary class. They have a MSA British Championship for this class of TKM engine kart.
And there'll be a stream of smoke, won't they, coming through?
Yes, they will. And we'll also see a massive difference in choice of how to start these things, which I find interesting.
I'm going to push it. I'm going to get my mate to push it. I'm going to get somebody I vaguely know to push it.
Well, it was Jake Campbell-Mills, if you remember, won heat number 1.
I hadn't remembered that at all.
Yeah, Leo Crabtree was second, Lucas Sullivan was third. And another name to look out for, Louis Bevan, current NKC TKM champion, finished in 5th place.
Hello to Baking with Maddie, who said, go Elliot, well done. Woohoo, go Elliot, yay. I think actually that might be in the previous heat. Chloe Dicker, go on Levi. And hello to Glan-Y-Gors as well. So we have a French cigarette phoning us up, writing into us in the modern way. So you can hear the wind. I'll just turn off the ambient mic because it's annoying to all of us.
We've got a couple of karts to recover from out on track, which will... Nope, that seems to be done. The grid marshal is happy. Gives the go-ahead to start and fire these
first
karts
4
up.
got clutches. First 5 got clutches.
Yeah, you are allowed to put clutches on these engines.
I think I would if I were them.
Yeah, and starter motors too.
I suppose the reason you wouldn't do it, starter motor, is weight, isn't it? You wouldn't want you could
It
save
is,
some
and
weight.
yeah,
But is there any reason not to have a clutch?
Yeah.
I mean, does it sap the power anyway? Well, it shouldn't do direct drive or clutch. Once the clutch is engaged, it's direct, isn't it? I suppose it increases the rotational mass, isn't
Well,
it,
it's
slightly?
just that process of the clutch engaging fully.
Nope.
There's a little slippage.
Fantastic pirouette on the opening straight by the 47 kart there. Fantastic work.
Has he continued?
Yeah. I think he's mildly embarrassed.
I've done that before.
Yeah, we've all done that before. It happens. So, who won the last one? Was it Matthew Templeton? No, it wasn't, was it? It was...
No, it was... I've just told you.
I know, but that's my short-term memory.
Jake Campbell-Mills.
Jake Campbell-Mills.
Leo Crabtree was second, Lucas Sullivan third.
Okay.
They haven't appeared on the
Leo
timers.
Crabtree's currently
because of
was 11th across the line, but it's not a real start, so we'll wait for this.
Looking good grid order. They'll maybe get another run round. They're asking for that. They're asking for another run round. And this is just to clear the 2-stroke engines. They are getting another pace lap. Make sure that the...
No, blimey.
Not just the tyres are fully pressured and optimised as they heat up across the course of the pace lap, but also the engines, giving them a good clear out, making them run nice and clean.
Jake Campbell starting 14th. Leo Crabtree starting 12th, the leading finishers on the previous heat.
Yeah, so they're starting from the midfield on this one, aren't they? I think Will Cregan, who's starting 21st as well, he finished... Will Cregan, I should say. He finished 4th. So he's starting way down. So this is the heat where he starts near the back. So this is probably, potentially his worst finish. Worst potential finish.
You can't miss him on the track as the smoke trail. It looks like the aftermath of the crescendo of fireworks display, doesn't it? There's a nice bit of shortcuttery there, which you're absolutely allowed to do at the beginning if you have a problem. Rejoin the back of the field. And as the marvellous world of 2 strokes carry on going, and let's be honest, you never want to lose 2 strokes, whatever they say in the Ecology Party, especially the Cavan Castrol R. That's just better than drugs.
They're going to be given the go-ahead, though. Green flag.
Oh, good start from the outside
by
Charlie Savage, I think that was.
Yeah. And he leads up Dragon straight towards the spoon.
Mitchell Ball having none of this, though. He's a bit offended by that and trying to get immediately back ahead of Charlie going into the spoon curve, but no, good line by Charlie. Third place, Louis Bevan in the 1 machine, and I think it is the 91 of Alexander Lehman, who's in 4th. So they've gone off relative in grid order, apart from the fact that Savage made the outside the grid work. I think it's the first time we've seen the outside the grid work, isn't it?
Yeah, we have. I think he got the drop at the flag. That engine was fully wound up and revving clean as you want.
Can he keep the lead now?
Side by side through there never works.
I don't think you want to be there because he's lost. He's lost a place. Sneaking through goes Bevan in the 1 car into the lead.
Mitchell Ball has gone into the lead. Louis Bevan second. Charlie Savage now down to 3rd after being hung out to dry through the Devil's Elbow. Alexander Lehman is in 4th. Callan Lamont up to 5th, and 6th is Adam Surkar.
Jake Campbell, winner of the first heat, in 11th. So the first 4 are in a group, but they're being kind of slightly bridged back. So 5th, Callum Lamont, and Adam Surkar had absolute nightmare in the first heat. and Jason Lovett. We're getting now a pretty big trainers again. People are trying to make. Oh, hang on, no, there's a problem. We've got a problem somewhere. We've got a red flag. We've got a red flag. Not sure why we've got a red flag. There's a number of carts off, but I can't see a particular reason for a red flag. Unfortunately, the ambulance is about to go, which is not good news. We got any indication of why that might be?
It's towards the final turn where the incident might be, Nick.
There's a crowd outside the well. Can we see where the? So, someone's gone right off at the final corner. You're right. Don't cut it up. But there's been an accident into effectively the barriers in front of where the the scrutineering shed is. So he's come, as you're right, he's come off from the last corner, and he's just gone through and he's out. So there's ambulance attending one of the drivers. So that's just at the final corner for Paddock Bend.
It's a very fast section of track there, but it's well barriered. So hopefully the driver's fine. Hopefully his kart's fine. He can continue.
Yeah, I think he's gone in hard, and if you're going at an oblique angle, you're very likely he's gone in sideways, which is going to be massively uncomfortable at best.
Yeah.
So
some drivers choosing to take their helmets off to cool down a bit.
Okay, he's getting out of the cart now. He was in the cart. I think he was stuck. I think they had to get the cart. I think the cart went under the barrier. He's gone straight in. I can see him now. He's winded. He's not. He's moving. He's happy. He's moving around, but he's not happy. He's moving around quite well. He looks winded. Up on his feet, and yes, that's good to see. He's walking away. He's walking into the ambulance. He's going to have to get a bit of a checkup. I think he's got in pretty hard. Hopefully, he may have been. He got himself a little bit whiplashy as he goes into the ambulance. So he'll be taken away for a precautionary, sat down for a precautionary check. So yeah, I think he's gone in and under the barrier, and that's the problem. And that's where he may have had a bit of a slap. I'm not sure how far it's gone in, because the first thing they wanted to do was get the cart back out from under the barrier. But he's walked to the ambulance, looked shaken, but absolutely fine. And the ambulance will move away soon, and hopefully we will be able to give you the all clear and get going with racing again.
So the clock stopped at, hasn't stopped actually, it was kept on time with 6 minutes and 53 seconds to go. So we barely got into this race before we had to stop that.
So I haven't done this for a long time. What's the restart procedure these days?
Well, we might get a fresh start, or they might just restart in the positions they were from the previous lap. So with, I've lost my timing screen now, Nick, so
yeah, it's been reset.
I would have liked to have been able to tell you who was where. So they're looking like we've got a grid marshal over there, and she will go through the grid and get them lined up on the... So I'm not sure if we do a single file restart in race order.
Now the race is still counting down, but I take it that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. That will reset.
I've got a very quick request from Scotty. He said, can you ask the viewers, so hello, you on YouTube, whilst we wait for this to get going again, what way you might recommend keeping warm in this Arctic weather? I'd like to point out that when we met Scotty this morning, I told him how, he said, I've got lots of layers and I'm local.
I'll be fine. Yeah,
I'll be fine, not a problem, it's no issue for me.
I'm local to North Wales.
He's local to here, he lives about 5 miles away, but he lives just over the next mountain, which I love, which is obviously not something you say if you live in Milton Keynes. I can live over the next roundabout.
I would imagine, if I was sat at home, my advice to him would be to... just go home, get in front of the fire, get some logs burning. Start a fire. He's out in the wilds.
I have lots of layers on. It's just that cold.
Start a little fire.
Deal, I'm off. Start a little fire as if it was very damp over there. So
yeah. So it'll be.
If there be any cows in the field, what you could do is you could dry out the dung and then set fire to it.
Well, please feel
Send
free
fire.
feel free to message in any advice of how to stay warm in the outdoors in rural North Wales. How
sunny.
Send fire starting information as well.
It's 6 degrees. He doesn't know what he's moaning about.
At this point, Scotty wishes he had joined the local scout group.
Well, it's out of the French Legion, wasn't it, really? It's wind chill, absolutely. So the wind chill's a problem. Right, so I take it the fact the time is counting down means nothing. They'll check it back.
That will reset to whatever the timekeepers want to give, whether they take the time already accrued. I think we were about to go into lap 3, weren't we?
Yeah.
So 2 laps of racing. We might get a fresh restart. Might give us an opportunity to mention who to be thankful to for being able to bring you this live stream. 3Me Design are a mechanical and electrical building services design consultant based in the southwest, and it's a big thank you to them, one of our sponsors here this weekend and for the rest of the season, allowing us to give you and bring you the NKC all live on our live stream service on Karting Live TV. Edwards Motorsport, another of our supporters, expert fabricators specialising in stainless steel exhaust and roll cages.
Hello.
And alloy welding, very handy to have around.
Alloy welding is very handy. We do that, yeah.
Yeah. I like a good stainless steel exhaust. A47 self-storage. If you're in the PE34 postcode area, which I'm not sure where that is.
Peterborough.
Is that Peterborough?
Well,
Right.
PE is Peterborough, but obviously 34
right.
I don't know.
Right, Peterborough area, A47 self-storage. That's another one of our supporters, and a big, massive thank you. And the Alfano UK are offering a fantastic prize of an Alfano 6T2 to the driver of the day at each of the 6 rounds this year.
Really? Those are data loggers, aren't they, Alfanos?
I was going to ask you that.
Oh, do you not know? I thought you... no. I'm pretty sure...
Is that a data logger?
I'm pretty sure that... Bear with me a second, though, because I don't want to...
Right, we'll find out what that is.
I'm pretty sure it is.
It's to the driver of the day at each of the 6 rounds, so we will have a driver of the day.
Yeah, they're sort of dashboard data loggers.
Dash data loggers, yeah. In addition, all registered drivers get 10% off all Alfano 6 units when you purchase them from alfano.co.uk. And they are one of our official supporters for the NKC this year.
Scotty is just saying he's going to ask this stranded racer next to him. He can warm his bits on the radiator. Bad news is this is a TKM. Isn't this the TKMs? And they haven't got any radiators.
Exhaust.
Sit on the exhaust, but be careful. For how long?
Yes, burn your hands. Don't burn your hands, I should say.
Burn your hands.
Don't burn your hands. Yeah.
Burning Hands sounds like a Western impresario from the 60s. Hello, everybody, Burning Hands here. The Saturday Night London Palladium, all me acts are on. Burning Hands, at your service.
So we look ready to, and it looks to me, Nick, as though we may be starting this in grid order. So
the previous grid, yeah. Starting again.
Whether we go back to restart this from a reduced time of, say, 6 minutes. Or
there they go. They're about to get in.
Minutes.
So we'll... All right, the heat is about to get back underway. We will know as soon as we see the timing how long much more they're going to run. Whether they run it as a 6-minute or a 4-minute race or just start from scratch, I don't know. They're going to need to run 2 formation laps. Pretty much the hard end point for today is 6:30, because at that point it gets dark. So you can't really run past 6:30. I don't think there are any noise regulations which are a problem. So
I don't think there's anything to worry about at this point. It's only 1:50 p.m. local time here.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Now then.
Give you
an idea of who's where when they cross the line and restart this race.
It's counting down from 7 minutes.
Yeah, and the clock has started. So we are already racing to the finish, right, time-wise.
Yeah, but they haven't actually get it. I don't think it'll reset again. Well, they'll actually run from 7 minutes and counting these formation laps as part of the timing.
Yes.
Which would be pretty fair, because it means if they do get going this time, they'll get going probably 15 seconds more than they would have had, but then we would have had to go back a full lap from that red flag. So it's Ball from Lehman, from Savage, from Bevan, from Matthew Temple, what's his surname? Sorry, Purcell, thank you. Amsaka, Jason Lovett and Callum Lamont. They're certainly giving the best effort to try and get this thing started now. Of course, the karts would have remained warm despite being stopped for 10 minutes. They'd be much warmer than they were when they tried to get them going after the sort of 2 hours in between their two heats. Bit of choking of carburetors going on. And here we go. And it looks like they've reset to 7 minutes again. So I think they are going to give them a 7-minute race by the looks of it.
Charlie Savage nearly getting around the outside. But it's Mitchell Ball who leads up Dragon Straight.
Problem for the 18 of Derek Surcar.
Third place interloper almost across the hill and into Spoon. It's Mitchell Ball who leads down the hill towards the carousel. And it was a 7-minute restart, so 7 minutes of racing left. So still all to play for, and just eking out a little bit of a cushion there is Mitchell Ball. Charlie Savage in second place. He's also pulling a gap to third place. And we'll get a look at just how that
it's
a
test, though, isn't it? It's a test. After a delay in the middle of the race, it's who can get their racing head back on again, get the feel for the kart as it will have slightly changed. They'll be restarting with a much warmer machine than when they started the first time. And it's very obvious that Mitchell Ball picked up and run with it straight away. Savage has managed to get himself into second and Bevan down to third.
Yeah, Bevan's looking like he's going to have an attempt at second, though.
Yeah, second and third.
It's not going to be long, and there it goes down the inside at Spoon.
Kind of, please come past, wasn't it, really?
Well, he just made it happen, didn't he? He was very, very late on the brakes and just scythed down the ins. He was a bit savage on Charlie Savage on the brakes there. And he's got ahead, and as they come through towards Compression Corner into the twisty bits, into the Devil's Elbow. Question is, Nick, can Louis Bevan now catch Mitchell Ball? The way that he's just pulled away there.
My guess is yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Ball looked really, really good off the line. Gap is half a second. Looking pretty consistent going up the straight, so there's no difference in straight line. If anything, I think the Ball might be slightly further ahead, but this is where we saw some excellent action from Louis. Good on the brakes. Got through last time. But, sometimes, within this sport, if you've got target acquired, it's actually easier to go quick. It's something when you're your own, it's more difficult, isn't it? You're ploughing that lonely furrow. We have seen the disadvantage of following as well earlier on when one guy, kart A goes off and kart B follows him.
Follows him, staying in his wheel tracks. He was so focused.
But, this is looking... Again, because of the foreshortening as they go through the elbow, you think, it's been a massive gain. I think it's been a minor gain. It's 0.491 last time around. Nope, it's not. It's a tenth further out. So at the moment,
so he's hanging on
Ball
to that
from
lead,
Bevan,
Ball?
And the battle really is behind them. So drop back to the next battle. These next three karts. Oh, gone off.
He has. It's Bevan, the number one. The number one, Bevan. He's had a problem. It looks like a mechanical problem. He knew it straight away. I think he's lost a chain.
Chain's gone.
Yeah, he's lost a chain.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that's...
he'll be absolutely despondent at that because he was looking like he was going to challenge Mitchell Ball, wasn't he?
His worst case scenario at that point was second. And, well, that's motorsport for you. That's mechanicals. And now the problem he's got now is that when he gets to the final, his kind of best starting position is like 10th or 11th.
Oh, if that
the NF
finish...
admittedly, we've already lost a couple of clarks, not just the guy who had the accident, a couple of others. So, we didn't have a full field to begin with. So he's going to go 30th. He's going to get about a 24th, which is disastrous because that was one of his front level starts. So that's kart racing, isn't it? You don't have a drop score. You have to get the thing home every single one of the three heats.
Yeah, it's going to be 0 score for this second heat, and it's going to really put him down. He's going to be 20th or below. And that's with an absolutely super finish in the third and final.
48's off as well. That's James Hull off in front of Scotty. He's going to ask to sit on his exhaust pipe as soon as he can. He's right. Burning hands here. Don't sit on the exhaust pipe. Come to the Palladium. All my acts are there. I'll stop that now.
Please do.
I was just quite enjoying that accent. That was all. London impresario. So this is the battle, I believe this is our second place battle, isn't it? Yeah, the leader's now away by 3 seconds, but there's now a gaggle of karts, 5 of the machines running from second through to 6th.
Yeah, it's a great little battle. Charlie Savage, Ollie Milner, Alexander Lehman, Jake Campbell-Mills. Remember Jake Campbell-Mills, the winner of Heat 1.
No, this is looking good for him. He's got 5th already.
He's 5th, yeah. So therefore 5th. He's the penultimate kart in that train of karts. Just behind him, Oliver Fathers.
He's the second of the white ones.
Yeah.
After the black, red, white, and that's him in the second white one.
Let's see if he can.
But he's actually under pressure from the 24 of Fathers, and to the extent where actually no, it's not, because he's gone past. That's Savage. In fact, already further forward was Jake Campbell-Miller. So he's. Oh, and I think he's actually just pinged himself one place above. He's just eased out the 91 of Alexander Lehman. So into 3rd now has gone Campbell-Mills.
Yeah, he was already ahead when we were trying to fathom out where he was.
Some fantastic forward motion. He's going to have an issue because the leader's 4 seconds ahead. So he's now pretty much with less than 2 minutes to go, looking at about getting past Mitchell Ball, the 2nd place runner. But really excellent forward motion here from Campbell-Mills in the with the lime green helmet. I'm not sure it's a full centre tribute or just a bit of base colour of yellow. No. It's centre-esque about it, but it's got his own colour scheme on it.
So
getting closer.
Bright yellow helmet of Campbell-Mills chasing down Ollie Milner, who now knows where he is because he's just had a look over his shoulder.
And he's letting
there
go.
He is. You don't have to look over
past
his
the dead
shoulder
car
now.
park.
He's in front of you.
Yes. Where is he? Oh, he's gone past.
Great
Okay,
move.
fine.
Great move on the brakes.
I just get the impression that a couple of times they've gone, actually, no, you know what, there's no point holding him back. I mean, the thing about it is that these drivers, they know each other. They've raced in various club events and other championships, and they know each other. So sometimes you get something, well, there's no point in me holding him up. It's not going to work.
See, that concept's a bit alien to me.
There's a lot of sensibleness in quality. Not in the final. Not in the final. Too right. You're 12 karts wide in the final. But in a heat, if you've got someone who's coming up to you who you know can be a little bit aggressive, you think he's probably going to get me anyway. And if he takes me off, we all lose points. So what I'll for the heat, I'll just let him go.
As fast as I can. If he's faster than me, he'll come by. If he's not, I'm going to hold him up. And if he
or in
the
case of,
trying to
or
get
more
past me,
importantly, in
then
the
so be
cases
it.
when we've ever had a karting, you just throw me off the track. I remember on several occasions you've bashed me off the track.
That's because you're too slow. Get out the way. Exactly. You don't exactly realise that concept you've just been mentioning there.
Because we're doing some fun karting with people we know. We're not racing in a.
Fun,
it's always fun.
Always competitive.
I think I've got a chance now because you're definitely heavier than last time we went karting 2.5 years ago.
Yeah,
you're slowing yourself down every year.
yeah. Success balance.
So so Mitchell Ball's managing to maintain that force. Oh, and Campbell-Mills there.
Tried around the outside.
Tried around the outside. And the switchback. Is that going to work, the switchback? Oh, problem. Oh, that's why, because he'd already done it. Whilst we were laughing at ourselves, he'd already done it, and it was actually that was the back marker.
Ah, right. So the back marker has let them through. Now then, the gap was 4 seconds between Campbell-Mills and Mitchell Ball.
Someone's
Mitchell Ball
smoking like
leading.
the Torrey Canyon over there.
It was, wasn't it? Through Devil's Elbow. That's Campbell-Mills. He's chasing down the leader.
That's a mixed
Leader
metaphor.
already gone through. The gap was 4 seconds. Let's see what it is now. 3.7. But it's a 1 lap to go board.
Have they?
Yeah. 1 lap to go.
Oh, they've done that early. Should be next lap.
I'm pretty sure I've just seen that in his hand.
No, that's
that's a warning flag.
That's a naughty flag.
Also, in his he's got the warning flag out for a driver. I'm not sure who that was. That appeared on the screen.
So Mitchell Ball's leading by 3.7 seconds. They crossed the line last time. Campbell-Mills second. He doesn't really pulled out from Ollie Milner since he got past him, but it's enough of a lead. Slightly loose wheel.
Yeah, checkered flag. It is. Flies now.
Well, they have pulled them sort of a lap early, haven't they? Because of the.
Well, there was 0 time on the clock. There was 0 time.
Yeah, but that was the first time that Mitchell had crossed the line.
Yeah, but it was the 0 time, so there's 1 lap to go board.
Okay.
So he takes the checkered flag and takes heat number 2. Great finish for Jake Campbell-Mills. That's a first and a second. And that was, I think, his middle start. So that's, he's maximised his chances for the final. Ollie Milner, it was in 3rd. Oliver Fathers in 4th. Charlie Savage eventually came through in 5th. Leo Crabtree, he came up from the midfield, or almost near the back, actually. So that's a good finish for Leo. Callan Lamont is in 7th. Joseph Jack in 8th. Alexander Lehman in 9th. 10th was Matthew Temple Purcell. 11th, Jason Lovett. Joseph Phillips was 12th. Leanna Page finished 13th there. Gordon Smith 14th. 15th was Curtis Granger. Liam Surkart 16th. James King 17th. Adam Crofts Davies 18th. 19th was Andy Wagstaff. And then Lucas Sullivan will be classified as being in the top 20.
And how?
It's 100 UK next.
But we only got so we had 17. Just 17 actually took the checkered flag then, because others were a couple were running and barely lapped out, but certainly
right.
the last 4 or 5 didn't take the checkered
17
flag.
17 was on the lead lap. 17 karts were on the lead lap. That is.
So this is the second of the 100 UKs, isn't it? Which gave us
it is
gave us a huge amount of action the first time round.
They were great, weren't they? They shorter wheelbase, narrower track, and it makes for great racing because you can basically get more of them on the track. So where am I?
Scott's upset that no one's given any advice how to keep him warm.
Is he still whinging?
Not whinging. He's expressing his frostbitedness. It's not a word, is it?
No. So this is heat number 3, third and final heat for 100 UK, and the first heat for 100 UK was won by Jamie Crease. Heat 2 was won by Jamie Crease.
Right.
So I'm not sure where Jamie's starting, as we've got no grid information coming into these heats. But he's looking very, very good indeed to be very much up at the front if he has a good run this time.
Quite a lot of karts to clear up from the last heat, so it was taking a while. He's a kind of a tumble down of sadness. Apparently we've just seen there's a guy in the pits in shorts.
There's always one. There is always one.
Ridiculous.
So heat 2 was Jimmy Crease, Glenn Rayland and Ed Peed. And then if I can just find heat number 1, which started off and I've lost my page. So heat 1 for 100 UK earlier this morning, took place at about 10:30. Jimmy Crease, Ben Klukas and Lee Hackett. Ed Peed was 4th. So Ed Peed has had a 3rd and a 4th. So Ed Peed's going to be up there. Now Ed used to race karts a while ago, and he's also done a bit of car racing. I remember him in Clio Cup back in 2007 when I was involved in Clio Cup.
So the man with the trolley is making his way to the top of the hill again. The camera is automatically moving left, as it does at the moment. This is not. Oh, I see. Ash is hiding in the warmth for a couple of seconds, not realising his camera's going without him. So off we go. This is the final 100 UK heat of the day. The final coming up as the first final. Actually, 100 UK is our first main final.
Yes. Well, we kick off.
Doesn't do me good though, because you can't get out of the paddock even if you finish, because it's like a jigsaw puzzle. Do you remember that traffic jam game where you used to kind of move little different sized plastic cars on a board to get them out? But basically, that's the paddock.
Yes.
Because there's one of those is the Keystone motor van, and once that moves, everyone else goes. But until that, everyone's going to go, well, I'm here for a couple of hours, yeah?
Yeah, we are. We are going to struggle to get out.
Oh, we're fine.
Are we?
Well, we're not. We just park there.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
I'll probably got to pack everything up.
We've still got a one-way out gate.
That's true. We've got to pack everything up as well. But
they're going to send them karts round again, Nick, as per.
Not warm enough.
It's the engines. You like the engines
quite
to be
sure why,
fully lubed and...
Kart number 12 of Owen Potter, it was obvious everyone was going round, but he still decided to do the hand movement. It's like, we all know, because 7 karts in front of you are already going round.
He's telling the guys behind him.
I think the guys behind can probably see.
He's telling the guys behind him.
No, it's good.
It's
More information rather than less is always
general
better.
Practice is what it is.
Absolutely. Come on, Louis.
You might not be able to see through all this pall of smoke.
That is true, actually. I'm not sure this is actually for this heat, but Jackie Strader, come on, Louis. Auntie Jackie and James are watching. Again, Louis, a popular name. Could be in the previous heat, though.
Yeah. Give us the surname, please, if you're going to message. There's lots of Louis and Adams and Bens and...
I wonder how the roast chicken turned out. Was it a good roast?
Was it chicken, was it?
Yeah. I apologise, I mentioned the Torrey Canyon earlier. That didn't catch fire.
Have bad chicken, though,
Torrey Canyon sank, didn't it? And leaked its oil everywhere.
You can't really have a bad chicken, can you?
Oh, God, yes, you can.
Can you?
Yes.
How do you make
You've
a
never
bad
been to a
chicken?
beef-eater mixed grill before, where it comes in as shoe leather.
No, true.
Other mixed grills are available, obviously.
Here we go, though. We're about to be
jumping up and down
racing.
For Hamling, but he loses the
Almost
lead
side
from the
by
outside.
side.
Pete sweeps into the lead. Third place is the 29, I think, of Bradley Beavers, which would be a very good start if he's made that stick. 1 and 2, breaking away as they come through Spoon Curve for the first time. And a little bit of nudging out. A couple of carts losing out 2 or 3 positions. And lovely break by Pete's first lap there, Joe.
Very crowded in the midfield through Spoon. Ed Pede has broken away, though. That's what he wanted to do. And look at that gap already.
We're going to start the championship with a resounding point score, and certainly in these 3 heats, if he converts this to a first, that's what he'll do. So 3 kart, that's second place, that's Liam Hamling, and behind him, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th very close, so we'll make the focus that, the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, Bradley Beavers in the 29 from Jamie Creaser, from Wesley Graves and Scott Williams. Jamie, another one who's got a very good chance of being right at the front for the final, and he actually swept through another position there.
I think that was Bradley Beavers moving ahead of Liam Hamling. Yes, it was.
No, I think Liam's still second. It was Creaser going past Beavers.
Ah, right.
So Creaser now in that silver grey kart, absolutely harrying Liam Hamling to try and pick up second place as they come through the Devil's Elbow, dropping into Paddock Bend. I wonder whether he's going to just see whether he's got a bit of extra horsepower, a bit of extra grunt on the uphill drag of Dragon Straight.
Lots more movement on the steering wheel of these 100 UK karts, the shorter wheelbase.
Nope.
Making the cars a little more nimble. Through and into second place has gone Jamie Crease.
Almost as though
Liam Hamling.
Liam Hamling wasn't there, wasn't it?
Textbook, wasn't it? Yeah. That was more momentum than brakes. He was already past before they even thought about the braking area. Liam Crease heading for what he wants to be 100% finishing record. He's got Ed Pede ahead of him. 2.5 seconds was the gap at the line last time by. Let's see where it is this time as they come down the hill through the twists and turns of the Devil's Elbow. Here they come across the line then. Ed Pede completes 3 laps. Jamie Crease, 2.2 seconds. So it is coming down. Jamie Crease looks over his shoulder. There's nobody there, Jamie. Off you go. Catch Ed Pede. That's the objective. Liam Hamling is 3rd. Bradley Beavers, who's here with his dad Darren, who's also in this race, and Darren down in 21st. 3rd in the UK Plus category within this race. And Bradley 4th. Wesley Graves 5th. 6th is the O-plate holder Scott Williams.
Martin Piccolo, you're a cheeky little monkey. We're not doing that birthday shout out. So in second place, Liam Creaser.
Really?
I know.
It's not our first barbecue.
You might get us later in the day we're tired.
Later in the day we're tired, yeah, maybe.
So let's drop back to that run up the hill. There's 4 karts now, led by the 2 kart of Wesley Graves. Just getting to the top of the hill now, and they're a little bit closer in this gap, so let them flow through. And there he is in the blue and green machine, coming down the hill into the carousel and actually fighting it under braking and giving a chance there for the 29 of Bradley Beavers, who's been slowly drifting backwards and perhaps start thinking about moving back forward in the field again.
I think it's
there's our O-plate man, Scott Williams.
Yeah. No, it's Scott Williams is catching Bradley Beavers, is he?
No,
he's ahead of him.
No, he's behind him still. There's the 2 of Graves, and then I think it's Beavers, and then it's
the O-plate.
Glen Raylan's got back into this now, hasn't he? He's yes, it's 62.
Yeah,
so Raylan's got it, and then Williams. So there's but Raylan's obviously also had some decent scores. So there's going to be a quite chock-a-block in the top 5. And I think, nice up the inside by 60. Raylan now has moved past Beavers. So Raylan's really got the bit between his teeth in the 62 card. Coming down now, just inches ahead of Beavers, but Beavers, who's on the whole been drifting backwards in this one.
Gap to the leader is 1.7 now, Nick. Might as well call that 1.8.
So I think Pete's probably got this, but it's more a case now of the other drivers who've had good results already shuffling themselves to the front. So we end up with these guys all at the front for the first final, and they will be the first final off, which is a 12-minute plus 1 lap. All the finals. We've got 7 finals in total.
Well, Jamie Crease is lapping about half a second quicker than Pete ahead of him. And from my estimation, that's 1.3
just 3 laps, isn't it?
I think he's going to catch him. He's going to catch him.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that.
That.
And we'll obviously bring that action if it happens. But at the moment, we're just in the meat of the top 10 here. With the 2 kart of Wesley Graves in 4th. No, he's still in 4th. I've wondered whether he dropped to 5th. He's not. He's still in 4th. And it is a big battle. The 62 man moving forward. Glen-Ryland to come down the hill. The big yellow flag waving there, and that's for the broken down 33 kart.
We've definitely got a challenge for the lead as Jamie Crease just going up the hill now towards the spoon. We can pick him up there.
Only going 0.1 of a second that time.
Yeah, but he's gaining ground, and he's almost nose to tail with Pete now.
There they come.
Through spoon.
Whoops, no, they've gone through there.
No, they've gone through spoon. They're heading down the hill to the carousel. There they go through there now. They've just gone off to the right.
So 62, and there we are with the 47. That's Pete, that's the leader, and then second place 61 now. So they go into the Devil's Elbow.
You've got back markers as well, Nick.
Creaser and I one these all grey people. Pete leading. Over start finish now in the 47. A lot of opposite lockers he went round the corner then, just holding the thing on.
Aren't they? The gap
3/10
to 1 second.
I think that Pete's got this. I think perhaps it was a bad lap where he lost a whole half second, because the last 2 laps he lost 0.3. It may have been a back marker situation, Joe.
Yeah, that's he was pulling a half a second, and then he's pulled 2/10. He's pulled about 3/10 of a second that time by. So he's got time to catch him.
And he's a bit of a back marker issue here. I don't know whether that's the 97, which is Leonardo Taggio, and I think he may have cost Creaser slightly more time than Pete there. Pete with the the yellow and blue helmet. Lead looks a little bit down. Well, it was a second before. I'm surprised it was a 8/10. Yeah, if he wants to win, Creaser's going to have to really push.
He's got another lap before the last lap, but so 2 more laps after this one.
He might get it close enough to start nibbling at him.
Yeah, it's going to be a grandstand finish. Only people of a certain age know what that means, of course.
Da, 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 da. Anyway.
Ed Pido, very, very experienced driver in karts, and he's been racing karts for maybe a couple of decades at least. So it's going to be one thing catching him, it's going to be another thing getting by him, and if anyone can get through back markers, it'll be Ed Pede, as he does. Shows us there.
Sometimes you get markers really, they do the best they can, and that was a good example there. Yes, he was he did slow them both down, but what else could you do?
You can't disappear.
Half a second, and they have 1 3/4 laps to go. Pede will obviously be sniffing the points. He's been leading since the halfway through the first lap, hasn't he? He's got in the lead.
Bodes very well for a very competitive final. All the fast guys seem to have come through to the front of the field during their heats. And the question is, can Jamie Crease now? He's got 2 heat wins and now lying second. That's going to put him on pole position if it finishes like this. It's going to consolidate that pole. I mean, he doesn't have to pass him, Nick. He's got pole position now.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to risk passing Ed Pede
into
the final lap now.
Well, you can see how far apart it is. It's officially 1.22 seconds. It's nowhere. No, it looks like he's thinking about it. But actually, Pede, first part of the straight lost about 2/10, but it was never enough for Jamie to get any more than side by side. And no point of a lunge. You're looking out, this is a good one. He's going to try and outbrake him at the inside. No, thought about it. And the carousel's too tough. And at this point, has he decided, I'll take the second? Because, as you say, Joe, I've got the points for pole. There's no point risking us both spinning off. There's no trophy for winning a heat.
No,
there's not. You know,
he has. I'd say he has, Nick. He's done exactly what he's took your advice.
Well, someone has to.
And if Ed Pede takes the checkered flag,
which he does, well done.
Jamie Crease will come through second. That will put him on the pole position for the final. And we just wait a few more seconds for Liam Hamling to come through in third, Glen Rayland through in fourth, Bradley Beavers fifth, Wesley Graves 6th, Scott Williams was 7th, Ben Clucas 8th, Jordan Kendall crosses the line now to finish 9th, and the D plate holder Lee Hackett finishes in 10th, James Purchase 11th, Alex Kennedy in 12th, and that's Adam Surratt in 13th. Right at the final lap there, James Rees ahead of Matthew Lawrence for 14th, Matthew Lawrence now 15th, Brendan Williams 16th, 17th, Dennis Barclay, Will Redmond will come through in 18th, and Dominic Pine 19th. Darren Beavers crosses the line now to finish 3rd in UK Plus. Matthew Lawrence, by the way, the winner of the UK Plus class. Will Redmond was 2nd in UK Plus and Darren Beavers 3rd.
Excellent. Well, I have some important news for you.
What's that, sir?
It's from Hannah Godfrey. Happy to report the roast was delicious.
Excellent.
So they had done an excellent roast chicken and not a beef eater roast chicken.
I'm interested to know what they had with it.
Well, they're full up and ready for the final. Come on, Mike and Scott. Excellent. Was it roast chicken and all the trimmings? Some of the trimmings, or special new trimmings?
Mash? Did they go for the mash?
Oh,
or did they go for the boiled potatoes?
Roasties.
Or roasties?
Oh, goodness. And Joe Poacher says, go James Purchase, a.k.a. Daddy. Love Milo and Jesse. Is it the last one?
Hello, Milo and Jesse.
Oh, there. He wasn't in that. It was a different heat he was in. So, yes, go James.
No, James Purchase was 11th. Number 7.
There's an important point from producer Paul. Yorkshire pudding. But do you have Yorkshire pudding with chicken, though?
Yeah. You have Yorkshire pudding with anything.
No, but then the problem... All right, let me explain the issue with that, okay?
There isn't an issue.
There is a big issue. With chicken, you have chicken gravy, don't you?
Yeah.
Chicken gravy does not work with Yorkshire pudding.
Yes, it
Beef
does.
gravy works with Yorkshire pudding.
Nick,
well, I'm sorry.
Everything works with Yorkshire pudding. Brown sauce works with Yorkshire pudding.
Chicken gravy
works with
is
Yorkshire pudding.
the wrong
Tartar
thing.
sauce works with Yorkshire pudding.
You're just being a...
You're from the south, though. I'm
exactly.
from the north.
I am a southern food connoisseur. You know, you know me. What's my mantra?
Okay
what's my mantra? No nuggets.
You were okay. You were okay this morning with a sausage bath in brioche.
Yeah, I like the brioche. You don't like the brioche, do you?
Like the brioche.
No,
don't do that.
It's that foreign muck. You don't want to get involved with brioche.
Brioche bun. No, not with sausage. Not with anything.
I'm not a big fan of chicken gravy. I have to be honest with you. Well, you're not on this, just so you don't hear what you're saying. But no, I'm now starting a conversation with someone who's off mic, which is, I've been doing this 20 years. But yes, so that's whilst we are waiting for this race to get started, what's your feeling on chicken gravy? Are you a chicken gravy fan? I feel like one of those terrible local radios said, well, quite literally, we're talking about chicken gravy here. So let's have a poll. What do you think of chicken gravy? Do you love chicken gravy? Or do you prefer different coloured gravy? And now... Backman Turner Overdrive.
Can I just say, guys, I did say at the beginning of this broadcast that we were covering the whole series.
Yes.
That might have changed after that.
What? None of our sponsors are gravy manufacturers.
No, but the sponsors not necessarily wanting to be associated to conversations about chicken gravy.
This is what you get. This is endurance racing commentary.
But this is karting.
I know, but we've got gaps.
All right, yeah, good point. Right, out next.
Oh, well, how Scotty's gone straight in here with a big one here, as long as it's not KFC gravy.
Oh, I don't know. I don't mind a bit of KFC gravy. Yeah. On the Yorkshire pudding.
There's a lot more. Okay, right, okay, this is more important. Joe, we've had, it's Jojo Bow, 75, says, oh my God, yeah, chicken gravy does work better with Yorkshires.
Of course it does.
I love apple sauce with roast chicken dinner too.
Apple sauce?
Normally known with the pork, but now being pushed in the chicken. I can see it because they are white meats, aren't they? I can see chicken and apple sauce working.
I'm not an apple sauce lover, even with pork. So yeah.
And again, and now you think I'm taking this off the air because of my gravy decisions. Your apple sauce decision is completely untenable.
But as I've said, I'm not a sweet and sour sort of guy, like the brioche bun with the sausage.
Just to say that Scott's with me, beef gravy with Yorkshire. However, of course, he is currently suffering from brain deficiency because it's so cold.
The thing is, though, I know he's whinging about the cold out there, but he can't be that cold if he can text. He's still got the use of his fingers.
What, you want him colder?
Well, if he's texting, he's fine. It's when the text stops, that's when I'll worry.
No, when the camera stops moving, I'll worry.
Yeah. So,
underway.
Previous heat number 4 was Lewis Jones, Ben Harper, and H. Wainwright. It's the Senior Max heat number 5 of 6. So the penultimate heat for this class. And remember, full mix of 63 entries for these competitors.
Well, of course, it's the last heat for everyone who's in this heat, but there's another heat for the other half of the field. Yes.
Remind me to going into the next round at Clare. that we need a printout of these grids.
Yes.
Yes.
That,
to start the day.
There's a lot of things.
They're prepared from
I've got several things to add for Clay. It's fine. Right, okay. We're gonna rock it. We're gonna have different conversations about food as well.
Well, I think, considering it'll be a Sunday, I think variations on Sunday roast themes
it's not
is
such a
perhaps
problem.
a thing we could have.
I think it's very true.
Yeah, we could even scour the paddock and get people's opinions. That's the.
It's not the
24?
It's 2, I think, is it?
24.
Oh, no, 24. 24 of Grace Lee Davis, who was supposed to start 5th, is out.
Oh, have we got a race start as well?
They've gone for it, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, flipping heck. Straight across the enormous. I think it was a 69 car. I think it was a 64 car. It was punted off the track then.
Now then, James Wood. This is the heat I was talking to you about in the lunch break, where he's starting at the front. And he's had a great start. He came from something like 11th to 5th, and then 17th to 10th or something in the previous heat. So he's looking for a good finish here. He's looking for a win. In fact, let's be fair on this. He's looking for a win.
Radburn leading though in the 22, and in fact your man Wood is getting under a little bit of pressure going through the devil's elbow. I think he's got away with it because the actual pressure was more on the 3rd, 4th and 5th, streaking underneath our position for the first time. We are in the clubhouse.
James Wood is on the Tony Kart in 2nd place, but Tom Radburn it is the leader. Jake Davis in 3rd, Alex Warnaby in 4th, Elias Humphreys in 5th, and 6th is Lewis Jones. Into the spoon already though, Nick.
Yep, coming down the hill, 3rd and 4th, and 5th and 6th, all battling for it, but the first 2, they go past the stranded driver who's been out of the kart, now back in the kart again. Probably I'll press start and see what happens.
Into the compression corner and onto the devil's elbow, and James Wood
changed,
has gotten through.
Got it.
Great move from James Wood on the Tony Kart. Here he comes across the line to complete lap number 2. James Wood leads. Radburn 2nd, Jake Davis stays in 3rd. There's no change down the order. Only changes Callum Davies now up to 9th ahead of Nathan Hope in 10th.
Outside those top 2, oh, something fell off one of the carts. Did you see that? Oh, it was a cart that fell off. There's a bit of his body.
That's an exhaust.
Oh, the exhaust has fallen off.
Is it an exhaust?
Yeah, quick, Scott, go and sit on it.
Yeah, too long to be an exhaust.
I think it was exhaust. Yeah,
it was an exhaust.
So the exhaust fell off, and he fell off with it. So yes, the spring gave way, and the mounting point of the exhaust was not quite correct, and now he no longer has an exhaust. And there's pretty aggressive, isn't it, in that midfield?
Yes,
they're very insistent. You can get past at the devil's elbow, and I'm not sure you can.
Well, James Woods just proved that you can make a move at compression corner, and I thought that was practically impossible, but he made that move. He's also increasing that lead. It was 8/10 across the line. Meanwhile, in this mid-pack, it's quite it's a bit of a fist fight breaking out, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Lewis Jones, of course, who was a high finisher in the last heats. He's down to 5th. Chris Middleton says good luck to Jack Jones, number 78, who's running 16th at the moment. Good luck. Oh, that's a mistake there by Tom. No, it wasn't. That's hard. It wasn't our leader, but it looked like I think getting through had gone. Jake Davis, I think, had got through. Yes, and then he lost it again. So Jake Davis had got in through the polar compression, but was in the wrong part of the corner for Devil's Elbow and lost 2 places. So he ended up net -1.
There's a move for position into spoon, and he gets it done.
That's Lewis Jones who finished. Yeah. So he's looking really good for a very high finish, a high start in the final. We saw him in the top 3. Oh, what a fantastic move by the orange cart! That was brilliant stuff from the 56. I think it's George Sanders, was it? The orange. Let's have a look at that one again, if we can.
Sat in his cart, number 24, on the infield there. I'm pretty sure he needs to get out of that. Here's that move again down the inside, just slid wide at the carousel. It was the.
That was 56. It was John Sanders who got through the 56 car.
Yeah, it was the 22, Tom Radburn, that was hung out to dry, I think. So Radburn has gone from from first place, and dropping down the order now. He's down to 7th, having dropped 5 places in that incident there at the carousel. Lovely livery on that orange cart, isn't it?
It's different. There was a kind of, unfortunately, there's a kind of a confluence, of karting designs where you get an awful lot of blue and green, don't you?
Yeah, you do. Then that orange car, George Sanders, on the number 56, breaking away from Callum Davies now in 4th. But that orange cart reminds me of the Beta Tools.
Yeah, absolutely. Victoria Brambilla.
Yeah,
the only problem
really
I will say with this is that's
that.
the first I've noticed it, which probably means his first 2 heats he didn't get many points.
Yeah.
But Sanders looks very, very quick. So whether he came from the back to 17th we didn't notice, and then from 17th to 10th we didn't notice, and he's moved forward the whole time. But Sanders, the problem is that Lewis Jones, we know, has had 2 really good results at least, and probably a third one as well. But at this point, Sanders is in the bright orange cart, isn't really bridging the gap. You've got Davis, that always helps. Warnaby and Radburn behind him.
I'm not sure he's catching him. I'm not sure.
Let's just drop back 1 car because there's a bit more action going behind them with those 2.
I'll monitor the gap there. The gap between Lewis Jones in 2nd and James Wood in 1st has come down to 0.8 of a second. The gap between Jones and Sanders has actually gone out to 2.2. So that orange cart we've been watching there.
And also, just from my position here, I can see they're getting involved with the back marker as well, which doesn't help anybody. The top 2. Looks like a particularly recalcitrant back tire. There we go. That's the 92 and the 21. So it was a 92 who was holding everyone up. Andrew O'Keefe, not his finest hour from what I was seeing there, because he's absolutely stretched out. When you see Lewis Jones go past this time, that leads to a lot more than 0.8 of a second. As the leaders sweep underneath now, well, so it's 0.3 more. It looked worse than that, to be honest. So I'll take back some of my criticism of Andrew O'Keefe and just say it looked worse than it actually was. But 0.3 second lost there in that pass. So Wood leads Jones. We're now looking at, again, some back markery as we get past. Came very tightly back in, but it's met the 95 of Callum Davis right onto Sanders' tail through the carousel. So George Sanders in the orange cart now suddenly has pressure from the Lando Norris machine of Callum Davis. And Davis has just got right up the inside. That's a mistake by Sanders.
That was Sanders who slid wide going into compression corner. And that just had the gap, the inside line of Callum Davies. He had the faster line. And he's gotten ahead now. He's in 3rd place now. And whether Davies can pull away from Sanders. You've got the dark blue of the Lando Norris cart and the bright orange of George Sanders into Spoon, and it looks like that blue and yellow cart of Callum Davies is holding on to that 3rd place. I wouldn't say he's pulled away somewhat.
No,
Sanders is right there with him.
I think Sanders is a little bit quicker. He just had a kind of a bad lap. He got a little bit shuffled up by the back mark and then made a mistake there.
Before.
He's gone wide again, but this time it didn't lose him any time. So his slightly different line also lost him time last lap. This time he's right on. Oh, got him again. Brilliant move. But isn't it a switchback? It's a switchback no move. Double overtake there. So look at that one again because that was quite interesting. So he comes up the inside. Oh, I've got you now. Sweeps round there and he's going to get him. But then suddenly he's running too fast, goes wide, and then the switchback works and back in goes Davies from Sanders. But
and then just to add more to the problem, he got his wheel on the dirt going through turn 1. He's still back on him though.
He's got past him again.
Yeah.
No, he was trying it. He tried it by going through the different side of the carousel, but the positions have stayed the same.
Now these two battling has allowed Jake Davis to come and get onto the rear bumper of George Sanders. So now we've got 3rd, 4th and 5th there, almost in a line.
Last lap as they start now, and that we need to find our leaders who are going up the hill, because that distance is now 0.1 of a second between Wood and Jones. They're coming up to the Spoon curve now. There they go, the back marker not getting in the way, but that's 1st and 2nd. It's still Wood from Jones. They come down the carousel for the last time.
So James Wood on the Tony Kart. Lewis Jones looks like he wants to get that 1st place, doesn't he? James Wood knew that starting at the front of the grid of this heat was his best chance of a win.
He got a little bit of an oversteer moment there, which he lost momentum, but of course because Jones was so close he couldn't take any advantage of it because he had to ease off as well. And they go over the line and it's 0.125 of a second. So great racing all the way through that field for the Senior Rotax Heat 5 of 6. They're the last one for these guys. And the end result is it's James Wood, who we saw just winning there. Lewis Jones is 2nd. Callum Davis comes in 3rd. He holds on from George Sanders. They were 5 seconds off the lead in the end, but they were slowing each other up. 5th place was Jake Davis, then Simon Keeble in 6th. Lewis Ball was 7th. Les Humphreys was 8th. Scott Smith was 9th. Jez Owen was 10th. Then it was Jones, Radburn, Wainwright, Case, Fossey, Bourne, Williams, Sully and Jackson, with Lewis Berry being your 20th position finisher. Looks like we had 3 or 4 karts who didn't make the trip, and there were a couple who were lapped because they had earlier problems. So another very, very high-quality Rotax race. Looking forward to the final now. Even though we've got another heat first.
It's all shaping up. We've got one more heat for the senior Rotax 162.
Which isn't for a while, actually, is it?
No, it's the last of the heats, in fact. Sorry, no, it isn't. It's
we're on 177, aren't we?
Yeah, we're out with 177s next, actually, Nick.
Yep.
And it's their penultimate heat, heat number 5. I'm just going to get a reminder of who won the
I'm glad you're doing that, because I can't remember a thing.
177. And it was Lawrence Hilton who won heat number 4. Heat number 3 was won by Steve Gilly. And heat number 2 was won by Ben Hitch. Heat number 1, it's Richard Evans. So 4 different winners in 4 heats. Now remember, the 63 karts are all being mixed together.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So we don't know who,
I would expect you would end up with 6 winners. I mean, I think we're going to end up with 5 winners. I think we're going to have 5 winners, aren't we, for senior? And I think we'll get 6 winners. But it's really is about that tactical thing. You could still be on pole without actually winning one. If you've got a 2nd or 4th and the 6th, you might well end up on pole. So
yeah,
I've got my Interheat Scotty message now.
That just shows how competitive this 177 class is. Each heat, different 1, 2, 3.
The news from the out with good news. The sun is clear in the sky. It feels very much like warmer, like half a degree.
I'm pleased.
At least the good thing we know is at least Scotty's not moaning. Much. Oh, the camera's doing its little wander across the left again.
He's seeing the positive of everything. He's out in the fresh air. He's living the dream. He's at a racetrack.
No, what more could you want?
Scotty, what more do you want?
I remember the reverse of that. Do you remember working the Imola pit lane that weekend? It was unbelievably hot. And we had to reduce our stints to 90 minutes. Actually, I don't think you were there. It was me and Di and somebody else. And it was too hot to do it. It was like 39, 40.
Why was I not there?
Oh, probably because you've fallen out with someone.
I'd fallen out with anyone. I'll have been there.
Well, it was.
I'm sure it wasn't Paul Ricard.
No, I'll tell you what it was. It's because you had to do comms rather than pits.
I was in the box.
And yeah, so we ended up doing we ended up going to 90 minutes. It was too hot to be in the pit lane for more than 90 minutes. It was just ridiculous.
Really?
Because not only was it very, very hot, but something about the Imola pit lane surface was like boof, like you were walking on hot coals, and it was reflecting it all back.
Are you doing this for Scott's mental health?
I'm just saying that being hot's not that good either.
Yeah, you can be too hot. Yeah. You can be too hot.
The worst one of all was when I was doing the Grand Prix in Sepang, because you would be in air conditioning, you'd walk out, it was about 36 degrees and 100% humidity. And so we came out of the compound, and before you got to pit lane, which is only about 150 yards, you were sweating like an absolute pig, and you were in a fire suit and fire overalls as well. I mean, admittedly, I was just walking. So when you saw Michael Schumacher after he'd done the entire Grand Prix, wasn't sweating. You were going, "What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you?"
Yeah.
Because we were just absolutely dripping in half a second. It was just terrible. And the only thing I always, as you think about this is that I am now just walking. People fought a war in this in 1945, 1944. It's thing to be, thing to bear in mind if you're being conscripted soon. Oh dear, are you all right?
Scotty's fighting his own war with the cold out there. We've got a spinner on the pace lap. It's the number 24. It's Brendan Smith.
You said spinner on the pace lap. It sounds like, for some reason that gave me a kind of Sophia Spector. So, murder on the dance floor, spinner on the pace lap.
And we've got another cart
off. No one wants
56.
Is he going to get back going again?
I think so. He's had a bit of a spin there.
He's got a starter motor, hasn't he? So he should be okay.
Oh.
Yep, it's fired up again.
He's got it away.
No, it's unfired again.
Hasn't quite.
Now they're making the roll through again because there's a lot of action
going
on.
I don't know what's happened on the pace lap, but we've had carts off everywhere. As we go through again then, Colin Campbell is leading the field around with Chris Skyvier alongside Tommy Austin and Rob Logan. And second row, Darren Smith and Philip Orworth. On the third, fourth row is Alex Jones and Billy Clark. Alex Thomas, Michael Mallett are on the fifth row. Dave Nolan, Terry Smith, Nick Skelton, Andy Gosling, Harry Rowett, Stephen Richardson, Louis Large, who very much nearly snuck a heat win.
Blimey.
Is down in 19th. So we'll look forward to seeing Louis make his way
56
through.
karts just pinged into the lead. I'm not sure whether that's where he was supposed to be on the grid, but I suppose it was. He just decided to stop and then get back into his pole position again.
Was that number 56?
Yeah. So obviously he had a little bit of problem, sorted his problem, then got back into position again. Very, very bright. I mean, and he's absolutely stolen the lead, and that's not going to work.
Oh, he's got cool tyres. That's
the problem. Let it through. Okay. So that's Aidan Hammond who has been providing the entertainment, but shows if you don't get your 2 laps warm up, suddenly you put the power down and the car isn't facing the direction you want it to be.
That's the difference of 2 laps of warm up on tyres. He just couldn't get the power down. You saw that. And everybody just absolutely swamped him through turn 1. He's going to cause consternation around the rest of this lap here at GYG.
I think the lead changed. I think Chris Sciver got past Colin Campbell there as well. I wouldn't bet my mortgage on it, but it looked like that. And in fact, there's a kind of a delay there. As in, I think Campbell's dropping back a bit further. I have to wait until they get over the start finish and we get a chance to see the numbers and the drivers.
They're pretty close together. There's a few place changes down the order. Let's have a look.
Everyone's up to temperature now, and it was Aidan Hammond in the end who's got back in the lead again. So after his problem with the being a bit cold, he got through in the end. From Shiver, from Howarth, and then Campbell. So yeah, I was calling the wrong numbers there because we didn't get. It says they come over here with the sun. People don't have numbers on their noses, which is a bit irritating because that would make things a lot easier.
He looked like he was going to get swamped there, didn't he, Aidan Hammond, off the line? But he didn't. He fought his way back through. He leads from Chris Sciver, Philip Haworth in 3rd. 4th is Colin Campbell. Rob Logan 5th. 6th is Tommy Austin.
Who have we lost there?
Louis Large is up to 15th. He's made 7 places. But Mark Rowe in 17th. He's come up 10 places. Has had Brendan Smith in 19th.
That's good points for your back start. So leaning into the corner really heavy with Chris Sciver. So it's Philip Howarth now because Howarth's got into 2nd. Austin, big drop there for Rob Logan. He has made a mistake in this one. So it's Hammond from Howarth, from Sciver from Austin, from Campbell from Jones. On camera, 1, 2 and 3. That was Hammond, Howarth and Sciver. But Sciver now coming out of the where are you? Said Howarth there as Sciver looked to get the inside of him. So Howarth has the green and white cart. Sciver the multicoloured machine behind him, and the all-white cart is that of Aidan Hammond. And it's now moved it the other way in that Howarth, rather than being concerned by Sciver, is now starting to put a little bit of pressure on Hammond as they come around to complete another lap. He's going to get it. Always bumped them aboard and got them through, and off the track they've gone. I'm not sure that. I don't think that that Aidan Hammond's been pretty chuffed about that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the officials will like that. Philip Haworth
so he's
coming alongside out of the devil's elbow here, and he just goes down the inside, but he's not quite there for the corner, is he?
He took so much curb, and that curb is so vicious on the inside of Paddock Bend that he then bounced into the side of the man he was trying to overtake and pushed him out. Now, to me, that's pretty, black and white. Just give, if they had a radio, you just say give the position back. Just give it back.
Well, he's
because
struggle
they've carried on going. Well, no, again, and that's not that easy to do in a karting situation, because they haven't got radios, and you've only got a flag at the end of every lap.
Yeah, he's got a warning for that.
No.
He will not get a penalty. It's the kart motor 1, Philip Haworth, will get a warning, and he sees the warning flag as he crosses the line.
So
Sciver is in 2nd.
Oh, it's Scivia we pronounce. Scivia.
Pick one and stick with it.
We won't, don't we, Barry? So now Howarth after that more aggressive overtaking manoeuvre, and then the warning flag is pulling away from Scivia. Hammond's in 3rd, and Tommy Austin looking to join that party in the battle for the lower honours of the top 5. Through the elbow. And now sharp left before they turn right onto the main straight and drift through here. Light lift into turn 1, and then it's full power, pushing you push the throttle so hard you're trying to push it through the front of the frame of the cart just to get extra movement on it.
We've got a hard charging Louis Large already up to 6th place there. Takes another scalp.
That's 11 places,
that lap. He's up from, where did I see he started?
I don't know, I've got 17th in my mind, I might be wrong.
He's took about 10 or 11 places. He's up to 6th, and he's catching the carts in front. 43.9. Everybody else ahead of him are in the 44s, apart from Philip Haworth, who's the only kart in the 43s. 43.5. That's the fastest lap of the race as well for the leader.
I think Large may well get one more position, but there's a
gold helmet.
There's a change of position again between second and reverse and a third place, and again so Skivia just dropped back as Louis Large takes that fifth place. But these three are having an absolute bun fight in the battle for second, third, and fourth, and dropped back slightly. There was that Austin who lost a huge amount of time. Yeah,
that was Aidan Hammond now ahead of Tommy Austin. About to join in with this three-car battle that we're watching now is Louis Large. That's the cart behind, but the red livery with
and Large is dragging Alex Jones and Alex Thomas with him. Now there's 2.5 minutes, so 3 minutes to go. Let's just say that without a problem, Philip Howarth is going to be taking the checker flag in this one. Ooh. And some bumping and boring going into the entrance to the Devil's Elbow. That's a little bit uncomfortable for Chris Skivia there. As I think that was Hammond rather than Austin who gave him a nudge, but this could change. Very brave, wide across. Now look at Louis Large, though. He's made up massive amounts of time in one lap because they've been slowing each other up. So Large is the guy at the back of those with the white overalls looking up the inside of Skivia, and he's got him. He's going to just run him outside. He's going to lose some time, but he ran Skivia right outside. But the chance now, and he's just from very aggressive driving from Large, but he's lost the position behind Alex Thomas. He pushed Skivia, well, didn't push, he drove Skivia out to the outside. That put him offline, which meant he then lost the position he gained earlier to Alex Thomas. But my guess is Thomas won't stay ahead of Large that long. But the net effect, Joe, is they've lost a lot of time on Hammond and Austin ahead of him.
They will Louis Large was gaining on that top three, and now he's been stifled somewhat.
He's doing it now, and but that interesting. What happened was he didn't take the big curb leap on the inside.
It's totally compromised him though, and he's going to pay the price all the way down Dragon Straight, or has he? No, he's managed to hang on to that. Louis Large in fifth, Alex Thomas there ahead of him in fourth. But if Louis can just settle down and have a good attempt at getting by Alex Thomas. Alex, though, he's no slouch himself, is he? And it's going to be a tricky job for Louis.
He's doing
squeezes
it. Oh, that's not
towards compression corner. Not enough gap there to make a move. He did try. Louis feels as though he's been stifled in his progress. You can see by the body language of the 2018 177 British champion there. They crossed the line with over a minute left to race, so plenty of time. This is Louis' favourite point. However, Alex Thomas driving down the inside.
Oh, he's trying the out.
Defensive line.
Well, he got it round the outside. But it was interesting because you see that with Alex there, as he braked, he just got the whole thing a little bit out of shape. So he had to brake some more. So he couldn't carry the speed through the apex of the inside, and that let Louis' wide sweep come through him. But a great move there, and good driving by both drivers because they didn't come together, which is the key point.
They didn't, did they? There, around the outside at Spoon. It's a daunting place at the best of times.
Look, see that's at that point. You see, he could still get it. He could still held on, but he just and
he had to check it because he knew he would slide into Louis. So great driving from both of those drivers. And now we'll see if Louis Large can actually gain ground. He's got just over a second to get on terms with Aidan Hammond as he turns into.
He's got this and one more, so there's this and one more. I think it's going to be a bit of a tall order, but he's dropped off by a second. He'll get, he can probably get half a second back this lap, especially if these two start tripping each other up. If Austin and Hammond start faffing about, they can see themselves in trouble. But we've only got one lap to go in two corners.
So the last lap board is out.
Large getting closer, but I think he's going to need, what he needs is some sort of kerfuffle to really prevent the drive. You can smell them, as Hammond did actually get past Austin that time and did cost him a few tenths of a second. And this is a chance for Large now. Large coming up on Austin, who lost some momentum whilst being overtaken by Hammond in the last lap. But again, most of your best overtaking points have already gone, unless you just try to just chuck it up the inside of the carousel. No. And then you've got the difficult downhill. Now, the thing about it is he's got no one right in his tail, so he could take a risk. What we have seen is efforts that go wrong down this hill complex of Compressor and Devils can make you lose the position. But there's no one behind him to snap up. Can he just have a look around it?
No, I think time's run out for Louis Large. He's going to have to form in behind him.
No, he's got him.
Drove down the inside. Will he get the switch back? Just to prove me wrong,
there we are.
Louis Large goes through and takes third place. Well done, Louis.
You can have a word with him later about that.
Great win for Philip Howarth, who really did dominate from the front there, having got into the lead. Aidan Hammond, bit of an eventful race for Aidan. He'll be happy with that second place. It almost came to nothing at the start when he had an off on the warm-up lap. Louis Large, great drive from towards the back of the field, I think, on that one. And to come through to third bodes very well for the final. Tommy Austin, who's fourth. Alex Thomas fifth. Alex Jones sixth. Seventh is Ben Edge. Andy Gosling eighth. Ninth is Chris Skivia. And Billy Clark rounds off the top 10.
Mike Emery, during the race, obviously, we won't look at this, but One-Eyed Jim said, go on, Alex, bumper cart Jones. Well, we saw quite a lot of bumping and boring, but all of it was pretty fair, I think. And Mike Emery, these rolling starts have an element of the chaotic about them, which I quite like. Well, they just do get you going. Louis Bevan, so even after a seize yesterday, put another engine on and the crank pin has snapped onto a borrowed one now.
No way.
Yeah. Wow, that's bad luck, Louis.
T-shirt.
That's really bad luck.
Yeah,
Caroline Strange said, bad luck, Louis. Mr. Louis Bevans, and it certainly is bad luck to get through that level of engines. We hope the one you borrowed produces an absolutely fine result for you later. Liam 4503, good luck to Archie Buttle, 22 in Junior Rotax. Is that in Junior Rotax? That is now. So this is the next race, I think, isn't it? I'm misreading this. No, I'm right.
No,
Junior Rotax,
right.
This is the next one. Yep,
Junior's
so he's saying good luck to Archie Buttle. You'll know where he was on the grid, I won't. Keep it shiny side up and rubber side down. Yeah, that's probably good advice for everybody, I think, to be honest. And Double Dash Motorsport, that's a great move by Large. Hi, Double Dash, how are you doing, guys? And some great work by Louis, largely because you know of him well as the
he's local driver
and the champion. You keep saying look out for him, and then suddenly I go, oh God, he's just doing his local drivers, and then proves you're completely right.
No, there's a reason. You know, Louis, 2018 177 British champion, and to have him here in the NKC is quite a thing. He's loving the challenge of these new tyres, and he's where he expects to be. We had that little interview in the Paddock walk yesterday, and he gave us some great insight, both on and off camera. And he'll admit, you know, he's struggling with the concept of driving on these harder tyres. And it's not just about engineering the car on the harder tyres, but actually having to adapt the way he goes about his driving. And
the interesting thing is, Joe, this is the most standard. This meeting will be the most standard of all, because they've opened a packet of tyres, they've put them on, and they've run them. We get to Clay in a month.
Yeah.
People are going to have tyres of different conditions. Some of them are going to have not treated them well, and they'll have a lot less left in them.
Or do you start on a brand new set again?
That's going to be really key.
And then start mixing and matching going into the season. I
think what you'd love to. I think actually you probably do start mixing. Shall I tell you why that is? Because if you think I'll do 3 and 3, you've no idea how many are going to be wet.
That's right.
So you may as well run them evenly.
Yeah.
So rather than think I'll save more for the last couple of rounds, you know, you might find out that
you get to the last couple of rounds, they could be wet.
Yeah, and you might find that you only actually have to run them through 5 meetings because one is wet all day. So
Junior Max and Mini Max being released for their heat. It is their third and final heat. It was Ronnie Shrimpton, Ben Ficini and Braden Hill 1, 2 and 3 on the previous heat out there, and Mini Max was Alex Fraser, who's had a 100% record up to now. 2 Mini Max wins for Alex. Reese Green was second last time out, and Louis Reese was third.
Come on, Levi, says Kevin Dicker. So we are with the front of the pack. They're not looking particularly like they're very interested in forming up, but they might put the brakes on as they come round the top of the track and move down into the compressor corner, which is actually officially the corner here.
That's the
compressor corner. Yeah, but there's a couple of unnamed bits prior to that. So.
Yeah, there is. And there's a couple of unnamed bits here as they go into the Devil's
Elbow. And the Devil's Elbow, which is there.
Is that the one?
There.
Is that Devil's Elbow?
Yeah, it's actually no. It's Devil's Elbow. And then this is Paddock Bend, which is definitely better camera-wise.
I tell you what, these juniors have gotten that grade formed up
very
well
done. Oh, a nice jump start there from Ollie. Not jump start, a nice jump at the start by Ollie Morris. It's 2 completely different things.
2 different things altogether. Ollie Morris off into the lead, up the hill.
60 is in. I don't know why I'm reading. I can't be car 60 because there isn't a car 60 near the front. But it did seem like to me that car 60 got into second place. So let's see what my eyes were blurring into
would
numbers.
Have been a massively jump start from 7th for Dylan Mitchell in the number 60.
Oh, he's lost it. Whoever it was has completely lost the. I think it's 60. I don't know, 46. Who knows? We'll find out. He's in third now. He's in third
place at the moment.
So the blue cart is the 13 of Joel Bowden. Yeah, so Joel Bowden is running in second in the blue cart. Not concerned by the number 13. It's 46. It's Rafi Calentano, who is in third. Just lost a bit of momentum at the bottom of the carousel, went very wide, and now he's got some nice speed up the straight, comes at the inside of Bowden. But Bowden says, no, thank you very much. I've got enough capacity to get past you. And they come into the spoon curve. A little bit of a gap there for Ollie Morris leading. 4th place, James Rigby in the Flory yellow kart. That's not a Lando Norris kart, even though it's got a similar colour scheme. It's it's slightly different blockage. He even got his helmet to match with little Flory stripes on it as well. So he's easy to see when it gets dark, which it may do towards the end of the heat. The end of this race meeting, sorry.
You never know. Looks great on track, though, doesn't it? The bright yellow and black.
I'm loving this. You can see which it is. So,
spot him a mile off.
Quite solid start from all. Not a lot of movement in that lap. It's Morris from Bowden, from Celentano, from Rigby, from Smith, from Haynes.
Archie Buttle moving ahead of Dylan Mitchell there on that lap. Oscar Shrimpton dropping 2.
Oh, a couple being hung out to dry there, Joe, at the exit of the spoon. I'm not sure they actually lost positions, but they just seem to be kind of overcooking it.
Mini Maxwell, Reece Green leads. Eric Smith in 2nd. Alex Fraser, winner of the first 2 heats, now in 3rd. So whether we'll see Alex Fraser moving ahead of Smith and Green. He seems to be the class of the field here this weekend at Glan-Y-Gors.
Yeah, it's getting a bit frantic behind the leader, and there goes a move up the inside, and that is who's picked up 3rd place there. That is Raffi. That's Raffi Celentano who picks up 3rd, but then in doing that, he's got 5 karts waiting to snap at his rear axle.
Yeah, leaders beginning to break away now, aren't they? Ollie Morris, Joel Bowden, but everyone behind them. There's absolute runctions on, isn't there? There's another move down the inside for the 22.
That was Daniel Haynes. Daniel Haynes getting his nose kind of slightly chopped off by Rigby. I think it wasn't a foul move. Just that's where if you position your kart there and he needs to turn the corner, it's going to look a bit unfortunate.
That number 22 now just behind the lime green and black kart of Celentano is Archie Buttle.
That's Rigby. That's Rigby.
Rigby.
Yeah, Celentano's got past. Rigby's the bright Flory kart.
Yeah.
Who's around the outside goes Daniel Haynes in the 22. This is going to be a battle into the spoon curve, and got him around the outside.
Made it. You know what? That takes a lot of courage. And when I say courage, you know exactly what I mean, don't you?
Oh, and look, the inside and backwards is going Rigby at the moment. He's had a bit of a nightmare in this lap. I think he's lost 4 places. He's now behind. Yeah, he just lost the momentum again.
Lost it, hasn't he? Going
down through the carousel. Sometimes these young men, you can just suddenly just lose a bit of concentration, get out of the groove, try and overcompensate, lose momentum, and suddenly, because you've got a selection of opportunist young people who are about to get past you, they're not going to wait for another thing to go. And there goes Rigby down to 6th in one lap. It's not the end of the world. He's got half the race. He can still go forward again.
For me, that proves just how flowing Glan-Y-Gors is. If you get out of that flow, you just get hung out to dry. It's a flowing track, and by what we mean by losing momentum is you get offline and you've got to get back on that line and get that speed back into
and
that
the problem
flow.
is you can't get back on the line because there's another blooming cart
That's
there.
right,
And
that's
another
what he found.
cart.
Yeah.
And then another cart.
That's exactly what he found. It's just getting out of line, and just look at that. James Rigby just dropped out of contention completely there. So
3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Is that 1st and 2nd now together? It is. So 1st and 2nd are right together again, which is 19 of Bowden. So let's look at the top 2. Morris from Bowden. They were getting away, but they've now got together. And also, with the lack of scrapping for about a lap behind them, it's now forming itself into a much more cohesive chain of karts at the top 6 or 7. As you see, the more diving up the inside. Suddenly, we don't see a lot of action coming into the carousel, apart from with the juniors. Must be something to do with the power to weight ratios of why it works better on the juniors coming in.
Yeah, because people in the senior classes, we very rarely see someone taking advantage of that downhill braking area into that first apex. Here they come across the line then. It's all closing up, isn't it?
It's good lap that was a good lap for
Archie
Morris.
Buttle in 2nd.
Oh, that's why, because Bowden's dropped right out. So actually it's Morris from Haynes. Bowden dropped down to 5th in that run.
Not quite sure where that happened, Nick.
I think it must have happened down the...
yeah, he got hung out to dry a little. Oh, and there's an off.
That's the 13 that's gone, and that's Bowden. Bowden's had one of those moments we were talking about. He basically, I think he had a bit of an issue going down the sort of the compressor Devil's Elbow section, lost a few places, and he got, obviously then you've got to get out of your head, and he's just under braked or perhaps actually over braked and spun the car going out the back of Spoon. This is all very good news for Ollie Morris, who's braking away, and then behind him, actually, is that Morris leading or has that changed? It's Morris. Morris leading, then it's Haynes, and then for French, and then Shrimpton.
Ollie Morris has got a big gap. Archie Buttle there coming under pressure from Ashton French, I think, in the 53.
Oh, this is the problem. This is a timing glitch.
Is it?
Well, you can't be 23 seconds ahead in this sort of race.
Ah, so it is. I haven't got that.
Oh, that's fine.
Ollie Morris, Archie Buttle.
Oh, what's happened is in my one, I've got Daniel Haynes in second when he doesn't exist. So there's been a miscalculation on the screen. So ignore the person who's currently scored second. Who have you got scored second?
I've got Archie Buttle, number 22.
Right.
I'm not sure whether that's changed. There he is on that orange liveried cart. The number 22 just coming through the final turn. Now ahead of him on screen is Ollie Morris. And while Buttle's been...
I know what the problem is.
He's in the lead.
I know what the problem is. There's more than one cart with the same number. There's two 22s. There's a 22 in Minimax as well.
There is.
And that is slightly confusing our timing system. But it is Archie Buttle who's leading in the 22.
So where's the leader then?
He's the 22 is lead. That's the leader of that's the wrong 22. That's a 22 in Minimax, but there is a 22 who's leading this race ahead of this cart. So I think one or two carts ahead of where we are with the group here, as they battle, is leading overall. So your overall leader is Archie Buttle in the 22. It's just not showing him.
Coming across the line now.
Yeah.
So there's the leader there.
There's second place.
There's second place. Or is that Ollie
53?
Morris?
No, 53 is Ashton French. He's second. That's the second.
Then
yeah.
Ollie Morris.
Yeah. So Ollie Morris is third. So it says Daniel Haynes is leading in 22. Daniel Haynes is not leading in 22. It's Archie Buttle who's leading in 22.
Actually, it's got him in 23rd place.
No, that's Daniel Haynes.
Yeah, I know. He's in 23rd though on the
yes, but
graphic on the live stream.
I will talk about that later. It's fine. That's something we need to talk about with the organisers about the numbers.
What I can tell you is we've got no more time on the clock, and we've got the last lap board is out.
Have they had it, or is it a checkered flag? Is it last lap?
Archie Buttle through to take the 1 lap to go board. Ashton French in second, Ollie Morris third, Ronnie Shrimpton fourth, Dylan Mitchell fifth, Ben
so he's coming up
sixth.
So 53, the second place man, just coming through Spoon Curve now and dropping down the hill. So apologies for that slight confusion. It's due down to the fact there's two 22s in the race.
Yes. So on the final lap then of this third and final heat for the junior classes, both Junior Max and Mini Max, Reese Green continues to lead Mini Max from Alex Fraser, and Reese Green moving ahead of Alex Fraser. So they're having a bit of a ding dong in Mini Max, which we've been unable to pick up because of the events at the front of the juniors. Archie Buttle takes the win, Ashton French second, Ronnie Shrimpton third, Ollie Morris fourth, Dylan Mitchell fifth, Ben Ficini sixth, James Rigby seventh, eighth is Adam Catling, Rafi Celentano is ninth, Levi Goodyear rounds off the top 10. Here comes the battle for Minimax across the line now, and it's still wheel to wheel across the line. Oh, and it's across the line backwards for is it Alex Fraser who crossed the line backwards?
So he's slowly reversing down. It's the 55 who's backwards across the line.
It was the 55 Alex Fraser who they were basically side by side. Reese Green on the 71 and Alex Fraser on the 55 went through the final turn at Paddock Bend, absolutely side by side. It didn't work though. As they came across the line, Fraser got onto the grass, went through 180 and actually crossed the finish line backwards.
Blimey. Right, so we've learned something else for Clay. We can't have two cars the same number in the same heat. It upsets the timing. The WS Motorsport Media say always a chance of bad weather at Clay in April. That's talking about our wet weather tyre concept.
Well, remember round one of the British Championships, was it last year? Or the
yeah,
year
just
before?
hope there's no fog.
It was absolutely torrential, and they couldn't run the final. They couldn't run the senior
I remember
final.
seeing one with fog. I must admit, just watching nothing for an hour. That happened once. That happened to us. Do you remember the British Grand Prix, which they held in April? Basically, they held the British Grand Prix in April to spite Silverstone, Bernie Spike. I can't remember what it was. It was before the wing. And we were there, and there was fog for Sunday morning warm-up. And we interviewed every single driver about absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. In fact, it was really quite amusing. We got to Mika Häkkinen, and Häkkinen was going, well, I've got nothing to say. Well, we'll just say that then. I have nothing to say.
We've got our senior TKMs out for their third and final heat. All to play for. This is the air-cooled single-cylinder 115cc karts. They're a little wider than the 100 UK, which was the original Formula TKM, if you like, back in the 90s. But these are the more modern iteration of the TK engine category. Like I said, 115cc. Some choose to use clutches, some are clutchless. And we've got a very, very competitive field here in this category this weekend. So I'm not sure I can pick a winner in this one, Nick, because we've had J. Campbell Mills took the first heat, and then we've got the champion Louis Bevan starting down the grid order.
Looking to get themselves away very quickly, because they've come into an order which is rare, because normally the TKM, the pure two-strokes, normally the oily two-strokes, they normally try and get an extra lap. It looks like they are going to get in. There are a couple of stragglers. They might get a wave around. What's happening here? Are they going? Yeah, they are. There's a kind of desire to get the meeting moving. And the 97, or the 47, sorry, of Curtis Granger went around turn one on full opposite lock as he tried to keep the thing from sliding off the track.
Cool tyres, you see, didn't get that extra lap.
But then a nice leap for Gordon Smith there, leading. The black car, I think, they're going for a bit of a boot. Oh, it's the car number one. The one car's gone for a wander. Lewis Bevan.
Having a nightmare, isn't he? That's the
guy who's got the new engine in. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Absolute nightmare for Lewis.
Snapped his cron rod or his knuckle pin, and now he's had to go from the grass. But, you know.
Reigning UKC champion as well, Nick.
Are the drop scores? You kind of hope so, wouldn't you?
Sure,
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure. He wants to hope so, yeah. Here they come through Devil's Elbow. That train of karts look absolutely fantastic as they change direction so swiftly. It's the number 25 in the lead, though. Gordon Smith it is. Oliver Father second. Curtis Granger in third. Callum Lamont in fourth. Ollie Milner in fifth. And just look at the lead by the... Oh, and a change for second there. Into Spoon.
So Granger got through quite easily, actually.
Granger in front of Fathers now. Down the hill towards the carousel.
Quite different front end treatments on those two karts with their body kits. Much flatter and lower on the black one of Fathers from the white machine or white looking car of Chris Granger. But it's 47 from 20. Is it 24 from 47? Or by the way round. And they're now very tight as they go through Paddock Bend. Callum Lamont stays in fourth.
The number 24 of Oliver Fathers, though, he's not wanting to let that kart in front of him get away. As the leader continues, Gordon Smith. It is out of Spoon, down the hill towards us now, into carousel. Flicks the kart into the first apex. Flicks the kart through the second, and then heading down towards compression. Through two unnamed right-handers, I've got to say, and then into the right-hander of compression. It's named that because
that's the 48
kart. Drop there. The kart's ground out.
So the 48 kart's been rescued. I don't think he started because he's not showing on the timing screen. There's a really aggressive move there coming into Paddock Bend. Had thought about it from the 24 Fathers. Looking to get back past Lamont, who took him earlier in the lap. So Fathers been drifting backwards, but not really, I suppose, uncompetitive. Would you say, Joe? Just been eased out a couple of times.
Yeah, I think that's... Again, it's what mixed grids bring you, isn't it? They're not necessarily of the same experience or ability just because they're at the front of the grid. The leader's been caught, though, Nick. Curtis Granger has finally moved on to the rear bumper of the leading kart of Gordon Smith. They're coming through Devil's Elbow now into the final turn. Across the line. In fact, he's bringing everybody with him, isn't he? That
1, 2, 3, 4.
Battle for the lead looks like it's almost developing into a full kart train.
Yeah, they're dragging through. They've dropped Ollie Milner. He's 2 seconds back. Then Matthew Houghton's another half second through. Jake Campbell Mills in 7th. He's got a couple of decent scores so far. But these 4 in this final heat of senior TKM, running as a train now. Granger must fancy his chances of getting Smith. Smith burst away from the pack at the start, but slowly been reeled back in. And now I think the fact that the others are all constantly together would make you think that the slowest of those 4 drivers at the moment is Smith. He's got Granger, Lamont and Fathers behind. Doesn't mean they get past him. Doesn't mean that once he's not leading, he isn't as quick as them again, because it is much easier to follow than to lead.
Half distance then, 4 minutes on the clock, and these 4 now beginning to circulate together. Look at that challenge for second. He has a look, doesn't he? Callan Lamont having a look at Granger up the hill. It's all going to come together at the Spoon. What a challenge for the lead there. Leader Gordon Smith hung out to dry on the outside of Spoon, and he's down to third, it looks like.
Granger took it, but look, now we see the TKM's deciding to use the inside of the carousel. So our leader now is Callan Lamont from third to first in 3 corners, and just still second like he was at the start of the lap is Chris Granger. Big loser there, of course, was our leader Gordon Smith, who I think he's in third. Father stays fourth, but first to third, third to first, and second stayed where he was. So he did have a very small amount of time in first.
He couldn't do anything about it. He found himself on the outside at Spoon. 2 karts went through, and those 2 karts now leading this race, Callan Lamont and Curtis Granger. And if anything, Nick, that looks like they've I think I was about to say they've eked the gap, but they haven't, have they?
No.
It's just closed up straight away.
Yeah.
Where they braked into Spoon turn, it just closed straight up.
Louis Bevan, who we saw being off the track, has recovered up to 11th place, and only 8 seconds off, which is pretty impressive. He must have some very good ground through he gets going. And Karen says, can you say hello to Poppy and Spencer Bevan, Louis Bevan's little niece and nephew, watching him home in Yate? You certainly can. Hello to Poppy and Spencer. And in talking about that, we actually have managed to miss the action, which is the first. But we now have 5 karts in 2 sections for the top 5, and this is the battle for third, fourth and fifth, 25, 24 and 62. Smith, Fathers and Milner. Milner enjoying their battle. He managed to pull up a gap of about 1.7 seconds to get back again, and so much so he's actually got past, both of them?
Yeah, nearly.
Oh.
Nearly. Or has he? Not
He's
quite.
given it a go, and that means that now our drivers who are down in 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th of the draw, we now have a train of 7 in 6 going for third place. Yeah,
nearly 8.
Nearly 8, yeah. So the 6 karts now looking for third place. I believe, is it still Fathers leading that one, or has he dropped back down again? Is it? No, I think at the inside. Fathers is in 4th now. So is it Smith still? Is it changed again? It's 62 actually. So Milner now has taken up 3rd place. Fathers 4th, Smith 5th, Jake Campbell Mills 6th, Mitchell Ball 7th, and Houghton is 8th. And as you can see, their little subgroup again has snapped away across. This is Milner and Fathers having a row before there's 4, 5, 6 other karts thinking about the lower top 10 positions.
This is a great battle for third down over. It could be anywhere. The 2 leaders have gone. Callan Lamont leads Curtis Granger, and those 2 are circulating together. They're not really disturbing one another, but behind them for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, there's a train of karts with literally maybe, just a matter of inches between them. All of that 10-kart train now through the Devil's Elbow into the final turn. Here they come across the line. Now then, you see that gesticulation there from that 3rd place driver, Ollie Milner. He's saying to everybody behind him, let's use our heads, don't battle with me, and we'll catch the cars in front. And it's like, that's what I used to always think.
And that's happening either.
Right, yeah,
that's not happening.
Yeah.
But,
and it's not happening.
There's
Look
a
at that.
big change there as Fathers gets hung out to dry by Jake Campbell Mills and Mitchell Ball and drops down to 6th. So he just, I'm not sure whether he was overtaken there. I made a little bit of a mistake there actually going through the Spoon. But he drifted down and the 2 went through.
We've seen that. If you go wide into Spoon, you leave the door absolutely wide open. It's like one of those patio doors that slide back and it lets all the whole room out onto the garden. And that's what he did there. He almost let the whole field through. Yeah. As it was, there's only 2 snuck through there.
Even Ted Moult would have been proud of that patio door, wouldn't he? That's one for the kids.
He left the patio door wide open. Yeah, he did. Yeah, up the hill they go then, up the Dragon Straight, and there's another move on the cards here. Or is there? Because the last of the late breakers there in 3rd place, Ollie Milner, he didn't leave the patio door open at all, did he?
No, it was just the side gate mostly shut. So still leading, Lamont, still second Granger. We're looking at the Mills and Ball battle, and this is this lap. There's the rest of this lap and 1 more to go in the final heat of Senior TKM here in round 1 of the NAVOS NKC Championship at GYG. Oh, a great move there. Fantastic move there, and he's shocked and surprised the 62 of Ollie Milner as Jake Campbell-Mills comes through, and now he's lost a bit of momentum. It looks like Milner's going to drop to Mitchell Ball as well, and he has. So that went horribly wrong round 2 corners, didn't it?
Well, Milner's got the pace, he's proved that, but he had nothing, he could do nothing about Jake Campbell-Mills there, just making that opportunistic move. Almost needed a tin opener to get through there, didn't he? Made that move happen, he made the gap. And if anything, Campbell-Mills is catching Curtis Granger hand over fist. It's the 0 time on the clock. Have they had the last?
No, they've had the
lap?
last. This is the last lap.
Right, this is the final lap. Yeah.
So a few corners to
It's
go.
been such an exciting race. I've lost track.
And they're going to cross the line, and Mont giving I won that one, says Callan. It was a good drive, it really was. Granger gets through, and we see those final little shuffling about. Jake Campbell-Mills is third, which is a great result for him. He's had a couple of previous good results. Mitchell Ball fourth, Ollie Milner fifth, Oliver Fathers is sixth, Lucas Sullivan seventh, Leo Capchi comes in eighth, Gordon Smith is ninth, Matthew Houghton 10th. Then the very, 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 very unlucky Louis Bevan is in 11th. Alexander Lehman is in 12th. Joseph Phipps is in 13th. Charlie Savage, Leanna Page, Jason Lovett, Joseph Jacks, and Matthew Temple, Ricky Wright, and Adam Cross-Davies is 20th. And I think those were all the drivers who finished on the lead lap. Double Dash Motorsport, I mean, you will like this because it's a weather story. Once had an off at Clay on a foggy day, went through the tyre bar at the hairpin, lost 2 laps, got back to the paddock, and the team genuinely thought I got lost as they couldn't see where I'd gone. Can't argue that. Cyril Smith says, "Go Team Flex" from Cyril.
I think Team Flex are out there. Saw some people in Team Flex jackets. Of course, we get no information.
My Lord.
We get no information on teams and who people are running with. So they're all individuals to us on our timing screen. So Team Flex out there for the senior TKM, who have finalised their grid positions for the final, as has the 100 UK, as has the junior classes. So that leaves us the senior Rotax classes to do just that. So we are next out with the senior Rotax 162 class for their last heat. It's a group of the 162 class to go, and then after that we've got our final heat of the weekend for the 177s. But first, it's the 162s. That's the blue number plates with the white numbers, and they've already been released from the collecting area and are off on their warm-up lap.
So, swift turnaround there, which is always good to see.
Yeah, been very efficient here at Glan-Y-Gors. The race officials, great job. Clerk of the course has done a fabulous job. Bruce Perry is the man in charge of keeping things in order. And I've hardly seen any sort of major incidents. I've got to touch wood on seeing that. Driving
Always
standards have been really, really good, really clean. We've you know, the contact that I have seen, Nick, has been the kind of contact you will always get with close racing, and some of it's kind of unavoidable. You see, these drivers race very, very close indeed, and the skill that is shown in all of the classes incredibly. The youngsters always blow my mind as to just their racecraft and their driving ability.
It looks like we're going to have go to try and get it rolling on lap 1. So we have some. Nope,
No,
they're going round again. Going round again.
Yeah, we have a few stragglers. Now, the man at the front of the field, Milton Steele Vasson, was the winner of this class at the Super Prix last year. We first got, certainly my first look at Milton, and he was absolutely the class of the field there. He's in a good competitive field here in the 162 Rotax class here this weekend, however, and
cool.
He's starting his final heat from the front, so we should see just what speed he's got here.
Got a few corners to go. Kelly Deans, who's watching on YouTube, so don't forget to subscribe if you're watching. She's looking forward to going there with BPEC next week. She's coming to GYG with BPEC next week.
Good.
I think you'd be lucky to get weather as dry as this.
Well,
but you might get warmer. It'll
be a great weekend. They've probably got a 6-hour pro kart race for BPEC, and I certainly enjoyed the BPEC round at Warden Law last November, was it? It was plumb cold.
Well, it's like today then.
Yeah.
So getting ready for a formal start of the final senior Rotax heat of the day. And they're off. Oh dear, that's got a kerfuffle at the start, which has let said the pole man kind of lost momentum.
Yeah.
He let 4 or 5 karts go through, but did block the guy in second.
Steele Vassen was absolutely hung out to dry. He ended up on the far left of the track, almost got punted off, and he's found himself back in 4th potentially.
Yeah, but also he inconvenienced the guy who started second, which may have been Pedro Oliveira. I'm not quite sure because he's been scored as 3rd over the line.
5th. So Steele Vassen down to 5th spot from what was a pole position, so he'll not be happy with that at all.
So it's James Davis who's made the break, is it?
I'm not sure. We're going to find out now, though, as they cross the line to complete 1 lap. It is
it's Pedro Oliveira.
Pedro Oliveira. Hitch Wainwright is in second.
Done.
James Davis 3rd. Riley Bowen in 4th. Harry Barker 5th. 6th is Milton Steele Vassen. Paul Ozan, former British Super 1 champion, in 7th. George Sanders 8th. Thomas Storer, current NKC champion, in 9th. And Scott Smith rounds off the top 10.
And Oliveira leading again. He is on his way, I think, to pole position in the senior Rotax. This will be his 2nd win. And I think his other result was like a 4th. So Oliveira certainly looking like he's enjoying his weekend in Wales.
Yeah, he's got pace here, hasn't he? He's proved that as Pedro.
So H. Wainwright running in 2nd place from James Davis. And the top 3 just having a little bit of a gappy time. And then the 96 of Milton Steele Vass has got through to 4th, so he's managing to make up for that weird start where it just didn't work for him. Then it's Barker, Ozan and Riley Bourne. As they come now, the field streams through Spoon Curve. So Oliveira not really pulling away, but I'm not sure how hard he's trying to pull away, to be honest. Up at the top of the track. There he is, 57, then Wainwright.
And you can see the compression at Compression Corner. That's where it takes its name from. The cars seem to drop, don't they? About a foot, and then drop a bit more as they go into Devil's Elbow.
I've just read your writing. I've been reading it wrong all the time.
What have you been doing?
I've been saying Compressor Corner.
That's Compression Corner.
Yeah,
It's
honestly,
poor writing.
it is poor writing. Honestly, Joe, you've written the track.
I'll use a felt tip.
This is the world's worst track. I do like the way you've drawn the track, though. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's Compressor Corner. So everyone who's going, what the blimmin' else are you talking about? Compressor Corner. It's Compression Corner. Quite like Compressor Corner, actually.
No,
what?
it's a back marker. I got excited about a back marker being overtaken.
Well, you've done that before.
Yeah, I always do. Yeah.
Joe's very excited about back markers.
It just looked like Pedro Oliveira going down the inside of another cart, or somebody going down the inside of a cart at the carousel. Anyway, back to the front. And it's the action, though, is not at the front, as Pedro Oliveira continues to lead.
We're right in
quite
the middle now
commandingly.
of the field, as we can see with the, I think it's a 22 cart, is this? Or is it the 72 cart? No, it's a 23 cart. It's always hard to read these numbers. So that's 3rd place, James Davis, where the battles are happening now. Is the 3rd, 4th. It's right together. Davis and Milton Steele Vass coming up and over into the Spoon Curve. And having a right old look at the back side. Milton Steele Vass now probably knows every little dirty mark on the back of that exhaust, and he can probably read the sponsorship and the manufacturer of the seat, and he's really irritated by all sorts of stickers on the back of James Davis's car. But what he doesn't realise is the car is being rapidly caught up by Harry Barker. So Harry has gained right to the back. So the 3 carts are now together. Barker comes behind Vass by about 0.1 of a second.
He's not happy, is he? He started from the pole and he was expecting to win this heat, no doubt about it, for Steele Vass, and he's now stuck in 4th and been under pressure from Harry Barker.
Yeah, it's not gone well. I mean, it's not often things unravel so quickly, but that unravelled on turn 1. Now, it's not the end of the world because he can still get a reasonable haul of points. He's not going to be starting, I think the front row's gone. We've seen he's just got a position there, but they're very clever to nip up the inside. Just seem to just get more front end.
Yeah, very nimble kart there. Great driving from Milton Steele Vass, and he's now clear of those karts. He's in 3rd. He's got Hitch Wainwright in front of him. Quite a way, though, quite a gap to gain on.
Seems to find more front end grip to get past it. Up the inside as well. It's actually going backwards now. I think it's Davis. So it's Barker now right behind Steele Vass as they battle for 3rd place.
He's lapping equivalent to the leaders. He's only a couple of tenths off, but now that he's become clear of traffic, we'll keep an eye on the number 96 as the 2 leaders up ahead. Pedro Oliveira, he leads by about a second from 1.6 seconds H. Wainwright has got 1.6 seconds on Steele Vassen last time by. Let's see what it is this time. It is 1.3. So he's claimed 0.3 of a second back with 3 minutes to go.
But he's got
time is running out.
He's got Barker absolutely on his tail. Now whether Barker's the thing, I'll let him drag us there, or I'm going to try and make the move. These are the two karts in the shot now. So the blue and white is Milton Steele Vass. White with some flashes of orange, and the grey race suit, that is Ari Barker. And they almost will the karts around some of the corners and they try and get the pick up and the power as they come down the hill through Devil's Elbow and running now into the Paddock Bend.
Right then, change for lead as Wainwright goes ahead. We've lost Oliveira, Nick, or at least the timing screen's telling me we've lost Oliveira, and I look out onto the track, I can't see him.
We've lost Oliveira?
We've lost Oliveira.
He's
plummeting down the timing screen. That's major news,
that is, if we lost Oliveira. Because he obviously is the favourite.
Into the carousel. There goes the new leader. It's H. Wainwright. I'm not sure what the H stands for.
Hooray.
Look at Milton Steele Vassen, who's now about 9/10 across the line was the gap, but we don't need a stopwatch to tell us anything about that gap coming down because we can clearly see it reducing right in front of us. 90 seconds on the clock as they cross the line.
Now I'm trying to see Oliveira because that is major news. Pedro was absolutely nailed on for pole.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen now because his first and his, I think, fourth and a net last, currently 28th, is going to put him in the middle of the pack.
He's here. He's underneath us. He pulled off with a problem.
Ah.
Kart 57.
Yep, there he is.
He's underneath us, underneath our commentary box.
I
here, just on the outside of
turn 1. Don't think there's any problems. I think he's parked it, so yeah, he's just found himself with an issue. So hopefully he can fix that in time of the final, but he's going to have some work to do. Certainly the fastest man, I think, in the field all day. But sometimes you just need patience, you need a bit of luck, Joe. And if your luck's running against you...
That was bad luck for Pedro.
Good luck, though, for the rest of the field, because they were all suffering from a man who was going to be in pole. Now he isn't. And with Wainwright from Steele, Vass from Barker, all of them are getting a hatful of points, which is going to move them nicely further forward when we come to the finals. I'm
not sure whether they're going to see the last lap to go board next time by. There's 34 seconds on the clock, so I think they're not, would be my estimation.
24, 23, 22. Now they can get round in less than 22 seconds.
They can get round in 22 seconds. Yeah, that's half a lap, isn't it?
Sweeping wide. And this, of course, is Wainwright now has been absolutely caught by Milton Steele Vass. 8 seconds to go. They're going to cross the line one more, so they've got 2 more to go, which is not good news for H. Wainwright. They had a good exit and up the straight, so he's actually gapped a little bit from Steele Vass, who's pointing through 3/10 behind. But then his problem Steele Vass has got is the Barker hasn't given up on getting second place either. As they go through the spin curve, they go turn left, they go dropping down towards the carousel. There is a back marker who I believe they probably will catch before the end. He's about a second ahead of Wainwright. And they're getting close to him already, actually, as they come over. There you see him there, just ahead of the 3 of them, fighting like tooth and nail, like a couple of angry cats.
They've caught the back marker right where they don't need to, through compression, into the Devil's Elbow. That's not where you want to trip over
now it's a problem. That's exactly the worst place entirely.
Yeah, that's exactly where they didn't want him.
And he split them up.
He
and
has
that
indeed.
Was Wainwright absolutely benefit. And this is nothing to say about the back marker. It was just the worst place to catch it. But Wainwright, huge gain from that. Came across the line with a half a second lead when they were been a big instant there through the tyres. And there's the karting. There's the guy who crashed. We've had a crash right up at the top of the field, coming off the exit spoon.
Isn't it?
I can see visually that the driver we just saw on his knees has got up and walking away. So he's had a bit of an accident coming out of there. But this is the fight for second and third. Wainwright benefiting from that back marker kerfuffle to take the win. Well, he's got 3 quarters to go. I'm a bit oversaying this one. But it looks like actually that Milton Steele Vass is more bothered by Ari Barker. And yes, over the line comes Wainwright. Steele Vass is second. Barker is third.
It was Paul Ozan who finished 4th and first in the Masters. James Davis 5th. 6th is George Sanders. Scott Smith 7. Thomas Shiver is in George Sanders finishes 6th. Scott Smith 7th. Thomas Storer, current champion, finishes in 8th. Andy Powell, great 9th place finish for Andy. Simon Keeble in 10th. Jill Lewis, it was in 11th. 12th place is Tommy Lee Davies Jordine Newman finished in 13th, Toby Case 14th, James Costin was in 15th, Paul Moran finished in 16th, Scott Lowther in 17th, Jamie Hardy 18th, 19th Martin Court, Joshua Hope is rounding off the top 20. Well, that concludes our senior Rotax heats. Next out for the senior Rotax 162 class will be their final. It's the final heat of the weekend, though. Coming up next is the 177 class, and we'll very soon have those grid sheets to be able to give us an idea of who's doing what when it comes to the final of all of our heats. The sixth and final heat for the 177 category about to go out, and we should have an idea of who is where when we see those carts appear. There's a few carts that are going to need recovering, so we've got a bit of a delay before we allow that. Bit of barrier recovery going to be needed there as well. That looked like a big off right in front of Scott, our cameraman. And the driver still looking a bit winded. I'm not sure who that was. Can't see a number on the cart. But we'll find out soon enough. So round one of the 2022 NKC Championship, we're already well underway with the season. Almost all of our heats are concluded, and we're about to go ahead. When we get that clear-up job done, we're about to go ahead with the final heat. The previous heat for this 177 class saw a great drive from Louis Large, who came up from almost the mid to the rear of the grid to finish in second place. Philip Horwath was first, Tommy Austin third, Alex Thomas and Alex Jones fourth and fifth. So keep an eye out for the number 128. I don't know if Louis is out here in the 128, as I've got no kind of idea of what the grid will look like when they appear. So the clear-up job continues, and as we get towards the important part of the day with the final heat, like I say, and then we go into our finals. First final will be for the 100 UK class. Looking forward to the rest of the season, though. We're here at Glan-Y-Gors in North Wales for round one. Round two will see us down on near the south coast of England, near Dorset, in fact, or in Dorset, I should say, for Clay Pigeon. And then from Clay Pigeon, which is the first weekend of April, the second weekend of May sees us go to Rowra, and that's in Cumbria. A great track there just off the west coast, on the outskirts of the Lake District, another area of the country with some really picturesque scenery. 2nd and 3rd of July see us resume the championship at Wilton Mill, a popular track near Daventry in the middle of England. 6th and 7th of August we could head back to Wales to the Landau track, and then the championship concludes with Fulbeck, the final round on the 3rd and 4th of September, the last championship round of the NKC. We have got another event though. The Super Prix is the first weekend of June. That's why the championship has a bit of a break in June. Doesn't mean we stop racing though, because we continue with the Super Prix event, and it's at Fulbeck, so we visit Fulbeck twice in the season. The airfield circuit of Fulbeck, the circuit that I used to race on as well, and it hasn't changed at all. It's still very fast and challenging. Old school airfield circuit will be where we see the championship rounded off, and also see where our O-Plates and Super Prix winners will take part on the first weekend of June. So I'm just looking out across the track to see if we've got, or if indeed we are close to seeing the track being given the thumbs up. Just the last of the carts being wheeled in. So I don't think we're far away from seeing our final heat take place. Like I say, it's the 177 class. You hear me talking about 162 Rotax and 177 Rotax. It's all to do with weight. The 177 class, a minimum weight of 177 kilograms. the 162 class, a minimum weight of 162 kilograms. It gives the heavier competitor a bit of a chance to compete. And we have indeed got the carts for our senior Rotax 177s out onto the track. Jai Oliver starts on the pole position. Richard Edwards leads them out alongside. Joe Pfiffner is in third. Another happy birthday to Zach Bolton. He's 23 today. And he will start on the second row. Third row is Alex Joyner and Oliver Smith. Fourth row is current Warden Law double champion 2020 and 21 Warden Law champion Stephen Horner in seventh. Carl Bryant in eighth. Fifth row of the grid is Ewan Logan and Thomas Childs. And already the grid looking very well formed up. Great job by the front row of the grid to do that. They're already formed up. We've got no stragglers, so I can't see any reason why we won't get this race underway. They're into the final turn, and the starter will give them the go-ahead, and we should be racing. Indeed we are, and the 51 gets off into the lead, off onto the grass, goes to number 11 and gets left out to dry, but that's down the mid-field, and that number 11 soon going to find himself at the back of the field just by dint of going on the grass there. The leader, though, is the 51 of Vince Bryant.
Oh, big accident in the Cup there. We've lost two of the cards.
Yeah, we have.
That's 69 of
that's
Zach Bolton.
That's birthday boy.
And 49 of Roma Kelly. I'm not sure how those two came together. They're a long way apart.
Yeah, just look behind the leaders there. Somebody gets
he's
into
backwards.
A spin.
Right.
It looked like Zach got into a spin coming through the
It was avoidance by the 49. He could see it.
Hard to see. It happened over the brow, didn't it?
Yeah, he's off again now.
There's the 49 off.
So there's a lot of problems. Massive lead for Joe Pfiffner. 2.3 seconds. A huge sort out as well. As you can see the 78 just falling off underneath us. That's the Alex Jones car. He was in the 16th. He's not anymore.
Everybody's spearing off.
But all of a sudden, that massive lead has disappeared. And down the hill. So we don't know what Joe's done. We had a 2.5 second lead, and that's not 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely not 2.5 seconds. The field have caught him up, haven't they?
He must have made a mistake at some point.
Chasing him down. Alex Joyner, Philip Horsworth, Mark Rouse, Stephen Horner.
Louis Large is this one again.
Is Louis in this one?
Yeah. He's in 9th.
Oh, wow, he came up from the back of the field and up to 9th. How many places he took? Look at that. Louis Large took 10 places in one lap. And that was obviously
with all the incidents up there, absolutely,
there, didn't he? He's scything through the field into Spoon already. We've seen Louis go round the outside at Spoon. Not even sure that was even possible until I saw that.
We'll give it a go, eh?
Yeah. Well, you can see why the lad's a British champion.
This is the last heat, isn't it? I just realised.
Yeah, it is. We're into the finals next, Nick.
I was so busy trying to find a toilet. No, I was actually changing batteries.
The field are already out of Devil's Elbow and into the final turn. It will be 3 laps completed this time by. All over that exit curb was Philip Howarth. He doesn't want to do that very often. Alex Joyner third. Oliver Smith in 4th. Then we've got Louis Large chasing them down in 5th. The gap was just on 0.8 of a second there for Louis. Mark Rowe behind him. Steve Gilly 7th. 8th is Reese Llewellyn. Into the carousel. And Louis Large now onto the back of that cart in front of him, where Stephen Horner's dropped out of that. He was in that top 10. And he's dropped all the way down the order.
Entirely. So leading
he's 10th.
As they come round again in this
I just
medal.
overlooked him. He's 10th. Stephen
We've
Horner
got
10th.
29 of Fafner, the bright gold helmet of Philip Howarth. You aren't going to miss him in an auction. And then Alex Joyner, Oliver Smith and Louis Large up to 5th. So Louis again, big move forward. And this is all good news when we come to settling the grid for the main final in a couple of hours' time. I think they'll get on the grid about an hour and a half time, I think, for the main final. Just coming up just past half past 3 here in North Wales.
Now then, Louis Large has moved on to the tail of that cart in front of him. He's on the tail now of Oliver Smith into Devil's Elbow. He's took him a couple of laps really to get onto the rear bumper, But now that he has, he'll be wanting to challenge. He'll be wanting to keep that momentum through the field. He's the only kart there that looks like he's going to make a change for position.
And he is.
And he is. A lot of momentum through the kink, and he makes that lead.
Certainly,
that change of
he certainly told Oliver Smith he was going to be there and what he was going to do. And I think Oliver Smith went, yeah, all right then, if you insist.
Yeah, down into the carousel. Who's next on his tick-off list? Alex Joyner, is it? The orange kart of Joyner with that gold helmet of Louis Large right behind him there. Through the compression into Devil's Elbow. Bit of a compression there as well. And this is where, he's made a dive. Louis Large down the inside. He uses all the road as well.
Well, that's a fair way of doing it.
Joyner has no option other than to make space, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, there was no contact. He didn't use the curb, so good driving there by Louis. We've seen that move done in several different ways. Some of them resulting in a black and white flag for the drivers. But Louis moving forward, he's got to now make up a 1.7 second gap. First and second right together. Let's move up to first and second because they're battling, Fafner and Howarth now. Howarth with a very, very, very gold helmet from the orange helmet in second, in the leader of Fifner. Fifner a little bit slow, it seems to me, when he was going through the compression. And now, as they go to start another lap going through Paddock Bend and powering up the straight, the gap, which was 0.6 seconds, now 0.3. So Howarth has taken half the lead out. Louis Large 1.7 behind these two. He has the goldest of gold helmets, whereas Louis Large only has a mostly gold helmet.
Just look at the lap times there. 43.7 for Fifner. Philip Haworth 43.444. Louis Large 43.477. So absolutely nothing in it, is there?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, Louis actually needs Fifner to hold Howarth up now, I think, to get to him.
He needs them to be tripping over one another.
And there's no reason that wouldn't happen. I'm not sure it's the colour of the wheels that's making the leading car of Fifner look ponderous as he goes through the compression. It may well be completely an optical illusion, nothing to do with actual lap time.
It might be, you're right.
Minimal paintwork on that 29 car, it's just black. He's not bothered with the extra weight of the stickers to logo up the side or put the chassis manufacturer's colour. Oh, at the inside, beautiful move there, straight away by Howarth. Managed to find his way up the inside of Fifner there. Just dove up the inside in the at the spoon, said I'm not hanging around to let Louis Large catch us up. And Louis Large was catching them up. And that will put him much, much closer than 1.8 seconds, I would think, behind Fifner for second and third.
He hasn't gained much ground though, Louis. It's been about 1.8 for the last 2 laps at least. And with time running out now, we're less than 90 seconds to go. That's allowed Philip Haworth to kind of break free, hasn't it? And away he goes. He's been stifled clearly by Joe Fifner. Oh, look at that. Fifner moving right back onto the rear bumper of Haworth.
Back marker issues coming up, and he's
going to be stifled.
He doesn't know. The back marker doesn't know they're there, and that's costing him a huge amount of time all through the slowest part of the and in the end, he just gave him a little bit of a tapette on the rear of the back marker. I'm not sure who it was.
Is that going to advantage Louis Large?
Oh, absolutely. Large gained at least half a second there. He was 1.5 seconds behind the pair of them. Sorry, 1.5 seconds behind Fifner last time round. My guess is he's going to be within about 0.8 or 0.9 of them now. 2 laps to go.
Now then, what was the gap? The gap is less than a second between second and third.
Yeah, 0.8. So he did gain 7 tenths due to the back markers. Not, well, isn't like a blue flag system, so it's quite hard to really work out what you could do. Another back marker in, but just coming up now, but he's being a little bit more helpful. And Large dives through as well, getting closer to those top 2. It's prevented Howarth getting. Howarth would have wanted to get away once he got past Fifner. But 2 things. One, Fifner's finding it much easier to follow than to lead. And option B, he just keeps ending up being slowed down by back markers. Now the 3 of them are nailed together. They go underneath the start-finish straight now.
Last lap to go, board. 1 more lap.
And it's looking pretty good for Howarth, I think.
Momentum, Nick. Look at the momentum Louis Large had through that turn. And I don't know whether that was a problem for Fifner, but
I think he looked the wrong way. He looked the wrong way, didn't see a cart, so he did the old radiator thing and then just lost concentration. He genuinely looked the wrong way for the car. I think he could hear it and then look the wrong way for it. And then, there's no problem then. And Large was saying, no, I'm sorry, I'm going through.
Well, it was through turn 1 that Louis just had so much momentum. and he just carried that all the way up the straight. He really did send it through turn 1.
Howarth slides off the hill there of the Devil's Elbow, but it's too late for anything else to be done. And I'm sure you'll largely be happy with that second from like a 17th place start. And the final heat of the day is over, and we'll be rolling into finals very, very quickly. But it's a win for Philip Howarth, second Louis Large, third Joe Fifner, fourth Oliver Smith, fifth Alex Joyner, sixth was Steve Gilly, who won one of the previous heats, seventh was Rhys Llewellyn, eighth Jai Oliver, ninth Mark Rowe, 10th was Aidan Hammond, 11th Tommy Austin, 12th was Stephen Horner, Chris Scriver, 13th, 14th Carl Bryant, 15th Tom Childs, 16th Tom Walker, 17th Zach Bolton, 18th Alex Jones, 19th Stephen Loggin, wonder what his login code is, and then Medlock, David Medlock was 20th.
Great race again, 177. I'm looking forward to their final, Nick, because we're going to have all of the fast guys,
absolutely,
all of the guys that have been coming through the field. And you know what? I'm saying that about the 177s. We're going to see that pretty much in all of the classes.
Looks like we're rolling straight into the finals with no
we're
break.
Going to get straight into the final, Nick. We've concluded the heats, everybody. And next is the important bit. The 100 UK final is first, and then we've got the Senior TKM, Senior Rotax B final, and that'll be for the 162s, the 177 B final. And remember, just to remind everybody that there is no qualification from the B final onto the back of the A final. So the B final for Senior Rotax is fourth final, I should say, is the B final for 177s. Then we've got the junior classes, the Junior Rotax and Minimax, and then we've got the Senior Rotax 162 A final, and then the final race of the weekend here at Glan-Y-Gors is the Senior Rotax 177. Already in the collecting area, though, are our 100 UK finalists. This is the kind of retro karting, if you like, TKM engine, 100cc. It's the air-cooled single-cylinder TKM motor that these karts have. You'll see that they are a lot narrower, a lot less long, shorter wheelbase, narrower track, and they are karts that were used in the 1990s. They've got no adjustability on the front end. Modern karts have caster and camber adjustment potential. They've got ride height potential these days on the rear axles. None of that on these 1990s karts. They're quite a basic, quite a simple kart to run, and a great entry level way of going karting. We've got some very, very quick guys that have made their way into qualifying towards the front of the grid. Let's have a look at the grid while we're just getting ready to release these karts. Got one kart being recovered, I can see, out on track. It's Jamie Crease, no surprise there. Jamie Crease on the pole position with Ed Peed alongside him in second place. Row 2 of the grid has Ben Clucas and Scott Williams, and then we've got on row 3 Liam Hamling and Lee Hackett. James Rees and Glenn Rayland are on row 4. Row 5 is James Purchase and Bradley Beavers. The first of the UK Plus runners, Matthew Lawrence, is starting 11th with alongside on row 6 Alex Kennedy. Wesley Graves and Brendan Williams are on row 7. Row 8 is Dennis Barclay and Adam Sirrett. Jordan Kendall and Dominic Pine are on row 9. And then we've got 2 UK Plus runners on row 10, Will Redman and Darren Beavers. Tom Pattle and Charlie Leonard are on row 11. Lee Jackson and Owen Potter are on row 12. Leonardo Taggio and James Cannon are on row 13. And then on row 14 is Sergio Taggio on the novice plate, the last of our runners at the back of the grid. Thing to watch out for, we've got a father and son racing out there together. Bradley Beavers starting 10th with dad Darren Beavers starting 20th, both out there enjoying their karting, and we spoke to them yesterday and in our paddock show. But right now the grid will make their way around. They usually get another warm-up lap, do the 100 UK runners, Nick, and I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to see in a moment.
Yep. So they'll just get themselves warmed up, get the engines running, get the tyres, a bit of temperature. There's a kind of a gap between them. But yeah, it's very straggly. They started quite strangely in 2 separate groups. They had a group right at the exit of the exit of the entrance. That makes no sense.
I think they've been told you're going to get 2 laps, guys, because those 2 guys at the front.
We've lost the 28, I'm afraid.
And Ed Peed.
Who's the 28? Because we've lost him.
Who's the 28? Talk amongst yourselves. I'll find them in a moment. You sure it's 28?
Well, it seemed like 28
Not
to me.
68.
I don't know. I'm getting numbers wrong all the time.
Dennis Barclay is the number 68.
Might be. Might well be. You just left the cart at the side of the track. What's the number of that cart on the side of the track, Ash, up the straight?
That's the one, Ash.
Told you it's 28. Can you not see a 28?
I've got a 28.
Well, that explains why he's not in the race. You keep talking, I'll see if I can find him.
It's not a 28 on the grid sheet. The grid, though,
this is a great start, isn't it?
Out of Devil's Elbow and about to get started.
No, there's not. Let's wait for the final. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Off they go.
Yeah, we've got a few stragglers.
Into the lead goes Ed Peed across the front of Jamie Creaser. 84 Ben Lucas looking to make a bit of a move up the straight. And in fact, still shuffling around is Creaser. But he's had to settle for second place off the line. And Peed leads into the spoon for the first time.
Ed Peed, we saw Jamie. And it's a bit
double
of a
spin, including the
action-packed
9. So it's going to be the problem for the 9 and a problem Dominic Pine and the 7, which is James Purchase. So a couple of the keepers between 10 over and 15th, they got problems, but the top 2 breaking away.
Now remember, just to remind everybody that these finals are slightly longer, 12 minutes and 1 lap for these finals. And we're already through and into turn 1 for the second time, I should say. Ed Peed leads. It's Jamie Creaser
all
in
over
second.
him.
Ben Lucas. Yeah, Creaser looks very, very racy indeed, and having to go down the inside into Spoon. He had him at the kink, though, I'd say. Now, we've seen this before. Creaser gets ahead of Peed and then kind of pulls out a gap. Ed Peed will want to not let him get away that quickly. And Ed Peed surely cannot sit on the tail of that number 61 car for the whole duration of this final. Well, he's going to make me a liar by doing just that, I think.
Creaser there.
These guys have been there.
The silver and grey outfit, the Creaser. Just now looking to get a bit of a gap, but it's likely that the 47 of Peed will be able to just suck up to him as such. He's using a bit of a slipstream. And he is right on his tail as they come into braking and Spoon curve. Now, it really is a case of whether Peed feels that Creaser's got the speed on, in which case he may try and make a move, or he thinks he has got him in hand, in which case he might wait a bit longer into the 12 minutes. Remember, they haven't run more than 8, so they've got 4 minutes of voyage discovery. It's not quite the same as on a boiling hot day where you don't know what's going to happen to your tyres, because, you know, it's a cold day, it's pretty consistent. That's one of the advantages of one of the disadvantages you're freezing yourself to death. One of the advantages is you don't get this issue with heat degradation on the tyres. You have to get them. The issue is you can't get them warm enough. So they'll actually have 4 minutes, but the tyres are quite nice.
I tell you what, Nick, Creaser is aware that Ed Peed is still with him, and it made him think about driving defensively. He's pulled out, he looks over his shoulder there, ducks down. He's aware that Ed Peed is there. He's doing everything he can. He ducked down in the airflow, reducing the airflow across him. He's driving defensively down into the carousel. He's aware that Peed is quick out of the Spoon. Look at that, looks over his shoulder again and drives down the middle of the track. That, to me, is a driver that's not quite confident enough to just pull away. He knows that Peed's got the pace as well. And Peed will just be staying with him and just waiting for that opportunity. Very experienced driver, Ed Peed. Been racing karts since he was a kid. He's since raced karts and continues in karting. And he was familiar, of course, with this period of karting back in the 90s.
He's an original, you mean?
Yes. Yeah, he'll have raced in this.
Looks to me like he's made a little bit of break now, Creaser. I think he's just beginning to get that gap. Let's just hold down, wait for the next battle, which is the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th and everything else. As they come down the hill. Now, see the gap they've pulled out, 4 seconds, and then you have this succession of cars led by Glen Ryland in 3rd, then Liam Hunting, who we're looking to go around the bottom of the carousel now, then the orange car of Liam Hamlin, then Ben Klukas has dropped back a long way in the 84 and the O plate, I think, or it could be the D plate, I don't know, of Scott Williams. Which one is it? Is it D or O for Scott Williams?
Scott Williams is blue. He's got a blue suit and a blue.
Is he the D?
That's the O plate, isn't
That's
it?
the O plate, yeah, which is Scott Williams. And then they've got Lee Hackett on the other O plate, which is the D plate. The blue is the D plate, which is Lee Hackett. So this is the battle in the middle of the top 10. Ed Peed now 4 tenths behind, and there's a big gap now. Third place, actually, Glan-Y-Gors. He's broken away slightly. Liam Hamlin's got away, and the cork in the bottle appears to be Ben Klukas, who's been fast all day.
Yeah, he really has. Ben Klukas, another driver who's got a lot of experience. He's done some car racing as well, some GT racing, but he's back to karting, as we all do. We all gravitate back, don't we? Jamie Creaser leads, Ed Peet second, and then that battle for third, Glenn Rayland, Liam Hamlin, Ben Klukas, Scott Williams, Wesley Graves, and then the D plate holder, Lee Hackett. The D plate, if you weren't listening earlier or watching earlier, he's the Landau champion. It's the Dragon plate here in Wales. The Landau club champion, Lee Hackett, gets the accolade of using that D plate here in Wales.
Graves right on the tail of Klukas as they go up the Dragon Straight. And I think he's feeling that, like a lot of them feel that Klukas doesn't have the pace at this point in this final. And he's slowly been overtaken by several drivers. He started early, about second, and now he's dropped down to fifth, and he's certainly not helping the yellow and blue machine of Wesley Graves. You've got Williams and Hackett, so both the O plates with one of which is a D are together now, so that won't be confusing at all. They start overtaking each other.
Yeah, when they're together. Yeah.
There is the O plate. So just to remind you that Creaser is winning, and he is pulling away by about 3/10 of a second a lap, just out to almost a second now. Ryland is 5 seconds off, then Hamlin is second behind him, and this battle we see here, you can see actually that's Ryland right at the top of the screen, then Hyland in the red race suit, and then we have Klukas and Graves at the top of the track and coming into Spoon Curve now, and you kind of think that if he wants to go forward, the two machine of Wesley Graves is really going to have to make a move at some point, because otherwise he's just going to get left behind as the others drift away. Back marker about to be overtaken by these top 5 drivers, and he moves out of the way very carefully, doesn't spoil anybody's race. Interestingly, no real movement forward made by either of the O plates, be it the O plate or the D plate, Williams and Hackett.
It looks like they're very, very well matched, don't they? All this, the first 10, if anything, look very, very well matched. We've seen a lot of movement in the heats, and we kind of become complacent at just how close the front of this field is. And I think we'll see that. And as I say that, the O-plate driver moves down the inside.
That's the two. That was
that
Graves, getting past Klukas. Yeah, I mean,
right.
I think it's a good point. Once you put everyone in their correct order, unsurprisingly, there's less overtaking.
Yeah, and it's very, very subtle there. We saw the number 2 of Wesley Graves just having to really plan his move on Klukas, didn't he? And it was, again, that favourite move into Spoon over the brow of the hill and get momentum through the kink. And as Ben Klukas intends to stay on the back of that number 2 kart, we'll see if he can.
Yeah, the 2's got a bit of work to do now, because it has strung the field out. You know, there's no real, if you look around that, these karts are all strung out and they go past. In fact, if you actually go around the rest of the field, there's no real close battles, and perhaps anywhere.
No, and Ed Peed's dropped back off the leader, Jamie Creaser, to the extent of 1.3 seconds.
This, of course, is the argument against qualifying, isn't it? You should never qualify, but what you end up doing is putting the cars in speed order.
This is what we would have had for the last 3 heats and a final if we'd had time qualifying. And it gives, the enjoyment of competing with a mixed grid of the process of getting through the heats. It's great fun as a competitor, as long as you're sensible, as long as you're not impatient, and you do, there was invariably comings together. But 2 minutes remaining.
Got a message from John Ward. We were talking about the Flex team. Well, Wesley Graves, we're watching. He's a member of the Flex team, as is Dominic Pine, so who's in this final as well. But we saw him having a spin in the first corner. So one's done well, one's done badly. Yeah, so so Flex has done well and badly if it finishes as it is in this final. Thanks, John. How are you doing?
Yeah. What is Flex? Tell us, please.
It's a race team who have other sponsors. So 62 there. That's Glenn Ryland in third. drifting down that very steep hill. And the one thing I'm quite pleased about is the camera vision does show it is quite steep, but it is actually a lot steeper than that. As you know, cameras will always flatten and foreshorten views, just the very nature of the two-dimensional image we're seeing from a three-dimensional world. But the two kart up at the front, there's 2 seconds. I'm just looking around for karts that are together, and there aren't really any. Well, there's 3 karts in 9th.
Now we've got a very well spaced out string of the whole field is pretty strung out, Nick, and that's
a minute to go
exactly
as well,
what you expect in a final. Less than a minute on the clock now, so we are getting towards that 1 lap to go board. We're a little bit off it at the moment. These karts lapping in 46, 47 seconds. There's 40 seconds on the clock.
There's a run of 4 karts now coming down the hill into the carousel. Let's have a quick shufty at them for a while to see who.
Leader just come through, Nick, so it'll be last lap to go board next time by.
2 laps to go. So this is the kind of the closest battle on the field, and we'll find out where it's the 13 kart leading it, which is Brendan Williams. This is the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th battle. Tom Pattle, Adam Sirrett and Dennis Barkley. I don't remember mentioning them all day, but they are now nailed together. And it's really great because you find your competition. These guys aren't at the front, but they found their competition. They found several drivers who are at the same speed as them, and they can enjoy the race meeting. And these fantastic, I don't know why, I suppose I raced them in period. I was just naturally drawn towards them. And the 2-stroke smoke, of course, which, of course, now a bit warmer go. And up the inside, looking to gain that 12th place is... this is slightly wrong, I think, isn't it? I don't think this is the last lap because it's supposed to be a 12-minute final.
That's the last lap to go board. It's out now.
So the finals have gone down to 10 minutes, and they were.
Have they?
Yeah,
right.
That's 10 minutes.
Right.
So it's gone down. For some reason, this final's 10 minutes, not 12. So
right. Okay.
It does say 12 minutes plus 1 lap. It may have been changed because of the running order.
They perhaps need to tell us next time they do that.
That would help.
That would help.
So where's our leader? Jamie Creaser, where is he?
Our leader is coming into the compression now.
Okay, let's see him. He's
and then into the horseshoe.
So we're looking for kart number 61, kart 61.
That's Ed Peed in second place, I believe.
Yeah, we need one forward, Ash.
Just forward ahead. There he is.
No, one more. There he is, over the line now. Little cheeky wave. On a 10-minute final.
A 10-minute final.
10-minute final. Well, that one was 10 minutes.
10.
That one was 10.
We'll wait and see.
Yeah. So that was the most processional race so far.
It was, and that, you know what, Nick, though, it's not unexpected, really.
Yeah.
And perhaps we're going to see the finals. I think we've become used to
massive action,
carnage everywhere.
Massive action.
Absolutely everywhere down the field. And, of course, mixed grids will give you that. We'll maybe see a little bit more settled races now as we get towards the finals, and everything is now going to be spaced out.
I'm just hoping that all the finals are now 10 minutes, because otherwise we're going to get very confused towards the end of the races. But I assume there's no reason why this one will be shorter than the others. So
yeah, I'll put that at the back. Put that on the notes.
Yeah. So that result was Jamie Creaser, great win from that 3rd lap in. Ed Peed was 2nd. Glenn Ryland 3rd. Liam Hamling was 4th. Wesley Graves was 5th. Ben Clucas was 6th. Scott Williams was 7th. Lee Hackett was 8th. Matthew Lawrence was 9th. Jordan Kendall was 10th. James Rees was 11th. Tom Pattle was 12th. Brendan Williams, then Adam Sirrett, he was 14th. 15th, Dennis Barkley, then Alex Kennedy, Dominic Pine, Darren Beavers, Will Redman, Owen Porter, and then we had Charlie Lennon in 21st, James Perch 22nd, Lee Jackson in 23rd, Leonardo Taggio in 24th, and Sergio Taggio was in 25th. I think Sergio had a bit of a bad day, because I think he actually had some problems finishing with reliability, so not so good. So the next final is Senior TKM, is it?
I believe so, Nick.
I think Scott's got an update of how cold he is.
Oh, really? I know that people are...
Good news, viewers. Fingers so cold, can't feel the cold anymore. Excellent. How many layers have you got?
Not cold enough to not be able to text still, though.
Yes,
he's still fine.
Perhaps he's doing voice thing.
He's still fine. It could be.
Yeah,
yes. Could be.
Just when you thought he wasn't actually dropping dead, it's a voice thing. So...
There's a lot of very concerned viewers out there.
We are. Well, there's not a lot. There might be 3, possibly, at most.
So that was the 100 UK A final. We've now got the Senior TKM.
Scott, it took him an hour to text that.
Yeah, we're really getting the smallest violin in the world. Right, Senior TKM next then. So this is the 115cc, single barrel, single cylinder, air-cooled engine. Slicks and wings. slightly different to what we've just seen. That was the 90s Formula TKM, the Formula 100 UK that we've just seen. Very similar in concept and engine-wise on these TKM karts. But this is, I mean, this series has a MSA British Championship. This is the NKC, though. They're on different tyres. They're on tyres that have to last more than 2 sets per season, I should say. And so let's have a look at the grid that's already formed up in the collecting area. Jake Campbell-Mills, no surprise there with how he's gone in the heats. He's on the pole position with alongside him Mitchell Ball. Second row of the grid is Callan Lamont and Ollie Milner. Third row of the grid is Oliver Fathers and Leo Crabtree. Fourth row, Charlie Savage and Lucas Sullivan, with Alexander Lehman and Leanna Page on row 5. Gordon Smith and Louis Bevan are on row 6. Row 7 is Jason Lovett and Joseph Phillips. Row 8, Curtis Granger, Matthew Horton. Row 9 is Joseph Yax and Will Cregeen. Row 10, Matthew Temple Purcell and James Hull. Row 11 is James King and Liam Surkar. Row 12, Andy Wagstaff and Adam Crofts-Davies, with Adam Surkar and Ricky Wright on row 13. And then row 14, rounding off the grid, is Derek Surkar on the number 18.
Go-Kart Dan says hi.
Hi.
So we say hi to Go-Kart Dan. And they're away. It is 10 minutes. Yeah, there's 10 minutes again.
Right, so we've reduced the length of the finals because we lost a bit of time with that track repair earlier.
I think they're trying to make sure they're done by 5:30 by the looks of it.
Are they really?
There may be a sub cut-off we don't know about.
Some stragglers getting out the collecting area. They'll be able to catch up. We'll probably be giving these karts 2-lap warm-up period. Get some heat into the tyres and get those engines nicely blown out.
As you can see,
poles of 2-stroke smoke.
They smoke like heck, and then but by the time you get to the end of the race, the smoking has stopped as they've got up to temperature.
Yeah, it's basically clearing all that lubricating oil from the fuel, isn't it? The fuel and oil. The oil is in the fuel, I should say, and that's how the engines are lubricated.
And at cold temperatures, no, they want to go round one. They're trying to do it, but they're being waved on for a second lap anyway.
Yeah,
so they're trying to. It was quite professional. They decided to do a form up, but they said, no, look, there's people a long way behind, and more importantly, you boys need to warm your engines up a bit more.
You should never
before we get close down by the hook counts in the no smokeless zone.
You should never really take that for granted that you're going to be given another lap. You've got to, if you're on the pole, you've got to consider that the race will start. Even though you kind of know that you're going to get a second lap.
Yeah.
It's the same as the safety. You know, you were mentioning a restart and a rolling start. You've got to consider every lap you come by the start-finish line that you're going to restart. You're going to get a start. So you've got to be ready.
There's a car off at the end of the straight. Now I'm not sure whether they're trying to get. I think they're trying to get him restarted actually by the looks of it. Now not sure whether this will affect the fact they're going to start it or not. Yep, he's got a self-starter on it, so it's okay. So he's up and running. So how the hell he fell off at that part of the track on his own, I've no idea. My guess is they'll start with him straggling, I would think.
Yeah, we've got 2 or 3 stragglers actually. We've got the main body of the grid though, Nick, well formed and in shape as they come onto the start-finish straight. And I wouldn't be surprised if the starter is going to give them the green flag.
Come on, Louis Bevan, says Jackie Strange. He's had a bad day so far, so he needs a good final. And into the lead has gone Jake Campbell-Mills. He's got Mitchell Ball right behind him. Then a kind of a shuffle about. I'm not quite sure who come out third of that one. But it's Campbell-Mills from Ball. And we'll wait and see until we get a bit of a view of some numbers who's in third as the field streams past the in the spoon corner.
Into the carousel then for the first time. It's Campbell-Mills who leads, not unexpectedly so, I've got to say. He's had a great day during the heats. Into the compression now. Turns the kart left into Devil's Elbow. It's a tricky chicane, that right-left chicane. That brings you towards the end of the lap, and here they come to complete one lap. Across the line they go then. It's Jake Campbell-Mills leads, Michael Ball second, Leo Crabtree third. Lucas Sullivan, Oliver Milner, Leanna Page, Callan Lamont, Louis Bevan 8th, Oliver Fathers 9th, and rounding off the top 10, Charlie Savage.
Yeah, Milner was the big loser on that one. Dropped from 3rd to 5th.
It was Mitchell Ball, not Michael Ball.
Oh, well, hey. you know, if he gives us a song afterwards as well, it'd be great.
Yeah.
So up and over the top of the circuit. They go rounding now into the compressor. The field streaking through. And we already have a kind of a double break, didn't we? Do 2 from 2. It's hard to tell because they do kind of condense down through the Devil's Elbow. And now they go past Paddock Bend and up the straight. So yes, it is a nice little break has been made by Jake Campbell-Mills. Mitchell Ball has about 3/10 from Leo Crabtree. He's lost that during the run up the straight, and Crabtree now is all over the back of second place man with the red race suit, Mitchell Ball, as they now plunge back down towards the carousel.
Yeah, he had a breather, Nick, but that gap has completely gone into the carousel for what will be the third time out of the carousel, and he's now coming under pressure from Mitchell Ball, who likewise is coming under pressure from Leo Crabtree. So we've got now 1, 2, 3. Oh, and who's that in fourth joining in as well? Is that Lucas Sullivan?
I think that is. It's a 16 plate.
So a 4-kart train for the lead. Here they come across the line and into turn 1. That's Club Corner. Up the Dragon Straight. And he had a breather, but that breather's gone now. You've got pressure, my man. Jake Campbell-Mills into Spoon. And now plunging down the hill towards Carousel. It's turned into a bit of a battle, hasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it is, as you've said, you've made this point many times, Joe, and you are correct. It's all about the momentum going along the start finish and then through the run through turn 1, because that speed gets carried through. And we've seen a bad run by Mitchell Ball put him into the clutches of Leo Crabtree, and then a good run stuck him right at the back of Jake Campbell-Mills. It's those 2/10, 3/10 are so important. And they're getting past a back marker, is that already?
Momentum was stifled somewhat as they came out of that
but
final
I think
turn.
he did all 3 of them equally, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
I think so.
Slight gain actually there for Lucas Sullivan, I thought. He just reclaimed the tail. He was half a second off the back, and now he's managed to get a little bit closer. So it was good news for the 4th place kart, just sweeping down out of our view now. They drop down to the hill. And this is a hugely steep thing. So you're not only trying to brake as you're going downhill and turn at the same time, which is why it's quite tricky. But we haven't seen much movement in these larger senior karts, but we have seen it in the juniors, who are perhaps just using a little bit more, I don't know, chutzpah to get through. But Jake Campbell-Mills leads, and a little bit more comfortable than last time. Mitchell Ball, I would say it's a watching brief. It's a heat, but it's a final, so you haven't got time to do watching briefs, especially when watching his briefs behind him. It's Leo Crabtree. Sullivan now in 4th. Lucas Bevan is in 5th, but he's not really on this lap. There's his first 4, and there's a 1.2 second gap to 5th, and in a way, in clear air, they are slightly dropping the 4th place man of Lucas Sullivan as well.
No, there's nobody taking their time out there, Nick. I can tell you now, they're driving those karts on the absolute limit without, of course, destroying their tyres, without getting ragged. They're driving very smoothly, and it's all about momentum, like you've said, and especially this section here through Devil's Elbow. You don't want to be going too wide. You want to be able to just be patient, contain the karts, check its momentum without sliding too wide. This is where you let it breathe all the way through Club Corner. Let it breathe onto the Dragon Straight and through the kink, flat out kink, absolutely flat out. Up and over the brow, it's 75 miles an hour and into Spoon.
Mitchell Ball has got more top speed than Leo Crabtree or Jake Campbell-Mills. He's able to, can carry it more. He gapped one and gained on the other. However, when we come down this downhill section, following this right-hander into the compressor corner, all over the back of him is Leo Crabtree. He's kind of shoving him along by the time we get to the other side of the Devil's Elbow, because he gets so close to him. Just very slow and ponderous on that right-hander through the elbow, and he's got him. He just lost the momentum. I've been watching that last couple of laps. It's just quite obvious. He just didn't have that momentum. He's just losing on that right side. He's got a bit of extra speed, so he may well be able to get past. We'll see the move.
And you know what, Nick? Leo Crabtree's been watching that for the last few laps, and he's been seeing how he loses time coming out of that corner. That's allowed him to get alongside. Totally
clean pass as well into Paddock Bend, so he didn't have to do any sort of block passing.
Yeah, and now it's Leo Crabtree's turn to have a go at Jake Campbell-Mills. Let's see if Leo can regain and reduce that gap, regain a bit of speed and momentum. Of course, these two tripping over one another for second and third has allowed Jake at the front of the field just to give himself a bit of a breather. 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, nice gap he's got now, because that's now up to nearly 3/4 of a second. Crabtree 4/10 further back, and now 4/10 to Sullivan. So Ball really needs to start thinking about making a move.
2 karts off there. Evidence of it coming together. That hasn't interfered at all with the lead of this race, as Jake Campbell-Mills does indeed come under pressure from Leo Crabtree.
Shout out to Louis Bevan and his borrowed engine in 5th place.
Yeah, he'll be crossing all his fingers and toes that thing holds
He'll
together.
be listening to it. He'll be choking as much as possible.
He will be. He's had a torrid day, hasn't he? The current NKC 100 Senior TKM champion. Back marker getting out the way very well indeed. The 2 at the front have broken away though.
And that's cost him some...
It has.
And that's that spot for the lead.
That was all about momentum out of that turn. That back marker did stifle the leader, Campbell-Mills. And it's Mitchell Ball, is it? That's gone through?
I think so, yeah. I think he just swept through. It was a kind of like he just tripped over, lost 2 or 3 miles an hour of oomph because of the back marker, and that was it. So into the lead has gone Jake Campbell-Mills. Despite the fact that Mitchell Ball was sitting very confidently on 3/4 seconds of lead, but he lost that. It's not the back marker's fault. It's one of those things. There's no blue flag system, and you don't always know where the people are coming up to you.
Louis Bevan's gone through into 3rd as well, Nick.
So Bevan is absolutely making most of the champion after a torrid day.
Torrid lap for Leo Crabtree. He lost that position from 2nd to Mitchell Ball.
Lead about to change again.
Is it really? This is fabulous stuff. 2 minutes and 17 seconds remain. And look at this, swapping backwards and forwards between the leaders. Jake Campbell-Mills, he's had a bit of a wake-up call.
But he's got an issue. He's got 2 minutes. Now, the question is, can the number 1 seed, effectively, the reigning champion Bevan, work his way past Campbell-Mills and get towards... So work his way past Mitchell Ball and get towards Campbell-Mills. But the fact is that actually just dropping off this time has been Mitchell Ball.
Oh, look at the momentum from Bevan, the number 1. The back marker tells them which way to go. Go to the right.
Yeah, but also
Bevan,
breathe off the throttle as well. That's what he should have done as well. He's just carrying too much momentum up the straight.
Bevan didn't quite have enough, did he? He looked like he had momentum out of the turn number 1, but he didn't quite have it all the way up the straight.
Turning round at the bottom of the carousel now, and it's really a case where Bevan he's got 1 minute 22, so there should be 3 laps to go. But what he needs to do is he needs to get past Ball as quickly as possible to give him a chance to get to Campbell-Mills. Campbell-Mills made a minor mistake that time and has lost a bit of his lead. Coming through, I think, the compressor rather than Devil's Elbow as they sprint back on the straight again. The lead was half a second, now 3/10. Bevan, 2/10 or so behind Mitchell Ball, but he needs to find a way past to give himself a chance to Jake Campbell-Mills. Again, that little bit extra speed. Oh, and brilliant lead. The lead changes again. Up the inside went Mitchell Ball. That's a real surprise. I was waiting for him to get attacked from behind. But no, he just swept up the inside of Jake Campbell-Mills. I think probably Louis Bevan was surprised about that happening now. And looking at no way, left way, right way, but the lead changes again. And then wow, straight up the inside.
That's not in the script.
It's gone off.
Yeah, look at that. The momentum there just carried him.
And we have a new leader.
Wide.
It's Louis Bevan's got through. I know
Incredible day for Louis Bevan.
So Bevan now leads after Mitchell Ball led and Jake Campbell-Mills all led that portion of that lap, and they're all second for portion of that lap. But the leader now is Louis Bevan. Quite remarkable what's happened there, but it has to be said, Mitchell Ball's not letting this one lie with this lap and one more, and he's even going down the outside thinking about the carousel. No.
Another example of losing momentum through the compression and Devil's Elbow section of this Glan-Y-Gors track, and Campbell-Mills just left out to dry there. He's coming back at them though, is he?
I think he is. He's trying to get round the outside of Mitchell Ball, which is absolutely fabulous news for Louis Bevan because it's slowing Mitchell Ball down. And they are scrapping in this senior TKM final. Let's start the final lap of round 1 here at Glan-Y-Gors. And it's been a story of Louis Bevan's difficult day. May have a happy ending, but Mitchell Ball and Jake Campbell-Mills have given us an unbelievable final.
Great racing this to the very flag. He's defensive into Spoon, isn't he? Very, very tight line. Here they go down the hill towards Carousel, and Bevan moves across to the left. He defends. That's a defensive line through Apex 1, through Apex 2, into the unnamed right-hander towards compression now. He knows he's got to defend. He knows no one should get past him here. And he defends very well indeed. Keeps a tight line through the left-hander and now into the Devil's Elbow. This very tight chicane drops into it. One turn to go. It's all about the drag race to the flag. And into second place has got Campbell Mills, but the winner is Louis Bevan.
And Mitchell Ball dropped to fourth those last two corners.
Yeah, it was all about the drag race to the flag.
I've no idea what replays we've got. We've got any replays? No, he hasn't pressed it. Just try. If you press play, wherever you press the next thing will come up.
That was an incredible finish there. Louis Bevan took the win. Jake Campbell Mills fights back to second.
This is the way it changed. The actual lead was taken as they come round here. You can get a bit slower than this actually. So he comes round and you look at that. That's the lead for Louis Bevan right on the inside of Compressor Corner, completely confusing everybody as the other two were fighting. He comes through and takes the lead, and that was the result of the win. We obviously also had Mitchell Ball losing 2 places on the last corner, but you can't record everything in a race that's completely proven us wrong about the finals not being exciting.
We did.
Fantastic race. Fantastic race.
Let's have a run down of the top 10 while we get our breath back. Louis Bevan wins. Jake Campbell Mills in second. Leo Crabtree third. Mitchell Ball in fourth. Fifth is Lucas Sullivan. Sixth was Callum Lamont. Seventh, Ollie Milner. Eighth was Leanna Page. Oliver Fathers was ninth. And rounding off the top 10 was Charlie Savage. Well,
that was a surprise.
More of the same, please.
There we go.
Phenomenal driving. I tell you what, that's why that lad's got the number one. When he saw an opportunity like that, he saw those two basically trip over each other going into the compression corner. And he saw the opportunity, and he had the momentum, and he kept the momentum and went down the inside. Fabulous driving. It's the first of our B finals coming up next. Senior Rotax B final. They're already in the collecting area. We've got 16 rows of karts to get through. I'll give you an idea of who's where. So on the front row of the Senior Rotax 162 B final is Martin Coe, kart number 84. Alongside him is Paul Moran. Second row of the grid is Riley Bowen and Joshua Hope. We've got Tom Sully and Miles Barthorpe on row 3. Row 4 is Tom Taylor and Alex Warnaby. Row 5, Patrick Williams-Rahoj and Sion Smith. Tyler Fossey and Scott Russell are on row 6. Row 7, Nathan Hope, Charlotte Parker. Row 8, Jonathan Harrison and Martin Jackson. Dylan Tatum and Jamie Hardy are on row 9. Row 10, Ian Shotter and Louise Williams-Rahoj. We've got Chris Rance and Lewis Berry on row 11th. Roger Lovett and Nathan Goodsey on row 12. Row 13 is George Boxall and Rob Statham. Ben Blowers, Louis Ball are on row 14. Row 15 is Grace Lee Davies, and alongside Grace is Andrew O'Keefe, and rounding off the field is Alfie Anderson on row 16.
Problem for 52 in the collecting area.
52.
Seems recalcitrant to start, unfortunately. That's just the end of a bad day, isn't it?
Well, that's a really bad day, because that was a second row starter.
He's gone.
Riley Bowen is,
that's tragic. Dear. That's
starting
really
on
bad
the second row. That's his day over, I think.
Well, I'm told there's no bump up, so...
No, I'm told that as well. So, no qualification through to the A final for these runners.
Waved through again. Well, see now.
So just a selection of championship points, I think, Nick.
Yep.
For the B final runners.
There's going to be some people. There's going to be some people here who are unhappy. They've had a bad day and they shouldn't be in the B final. There's some people here who are in a learning curve and learning experience and thinking, right, this is what I need to do. I need to work out how to race a final now. So it's different people. Not everybody is upset they're in this final. Though I'm sure everybody in the first 3 rows think they should be in the A final. Quietly running now up through the X of the carousel.
They're all nicely compacted as they come into compression corner.
Not compressor corner then.
Not compressor corner. You keep saying.
Oh yeah, it's in my head
now, isn't it?
It'll be like that next time I come in.
You'll be fine to clear it.
You'll possibly. Possibly. If you hit me every single time, I'll be in the hospital by the end of it.
Here they come then. They're looking great order here with the pole man, Carl Bryant, with Mike Edwards alongside. They should be given the go-ahead, and they are indeed. It's Martin Coe that leads into turn 1.
Move there from up the inside by Tom Sully.
Yeah.
Sully took the lead there. He just got a much better bit of front-end bite, and then suddenly there he was. So Sully, I think, is leading.
Wide, didn't he, Nick?
Yeah, so suddenly all the kind of the like Moses parting the Red Sea, the cars have disappeared and suddenly there he was in the lead.
So it's Sully that leads through and out of the carousel, heading towards that compression corner now through the right-hander, or the two unnamed right-handers, and into compression now. They drop there. You see the karts drop away, and then from that really technical bit into the Devil's Elbow. It's called that because it really is evil to get the thing working through there. 1 lap completed in 10 minutes and 1 lap is the duration, and just look at that lead for Tom Sully. Paul Moran
Terrible
is
lap
in
for
second.
Scott. Terrible lap for Scott Russell. He dropped all the way down to 14th from his front of the grid start, or front near the front. Oh, and a change there for second and third. I think Miles Barthorpe just nipped in there and took the position from Paul Moran.
So that's a change for second. Is that Barthorpe?
Yeah, Barthorpe whizzed through. Yep. Now chasing Sully down, who's bouncing up and down, trying to get a bit of extra drive out the slower corners as they come down the hill.
Barthorpe looks very, very quick. Look at that. He's really closed the gap to the leader, Sully. Into the Devil's Elbow. Already into and out of the final turn. Through turn 1, that very fast club corner. Looks over his shoulder. Yep, Miles Barthorpe is there.
That's the number 124 in reference to his favourite 1970s Fiat.
Is that a fact, or have you just made
that up? Everyone knows the 125 was better.
Gaz Burry's been giving us some really interesting stats on everybody, not all of it, which we can repeat.
Yeah, it's true. So 1 and 2, broken away. As they try and gain as many points as possible by winning this B final, put themselves in a position to move forward during the rest of the series. These guys will be the ones who will be going away and having a bit of a think of things before Clay in a month's time. But for now, it's a chance to win a race. It doesn't matter if it's a B or a C or a D. Win a race is winning a race. Behind them, Moran, Warnaby and Co. As the field streams beneath our... Oh, and then there's a move for the lead there. Absolutely. Straight in by Barthorpe there. He was taking no prisoners. And Sully goes, oh, hang on, he's gone past me.
That is the Glan-Y-Gors overtaking textbook there. Page 1. Spoon corner. Come through that kink flat out and then just get on the brakes later than the next guy. Down the inside. And Barthorpe, I think, is going to disappear.
I think it's a check out, yeah. It has a feeling of checking out. I mean, the karts do get very close together because of foreshortening. Because, half a second lead at 20 miles an hour is nothing like as big a gap as half a second lead at 60 miles an hour, but that is a half a second lead. Exactly. 0.506. So let's drop back to third and fourth, who are having a bit of a scrappage themselves. That's Moran and Warnaby. Moran in the red and yellow kart, Warnaby in the mainly white machine. Warnaby looking a little bit more racy than Moran, but Moran putting his kart where it needs to be to keep that podium position in the B final.
While we're with Paul Moran, just say hello to his fiancée Helen Marshall. Not sure if Helen's here or at home watching, but if you are here, you'll see this, no doubt, tomorrow when he puts you through it all again.
Every single minute of it. Chris Mills says good luck to Miles Barthorpe. Well, it's working so far because he's leading. So Chris obviously is a lucky talisman for Miles as third and fourth. Glued together up the Dragon Straight. Up and over the crest.
I tell you what, Alex Warnaby, sorry, is it Warnaby or Wammer?
Warnaby, yeah.
Alex Warnaby is looking like once he gets past,
he looks racier.
Past Moran, he's gonna go away. But
is it it's easier to follow than to lead?
Absolutely, and it's as Murray Walker's adage: it's one thing catching someone; it's a completely different thing overtaking them.
Another thing,
so
pulling
much now
away.
in Formula One with DRS, but that's another story.
I think they're going to pull away. Who knows? Who knows whose cars are doing anything this year? I think everyone's got obsessed by porpoising.
Yeah, Ted Kravitz didn't have a clue, did he?
No. Well, hang on, what we talk about there could be anything. That could be anything, he doesn't include.
Yeah, that's true. Anyways, enough of us.
Their way down the road.
Paul Moran in that easily seen bright yellow and orange livery on that kart. Still, when he gets very, very sideways going through the right-hander towards the compression, and that allowed Warnaby to get back onto his bumper. He dropped back ever so slightly. That's not the case now. These two circulating absolutely flat out together, using all of that track and more up the Dragon Straight.
Not close enough to make a move unless he
Not
just
at all,
does
is
lob.
he?
Oh, yeah, no, it's saying that. He's going to lob up the inside of the spoon. There we go. That's not. Was it,
Just to make you sound
is
like
that the curse of the commentator? Just the let's prove you wrong with the commentator.
I think he proved us completely wrong there, Nick.
He just then. Well, no, I'm not going to. Perhaps he was finding that he was catching Moran and having to just ease off beforehand, so he gave us a little bit more space to get the momentum through and carry on through the spoon curves. But he's got through. Now the point about it is he has to actually have to get away from Warnaby and nailed down the 1.8 seconds. He was behind Tom Sully. Miles Barthorpe, by the way, is leading by 2.7 seconds.
Yeah, he's extending
1.1 now. It was a poor lap actually for Tom Sully off camera there, so he's lost about 7/10 on both the leader and he's 7/10 closer to the chasing third man, who should have lost time having been part of an overtaking manoeuvre. So there's a good chance that Warnaby could actually get himself back up to Sully before the 3 minutes 48 seconds and 1 lap runs out.
Yeah, and with this race beginning to settle down somewhat, let's have a quick look at the top 10. Miles Barthorpe leads by 2.7 seconds. Tom Sully in second. He's got 2 seconds to Alex Warnaby, who's just cleared Paul Moran. Martin Coe, Pullman, is now 5th. Sion Smith 6th. 7th is Martin Jackson. Joshua Hope 8th. 9th is Patrick Williams-Rohage. Dylan Tatum is 10th. Jimmy Hardy's just moved up to 11th, as has Lewis Paul into 12th. So a little bit of movement there. Martin Jackson dropping down the order out of the top 10. And in fact, I think that's Martin Jackson with a problem there because he's absolutely plummeting down the time.
Yeah, we had a bit of a kerfuffle on the start-finish straight. And someone ended up pointing the wrong way, which is never a great idea, but everyone's fine. No harm. Well, there was a harm and a foul, but no one was hurt, and they've all kept going again. Bantam from Sully.
Miles Barthorpe, 3.6 seconds is the gap. And continues to extend that lead. 43.2. His best lap there came on lap 8, 42.7. So he's about half a second off his best. So he continues to extend that gap at the front of the field on the number 124. I'm only thinking there's a story behind the number 124 number because of Louis Larger's 128. And I'm not sure that everybody has that same idea.
I'll give you this. I've made the story up. That's the story now.
Yeah, well,
that's what it is.
We'll find out. I'm sure we'll track him down across the course of the season.
Let's
see.
Spend some time with some. But there's a massive number of cars going up the straight right now. There's 5 of them together. Let's follow these boys at the top of the corner. They're now at the top of the straight right now. They're going up through Spoon Curve. There's a kind of a action-packed selection of karts, which we can work out. We're very close to the timing screen. What we need to do is get a number to work out who they are.
I think that could be
31, I think it's Lewis Berry. That's it. Lewis Berry chasing down the 20 of Scott Russell. Very tightly battling for 11th and 12th, and then behind them you've got Jonathan Harrison, Louise Williams and Chris Rance, who are also all scrapping about. But this is the closest battle on the track. And the 31 kart is having a right old go.
So that's a battle for 11th and 12th that we're looking at there, Nick, and it's about to be... I thought there was going to be a change there. I thought he was going to have a go at that braking there.
Didn't quite go for it, did he?
I think he did. The kart was squirming, but you know what? Scott Russell's kart was squirming as well. So they were both
double
last
squirm.
of the lane breakers over the brow.
A bit of old squirm, but yes, they battle through the middle of the pack here. And there are selections of 2s and 3s who are lumped together. The front, though, it's all very spread out. Nice move there. Well done.
It was, wasn't it?
Slipped through, but in doing so, he's taken all the momentum out of both of them. So there's now a battle behind him, which is going to be picked up. Russell Harrison and Louise Williams and Chris Rance, they're all there, thinking about who can get past next. This is the B final member for the senior Rotax. 62 entries. A and a B split. As they come round now into the field, we are now on the last lap for Miles, so we'll keep an eye out on what he's doing whilst you watch this more action-packed sort of race.
I've got my eye on the leader, Miles Barthorpe. He's just coming into Spoon and about to circumnavigate 2 back markers into the carousel now.
Let's pick up our leader. He's going through the carousel now.
Just on the inside of 2.
That's it. It's
back
with
markers.
Scott coming underneath Scott's camera position. Light blue. Great performance by Miles. Probably sit there cursing he's not in the A final, but he has got a winner final, winner race, beat 25 other karts.
Yeah, just don't mention it was the B final.
Exactly, I wasn't going to tell anybody.
I
Get home, won me final, everyone going, oh, well done, yeah, that's fine.
Checkered flag for
Nice.
Miles Barthorpe.
Good, really, really good drive. Great drive, 7 seconds in the lead at the end, got through in lap 3 or 4, and took the win. Sully crosses the line now in second, 7.5 seconds back. Alex Warnaby was third. Then it's Paul Moran, Martin Coe, Cian Smith. Louis Ball is in 7th. Patrick Williams-Raab is in 8th. Josh Hope 9th. Dylan Tatham is in 10th. Lewis Berry is 11th. Scott Russell is 12th. Jonathan Harrison. Then it's Louise Williams at Raab. So there's a pair, a couple. I assume they're married. They could be brother and sister. I don't know. In 14th. Then Chris Rance, Martin Jackson, Jamie Hardy, Ben Blowers, Ian Shotter, and Andrew O'Keefe takes that position.
Pretty solid drive from Miles Barthorpe, having gone past Tom Sully.
They get much more solid than that.
And you know what, Nick? Winning by 7.5 seconds kind of indicates that maybe Miles hasn't had a perfect day.
It's when you can beat the B final by 7.5 seconds, that kind of says to me you were potential top 10 overall, and it just hasn't gone your way.
Yeah.
Today wasn't your day. Because I mean, there are some standouts, within all the classes. But then, like in every motor racing, there are, a massive number of people who, can finish between 7th and 30th, depending how the day's gone, be it bad luck or a mistake or a setup problem, whatever it may be.
Yep, I think you're right. We're moving on to the other senior Rotax class, the 177 class now, the heavier class. And on pole position, Carl Bryant, with alongside him Mike Edwards. Second row of the grid is Alex Joyner and Stephen Horner. Third row of the grid is birthday boy Zach Bolton and Charlie Jowers. Fourth row, Alasdair Cunningham and Thomas Walker. Row 5 is Keith Mason and Jake Lewis. Row 6, Thomas Eldridge and Adrian Smith, with Dave Nolan and Stephen Richardson on row 7. Row 8 is Michael Mallet and Stephen Loggin. Stephen Lathwell and David Medlock on row 9. Brendan Smith and Brian McCready on row 10. Row 11, Alfie Williams and Darren Smith. Row 12, Colin Campbell and Darren Edwards. Row 13, Simon Wheeler and Richard Edwards. Row 14, Rowan Mackley and Martin Heath. Row 15, Rob Logan and Vince Bryant. It's Steve Maidment and Ewan Logan on row 16. And rounding off the field is Josh Mallet. So I'm not sure. Yeah, we've got one kart being recovered at the top of the hill. And then we will, once we get them in a safe position, we'll be releasing the 177 field out onto the track for their warm-up lap, Nick.
Yep.
Again, B final qualifiers, not had a great day. Some people will be happy with where they are in the B final, knowing where they are per experience and ability-wise.
Chris French says, please say good luck to Ashton French from Grandad. I'm not sure if he's actually in this heat. Is Ashton French, did you read his name a minute ago? Is Ashton French in this heat? I'm saying good luck to him, his Grandad anyway. Just a message.
Ashton French. Is Ashton French in this race?
I don't know. He's a senior and he's got a Grandad, so you kind of think possibly not. It might be in the juniors.
Okay.
Who knows?
I'm not sure we've got an Ashton French in this race. I'm just on the grid rundown.
No, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It's not a problem.
Something.
We've said good luck now, so we are good people.
So the grid nicely formed up as they come over the brow of the hill towards Compression Corner. This bodes very well indeed for getting things underway.
So wait to see if they get underway in one, which is always the aim, but rarely achieved.
They're through Devil's Elbow, through the final turn. Oh, and they're in great grid order. We should get these underway. It's the Senior Rotax 177 class getting underway with side-by-side action through turn 1. And as ever, Nick, the driver on the left-hand side gets absolutely hung out to dry and finds himself from the front row of the grid down in 5th.
I think he's in 4th, but you're absolutely right. But it's weird, isn't it? Just not getting that ability to get the power on and the turning at the same time. Just perhaps they need to be a little more aggressive on the tyres. Perhaps
well,
2 warm-up laps.
Remember, everybody goes
very
to
good
one
point.
line corner.
Very good point, John.
And there's no
Joe,
rubber.
I'm sorry about that. Very good point, Joe. They are.
You call me John again?
No, not at all.
All right.
But slightly. As the sun now begins to drop in the sky, so you get some lovely reflections in Scott's camera. But that's the sun which has been out all day. You couldn't accuse it of warming the atmosphere, but it has made it a very pleasant place to look out on the track. Shadow now over the main straight as they go up it. But early leader is Carl Bryant from Alex Joyner, from Steve Horner, Mike Edwards and Alistair Cunningham. That's your run. Zach Bolton in 6th.
That's great to see. Birthday boy Zach Bolton up to 6th. Carl Bryant leads, Alex Joyner 2nd. Stephen Horner, double Warden Law Club champion, in 3rd. Mike Edwards 4th. Alistair Cunningham in 5th. And there's the rear end of Stephen
break
Horner.
By Bryant straight off the bat. He's pulled out a 1.4 second lead. Alex Joyner himself has a nice comfortable lead over Steve Horner. The battle really begins to start at Horner backwards, so it's 3rd onwards, like 4th onwards in many ways, as they stretch out. And that scrapping pack includes Edwards, Bolton, Cunningham, Lewis, Mason, Jowers, Mallet and Walker as they accelerate up and away to the top of the track, and they'll come through Spoon Curve. There's your second. I think your leader. That's your leader in this. No, 2nd and 3rd. That isn't it. You need to watch where people are. Yep, 2nd and 3rd. So interestingly, the lead has now also been brought back down slightly, as it appears that Joyner is beginning to get a little bit more on pace with Carl Bryant.
And he is. He's closing the gap neck through into Devil's Elbow now, and there's no doubt about it that the leaders are coming back together as we look at that battle behind Stephen Horner. It's a bit frantic,
dive
isn't
up
it?
the inside. Lead goes down to 6/10 of a second. This is the battle, as you can see, down low from 4th onwards. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 all on the frame. And look, just nipped out there. Did Jake Lewis, thinking about making a move on Mike Edwards.
Battle for the lead into the 2 right-handers while we stay with that gaggle of carts in the midfield order from 4th downwards. We'll keep a wary eye on Alex Joyner, who's closing the gap to Carl Bryant. It could go anywhere to anyone
at any point
in this gaggle of carts. They're having to follow each other around through the Devil's Elbow. And who's that going very, very wide indeed? That's a very oversteery cart. And was that Zach Bolton? I couldn't see who that was.
So we're looking here, the leading car here is the 4th place cart. It's the 58 of Alistair Cunningham, and there's a bit of a shuffling behind him as Edwards, Lewis and Bolton kind of think about where they want to be in the run. A little bit ahead you can see is Steve Horner. He's got himself a 1.1 second advantage of these trip over themselves down the back of the carousel. And R2 is a spinner in front of me, but that's right at the back of the field. As the leaders are also getting not very much closer, no real gain there, but they have got quite a nice cushion on this sort of. Oh, and actually what's happening is the 3rd place is going back towards them. So Horner's being caught by Cunningham.
Oh, there's a move.
Top 2, 4/10 of a second behind. No.
Yeah,
what happened there?
It started 2 carts
Who
back.
went that? It was Mike Edwards. Oh dear.
Yeah, and then we've got a cart off. You'll see the move down the inside. The white cart spears off to the left, and I think
we've lost one, and then we lose, and then we lose another one. So what happened was that the red cart, who's gone sorry, he's tripped out the first machine, and then he's managed to actually also then coming back on from that accident, take out a second machine. So it's pretty impressive work there. I think that is the red cart. It's cart number 47, I think. So it's Jake Lewis. So he's off several Christmas card lists at the moment.
Yeah, that's how. You know what? That's how close to the limit that everybody is. We've had a change for.
And there's been a kind of that kerfuffle on the start-finish line has double tripped the timing beam, which is now erroneously saying Zach Bolton is leading by a lap. So
right, okay. I thought
that's because what happened is Bolton has spun absolutely on the timing loop, and he's clicked it twice. So he now has an extra lap. There should be a default saying you can't do that, but some way he's managed to get his count in 2 laps. So Zach Bolton is not leading this race. That's still Carl Bryant, but unfortunately at this point we'll have no idea what the gaps are until the timing people stop it, because this is nothing to do with us. This is to do with the timing.
Yes.
The timing HUD itself. But Bolton not leading. I know there's some Bolton fans on the
Nick,
chip.
we can still tell you how far Alex Joyner is in second place behind Carl Bryant, because they're all a lap down off Zach Bolton according to the timing. So,
have you got the gaps, have you?
Yeah,
that's
got,
good.
It's about 0.8 of a second between first and second, and then we've got about 5 seconds to Stephen Horner in third, who's got 0.2 on Alistair Cunningham. So we've got a battle for.
That was the
first
12
and
car
second
falling
and
off.
third. That's Keith
Mason. How did that happen?
Yeah, that's just a little bit of tripping over one another, I think. There.
They come
Keith
back.
Gets hit in the rear, I think.
Is Keith tripped off? Is he?
Yeah, here he goes.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's really not very good racing there. That was that Jake Lewis again? Is that Jake Lewis taking his third kart out for the race? Oh, and now there's a little bit of a conversation here between 2 karts. 3 karts are off. One was a 70, I think. Am I right? Was it 71? I'm reading. Yeah, it's a 70 kart. I'm not sure. He was as his back marker, Josh Mallett, and the 50.
58.
And 58. Alistair Cunningham and Michael Mallett got involved with the back marker, Josh Mallett. Hopefully Michael Mallett and Josh Mallett aren't related, because that could be a difficult drive home, that's for sure.
Alistair Cunningham, who's dropped down the order.
Oh, 2 more off. It's a 75 is one of them, and that is
Alistair Cunningham dropped.
Thomas Walker's gone as well. So this is what happened now is, because no one knows where he was, because the lap count is wrong, all chaos has broken out. It's completely insane what's happened. Can you see how they're going to actually end this race, because it's the wrong person their time. It's 84's off in front of us as well. That's Brian McCready. Luckily he managed to fall off, not on the camera. And then going past is 47, who's a public enemy number 1, Jake Lewis at the moment. So it's still Bryant leading from Joy. I don't actually know where Zach Bolton is overall in the race, because he's tripped the timing bag wrong badly. He could be still in 4th or 5th, I'm not sure.
It's hard to work out where Zach will be with that glitch.
So how far is Carl ahead at the moment?
So Carl's ahead by about 0.7 of a second.
Okay, can we just find him and reposition him, because I think we've all got a bit confused what the heck's going on.
We've got a battle between Bryant and Joyner in first and second, and a battle between Horner and Richardson in 3rd and 4th.
Right. So are we with third? Are we with 3rd and 4th? No, that's a back mark going past. Isn't it?
Equally as aggressive, with literally a couple of tenths in.
Right. So that's Richardson. Horner's dropped right down. So we lost Stephen Horner in that lap, the 66 car.
Stephen Horner's dropping down the order then.
He's out.
So he looks like he's out. I don't know what happened there.
I mean, a lot of karts who've just thrown caution to the wind in this final and decided, well, I'll just give it a go. So what we need to do, I think, is try and find our leader, who is kart number 2 of Carl Bryant, who hasn't crossed the line yet. So we'll just stick on this one for that is kart number 2. I can't read the number from this distance, and I can't sitting on the side there. There's going to be a lot of clear up after this one. Okay, so up the straight now. There's 2 karts at here. The one with the orange and fluorescent hopping over the top of the spoon curve. That's who we want to be with. I think that's 2nd place man. They're coming down the carousel now. Let's see if we can pick up some numbers. Which one has car 8? That's 3rd place, Alex Joyner. No, 2nd place. That is Joyner. That's 2nd place. He's not 3rd. He's 2nd. So that's the 2nd place man, Joyner. And there is our leader, car number 2, with the white flanks just going through the Devil's Elbow now. Dropping now down to start finish and going along Paddock corner. Paddock bend, sorry. Underneath you now, Ash with the white. You need one forward, mate. There's our leader. Okay. One's our leader, anyway. The leader, who is car number 2. Zach Bolton, I think, is half a lap behind rather than a lap and a half ahead. There he goes. So 46 seconds to go. We found our leader again. I don't know whether 2nd place is in relation to him, though, Joe. Is he just behind or 2 behind or whatever?
2.5 seconds now for some reason. He was literally 7/10, and now
I think there was
I think with back markers getting involved.
Kerfuffling, yes.
I can always look out the window, Nick, and see
that
where
always
Zach
helps.
Bolton is.
Well, yeah, see where's that Bob? I think he's half a lap down.
So we'll wait for the leader to come through.
But it's going to time it wrong. He's going to time the last lap onto Zach Bolton as it stands. Unless somebody is sitting there with a rather more accurate statement, because we should have he should have 2 laps to go, shouldn't he? He crossed that with 8 seconds to go, so he should do this one and one more. Zach Bolton hasn't crossed it for his theoretical 15th lap, which isn't that, of course. Coming round through one of the back markers there, driving back in what's been a little bit more hectic race, isn't this one? We've seen a lot more comings and goings, spinnings, fallings off, arguments in the 177B final here for round 1 of the NAVOS National Kart Cup at GYG, North Wales, which has provided us with chilly but very beautiful looking weather. And we think starting his last lap now in this B final is Carl Bryant. Behind him, Jake Lewis drops a position, and it's Charlie Jowers who's picked up 4th place. More lappery for our leader. Comes down the hill. Oh, that's one way of giving up. The 68 kart just pulls off. David Medlock just pulled off the track. I don't think he was letting him through. I think there's a problem. There is a plethora of dead carts around the side of the track. So this could be a long clean-up. That should be the win. That is the checkered flag given to the correct person. They'll have to sort out where Carl Bryant is. I think he might be as high as 9th or as low as 13th, depending on when they sort out the transponder problems.
You mean where Zach Bolton is?
No, where Carl Bryant is. Because he's not. Zach Bolton is. He's moved now. He's 14th.
Sorted itself out.
And he's 14th.
Carl Bryant is.
I said between 12th and 15th, isn't it? 12th and 15th, he's 14th.
Taunting us with that coffee, aren't you? So let's have a look and a rundown of what happened to who. Carl Bryant, great win for him in the B final for the 177s. Alex joined us 2nd. Stephen Richardson, it was in 3rd. 4th place is Charlie Jowers. Jake Lewis, it was in 5th. Thomas Eldridge, 6th. Keith Mason. How did Keith Mason finish 7th after being punted off?
Who knows?
And then rejoining. A great position for him to finish after that. Rowan Mackley was 8th. Stephen Loggin was 9th. Darren Smith, 10th. Adrian Smith, 11th. Michael Mallet, 12th. Mike Edwards, 13th. Zach Bolton, after that pirouette on the line in the number 69 kart, finishes 14th. Rob Logan, did I tell you it's his birthday as well?
Is it?
It's his 23rd
oh, wow,
birthday.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rob Logan, 15th. Richard Edwards, 16th. Stephen Lathwell, 17th. Colin Campbell, 18th. 19th was Darren Edwards. I'm just going to see who's for the last car to finish on the lead lap, Nick, because we had quite a few karts that went
Says
out.
Richard Edwards is the last one here.
Yeah, we had about 5 or 6 karts that didn't finish that race. It's the juniors next. Junior Max and Mini Max out together. We'll try and keep a handle on who's doing what in the Mini Max, and we'll have a look at that grid in a second. After I've lubricated my throat.
Lubrication.
So, on the pole position, row 1 is Braden Hill with alongside him Ronnie Shrimpton. Archie Buttle and Ben Ficini are on row 2 with Dylan Mitchell and Ashton French on row 3. Row 4 is Levi Goodyear and Adam Catling, with row 5 looking like Rafi Celentano and James Rigby. Row 6 is Ollie Morris and Joel Bowden, with Alexander Mirzoyan on row 7 with Jacob McDonald. Row 8 is Archie Hardiman and Elliot Thomas. Alfie Smith and Oscar Shrimpton are on row 9, and rounding off the junior grid is Alfie Bushell. 6 karts in Minimax. Alex Fraser on the pole position with 2 very fine heat wins. Reese Green is in 2nd alongside. Row 2 for Minimax, Louis Reese and Charlie Gillam, with Eric Smith and Daniel Haynes rounding off that 6-kart field. So our one and only junior category for NKC. And this has been quite a competitive field, hasn't it? We saw perhaps, I'm not going to say aggressive, but some very robust driving from these youngsters from the very outset during the heats. And that was when all that was important was qualification for the grid for the final. So now, when there's a massive trophy for round 1 of the National Kart Cup 2022 championship at stake, this is where they pull out all the stops.
There's more stops to pull out, are there?
Yeah.
Blimey.
I think so.
That could go well. Or not.
Yeah, I think so.
Unsurprisingly, there's quite a long wait, isn't there? I think you said this, because there's a lot of carts to be recovered. I think they have now managed to get most of them off. They're just now lonely pushing up the hill again.
The NAVOS NKC 2022 Championship. Just give everybody a reminder who NAVOS is.
And whilst you're doing it, thanks to Edward Motorsport, thanks to Alfano, A47 Storage, and RG Racing, who obviously on the screen and have sponsored this broadcast and the NAVOS NKC Championship. Alexandra Salantanio, okay, says go Raffi, who I assume is obviously Raffi Salantanio. It's not exactly a mirror card, but that one has it really.
NAVOS Technologies, it's the NAVOS NKC for 2022. They're specialists in technology solutions, blending expert knowledge with a track record of delivering innovative results that can be trusted technology partner for your business. That's NAVOS, and a big thank you to them for enabling us to bring you the NKC for 2022 to you on your homes, in your homes, wherever you are. If you can't get to the track, then you can sit at home and watch all of the action, and we're going to be with you throughout the season. And it's going to be, if this is anything to go by, is round one is anything to go by, then we are going to have a very eventful 2022 NAVOS NKC. Field have been released, Nick, and already have a blast up the Dragon Straight just to clear those motors out. Two-stroke water-cooled Rotax motors. They are exactly the same engine as what we see in the senior Rotax classes. Water-cooled 125cc Rotax motor. They are restricted, air restrictor on the junior just to reduce a bit of power, and on the Minimax even more restriction to reduce the power further for the younger drivers. But exactly the same engine on all of our Rotax classes.
One of our previous winners, Louis Bevan's been on to say he's tired after that one, he says.
Great win for.
Great win after a very difficult day.
Yeah, current champion going into 2022 as he finished 2021, I'd say.
Here we go. Round Paddock Bend. Looks like a pretty neat start by the youngsters. Are they going to get him going? Are they waiting? They're going to be gone. And
yeah,
and again, the 72 on the outside, as you point out, lost a place again. So it is, unfortunately, a big accident at the bottom. The 47, the 21 from the Minimax have spun off. Now we have the same problem we had before with the fact there's two car 22s in this race. So fourth place is, which you can see there saying 21st place, is not. Fourth place is actually Archie Butler. So it's a slight issue with our interface with the timing, which we'll sort out for the next round in clay. But that's just because they've got two classes, but they've got the same number in two of the carts in two of the classes. So it's just slightly confusing things, but it's Archie Butler. So there we go. Louis Bevan says his dad wanted to pack up after the second heat, and then he still won it.
Who said that, sorry?
Louis Bevan.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, I'm not surprised the day they've had.
So Shrimpton crosses the line in the lead. Then it's Ficini. Then it's French. Fourth place is actually Archie Buttle.
So Shrimpton ahead of this field. He's not getting that far away, though. Benficini behind him, or has that place been lost to Ashton French?
Kind of a scrabble there, wasn't there, really?
Still place card. Oh, too fast.
It says 35 in the lead.
Too fast. It says 35 in the lead. I saw that.
That's weird. Is that something about to be lapped?
Can't be.
It's very strange. It should say 72, and I think it does say 35, and I don't think there's a 35 in the race.
Yeah, here we go. Cross the line then. No, still right. Ah, it is. That's a back marker ahead of Shrimpton in the 72.
He's pulling away.
Benficini in second. Ashton French.
He's pulling away the 35.
He is, yeah. The 35. He's right down the order at the rear of this field after problems.
So now he's not going to. He's doing the full IndyCar thing and not being lapped, isn't he?
We haven't got a 35.
So what's he doing? What's going on? 35 leads despite not being in the event. Is there a 35 on the grid? Oh, it's Braden Hill. He's been missed. There's a problem. Right, Braden Hill is leading and is in the race, but obviously there's an issue with the
His
transponder.
transponder's not picking
So
him up.
Braden Hill is leading. That is your leader, 35, Braden Hill. Issue with the transponder. So 72, look there, he is in second, but hence the reason the back marker was pulling away. He's not a back marker, he's the leader.
Yeah, he's on the he was the pole position holder.
So Braden Hill's not showing up on either of the timing screen versions we've got here. So there's that is definitely a transponder issue. What's the situation with that? If your is that your problem? Your transponder doesn't work?
No. It's I mean, you can clearly see the 35 is in the lead, and he will stay in the lead. And he'll be what sometimes happens is the timekeepers will
manually ping it up,
and input his position on the timing screens as he continues to lead with about 3 or 4 kart lengths. So Braden Hill is doing a sterling job of staying ahead of these junior karters.
He's having a bit of help though, because Ronnie Shrimpton is holding up Ben Ficini and Ashton French. That's happening the whole time.
It's not looking like anyone can catch him at the moment. Ronnie Shrimpton, Ben Ficini, Ashton French circulating together. As I say that, they close up into the carousel.
Really, you did exactly what I did a while ago. Go, it's all gone, it's all over. And suddenly, there he was catching up.
Yeah, they have. It's maybe, you know what, I think, Nick, they've done 4 laps now. That's the tyres coming in. That's the tyres on those karts.
It's the 26
down over.
The 26 is off the track.
Yeah, the 26 is Alfie Bushell. 26 is Alfie Bushell, Nick.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay.
And now we see Braden Hill. He pulled out a massive gap, and then that gap disappears into the braking area for Spoon.
Yeah.
Through turn 1, he's got massive pace through turn 1.
And oddly, Ronnie Shrimpton, who's actually in second, though he's currently scored first in the timing, due to Braden's transponder issue, he's found himself some sort of relaxing space from the 27 of Ben Ficini. So there's a kind of he was being absolutely mullered all over. He's made a little mistake there on the exit of the Devil's Elbow. But now they pull together. So he's got a weird situation. He's got close to the leader, which appears to relieve the pressure on himself behind.
Now watch the way that 35 just ekes away, and he's going to prove me wrong here. He doesn't, in fact. Shrimpton hanging on to the rear bumper into the braking area for Spoon. Not quite the same as the previous lap.
Really
so
close,
these things coming together, aren't they? These karts are coming together. It's going to very soon be a 4-car battle for the lead of this race. Ronnie Shrimpton now on the rear bumper of Braden Hill.
Up and over.
To compression now, turning right.
Jack Goring races. Come on, Ashton. We need an SCK Racing podium. Currently in 4th, Ashton French. It says 3rd on the screen. He's actually in 4th. Keep telling you, Braden Hill in the 35. Transponder issue not being picked up at the moment. Simpson in 2nd. 3rd, the 27 of Ficini. And then we have Ashton French. But it's, again, Shrimpton getting towards Hill there. They come around Spoon Curve. Hill taking a slightly different line to the middling line. There you go, thou shalt not pass line.
Yeah, he's looking very racy, Nick.
But the question is, if Ronnie knows he's doing it, he would be wise to try and take a different line through Spoon to try and get more speed on the exit, and then do what these juniors can do and throw it up the inside of the carousel. But you need to think 4 corners back. Now he's had experience. He's followed him around 2 laps or 3 laps. He's followed him. So now he needs to think about his racecraft and think about adjusting his attack, because he has a chance to get past Ben. Sorry, Braden. But saying that, Braden's pulled away this time.
The thing is, though, Nick, Braden's been very, very quick all day, and it's going to be a very, very hard ask for Ronnie Shrimpton to just get by him. There they go. Look at the tight line that Braden Hill holds into Spoon, and then he's got that tight line through the left-hander down the hill. This is where we've seen some of the youngsters maybe having a go on the brakes into the carousel. Not this time though. And look how close they are now through the right-hander, turning right into the compression now. They just drop down a little bit, then into Devil's Elbow. Horrible, horrible when you're driving. Just can't quite seem to get on the gas as early as you'd like through the final turn. And if anything, Ashton French is now right on the tail of Ben Ficini, who likewise is on the tail of Ronnie Shrimpton. These 4, as we said, Nick, coming together.
Stuck together. 3 minutes to go of the 10. And they're just drifting down now. Oh, and a little bit of look out there. Suddenly, Ben Ficini suddenly thought, hang on a second, I'm a bit fed up being stuck behind Ronnie Shrimpton here. I might try and in doing that, suddenly you get an extra couple of kart lengths for Braden, because just the concentration. Ronnie had to think behind rather than ahead. Through the compression corner. And now down to, thank you, it was your bad writing. Now the Paddock bend, they're going to sprint back up the hill. Braden Hill, 35, leading.
Look at that. Braden Hill's got a bit of a breather, hasn't he? I tell you what, though, that kart in third place, Ben Ficini, has not. He's got Ashton French right with him. Into Spoon. Oh, and they close up again. See, the gap's gone. Is he just biding his time, do you think? Ronnie Shrimpton.
I just think they're fast at different places. He has now managed to give himself a little bit of breathing room from Ben Ficini.
Different line there into compression, isn't it, from both of those drivers. Oh, look at this. Absolutely nose to tail through Devil's Elbow. Braden Hill using all of his racecraft to keep those karts behind him.
He's been doing it now for just over 8 minutes. He's only got 2 minutes and a lap to carry on doing it.
Yeah,
but
time's running out.
Shrimpton looking aggressive here, thinking about something, going over to the Spoon curve. But what can he do? Because the lines that Braden's taking really kind of limit what he can do round. That was it. He didn't quite get it. That was the right move, though. Carry more speed, get round the inside of that left hand if we come down the carousel. But in just not getting it right, he's lost what? 0.2 of a second?
Yeah, that's why that left-hander is not a place to have a go, because
you've got to line up for a chance to get that run. You've got to get that run.
The gap's going to disappear because
there are 4 chances ahead of them because they're catching up to the mini-maxes. Now, it's not the same as a back marker pass of someone in the same class as you. These guys, 2 reasons. 1, they're racing, and 2, they're not really being lapped, but 3, they've got an actual... Oh, dear! Off the side of the corner there. I know what happened there. One of the mini-maxes seems to put a wheel off. It looked like the driver's absolutely fine, so that's the key point. He's got out going, what on earth happened there? He's trying to drag his kart back on the track again. So I think there's a little coming together. He's bunching the bank, but the young lad, just tell you right now, absolutely fine. Oh, and that was a great nip out there as they try and get through. Braden Hill gets through, and I think actually what happened there was Shrimpton did as well. As it split them up. We've now got two karts, and they've split. So Ficini and French have got the wrong side of the mini-maxes, and that's broken them down. So it's now 7/10 to Ficini from Shrimpton. You can see the distance between Hill and Shrimpton, which we don't have an accurate time up because of the problem with Hill's transponder. And we have 12, so we've got this lap and 1 more. They won't have, I don't think they'll have any more back marker issues. So they've got a lap and a bit to sweep through. But it doesn't look to me like Ronnie Shrimpton's got a massive idea of what he's going to do to get past Braden Hill in the 35. So Braden Hill there with the red kart suit and the kart white sort of pink in the screen against the white helmeted Ronnie Shrimpton. And in fact, what I would say is Braden Hill had a very, very good lap. And he's managed to put a noticeable gap as we come on to the last lap of the final of the junior and the mini-max race here at the first round of the National Kart Cup at Glan-Y-Gors. And unless Ronnie can think of something miraculous to do right now, Braden Hill has found a bit of pace right at the last moment, which has really served him well. Those last 2 laps, suddenly, after that little back marker thing, he suddenly just seemed to find a little bit more momentum, and that served him well as he goes around the compression for the last time. He's going to turn the left-hander before he comes through the Devil's Elbow. Just sweeps round once, no real chance even of a dive at the inside by Shrimpton. So Braden Hill, not being scored, we do believe has won the junior race. He thinks he's won. Second is Shrimpton. Third, Ficini. Fourth will be Ashton French. Looks like it's going to be Dylan Mitchell from Levi-Goodyear. Let's wait for them to get over because the cars across them were the mini-maxes. And that is, it's Rafi Celentano is going to be in 6th, and Adam Catling, James Rigby, Eric Smith, and Ollie Morris. I'll let Joe tell you who won mini-max.
So mini-max winner Alex Fraser, just about to cross the line now. And he takes a very fine win in the mini-max final. Rhys Green was second. It's been between these two all day, hasn't it? And Daniel Haynes finishes in 3rd. Charlie Gillam 4th. 5th was Louis Rees. And 6th was Eric Smith. I'm not sure Eric finished the race. That was Eric going off on the straight, on the Dragon Straight, I should say. So Eric looking fine, and I can tell you now he's fine. He's lifting his kart back onto the track, and
I think he's probably confused how it happened because I was confused when I saw it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he was looking at his dash or something.
I think he may have been
put a wheel off on the left or
possibly he got clipped round by someone.
Right.
I think that's what happened. But again, it seems okay. I think they're going to start up on the starter, and he'll be able to roll into.
Yeah, they have. They've started it. So good news is Eric Smith can actually bring his kart home. He looked a big off, didn't he? Went into the earth bank and certainly shook the youngster up. But he's
fine,
resumed.
dandy.
He's fine and dandy.
So, final two races of the day, Joe. We have the Senior Rotax A final and the Rotax 177A final. I believe you have the grid for the Senior Rotax A final.
I've got 17 rows, Nick, 34 karts.
Were there any bump ups
in this final?
Weren't any bump ups? Who's at the back? People we know.
Yeah, there is bump ups.
They have bumped, have they?
Yeah.
They've bumped 4.
Yeah.
So they completely changed their rules.
They totally changed it and forgot to tell the main people. So everything to go for in the B final, finishing in the first 4, would you believe?
Well, it'd be good to know that, wouldn't it?
It would have been great to know that because we could have really gotten excited
despite the piece of paper I've got written saying, there will be no.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I've
Never
got
mind.
That same piece
Never
of
mind.
It'll be different for Claire.
Absolutely. Fantastic.
So pole position, Kart 21, Lewis Jones with Callum Davies alongside. Second row of the grid, Ben Harper with Scott Smith alongside him. Third row, Simon Keeble and H. Wainwright. And then on row 4, James Wood with Jack Jones. Luke Evans and Milton Steele-Vassen are on row 5 with row 6 looking like George Sanders and Paul Ozanne. Paul Ozanne, by the way, first of the Oh, no, he's not. Simon Keeble is the first of the Masters. Paul Ozanne, second of the Masters on row 6. Row 7 is Harry Barker and Jake Davis. James Davis and Thomas Storer, current NKC Rotax Max champion, are on row 8. Row 9, Pedro Oliveira. Not too bad, Nick, considering he had a DNF in his third heat.
But he should have been on pole.
He should have. He could well have been. Tommy Lee Davies alongside him in 18th. Row 10 is Ellis Humphreys and Matthew Hildred, with row 11, Sam Elliott and James Costin. Jay Lewis and Jodine Newman are on row 12, with row 13, Toby Case, Scott Lowther. Row 14, Jez Owen and Tom Bradburn. Tomino Machichi is on row 15 with Andrew Powell. Row 16, first of the qualifiers from the B final, Miles Barthorpe and Tom Sully, with Alex Warnaby and Paul Moran on row 17, rounding off the 34 kart field. Paul Moran will be over the moon. He gets to race again.
Yeah. So Miles Barthorpe, he did actually look pretty quick, so we need to see what the 124 kart can do.
Yeah, he was 7.5 seconds ahead of Tom Sully.
Yeah.
And the karts have been released from the collecting area.
I think we all, it's going to be a big ask, but we all want to see, the movement that Pedro Oliveira can make, because he's certainly not the 18th fastest person in this field.
2 karts to perhaps keep our eyes on is Miles Barthorpe right at the back on the penultimate row, and then we've got the Pedro Oliveira, who starts in 17th on row 9.
Very unlucky, but there we go.
Whether he can catch those karts ahead of him, because there's some very, very quick drivers there. We'll wait and see.
It'd be very hard to give that much of a head start to some of the top drivers in the Senior Rotax A final, but it's all about points. So, if you can climb up from 17th to 7th, yes, it's not what you want, but it's not a disaster of a first event.
It's kind of a damage limitation, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Doing that.
So it's looking like they're trying to get them all run in one lap, which I'm interested about, because it's very cold out there, so the tyres are going to be absolutely no temperature at all. They are saying slow down. They're thinking about running them again.
It looks pretty.
No, they're going for it. They're going for it, or they're rolling through. That was bad. They've gone for it. They have gone for it. They can't have gone for it. Oh, they've gone for it. I'm surprised, because that was not a great start. And they're nudging at the top of the lane there. First and second had a right old ding-dong down through the first corner. And I think they may have changed. I think Candos may have taken the lead, but it's again difficult to tell, because it was kind of a grubby start to begin with. I'm surprised they let that one go. It was a bit scrappy, to put it mildly. Field streaks down the hill. You can see a lot of moves being made on the outside of the carousel. These early doors and sweeping round. So who is our leader? Our leader is car number 95 of Callum Davis. So Davis leads.
Yeah, he's on the Lando Norris kart.
So Jones will be. It should be Jones in second, and I can tell you, have no idea who's third and fourth.
No.
With the combination of the bright sunshine and everything else.
I'll tell you now, Nick.
Go on then.
Yeah, Callum Davis leads. Lewis Jones second. Scott Smith. It is in third. H. Wainwright up to fourth. Ben Harper, Simon Keeble, James Wood, Luke Evans, Milton Steele-Vassen and Jack Jones rounds off the top 10.
Oliveira up 5 places in lap 1 to 12th. So that's the man who's going to be coming forward during the race, but whether he can get through. Oh, someone's off there. I'm not sure who it is.
Not quite sure of the number there. Off into the grass at the top of the hill there at Spoon. The field, snake of carts all the way from the compression corner all the way back to the carousel with 34 carts. It's a very fine sight for round 1 of the NAVOS National Kart Cup season.
There they go.
Long may it continue with some great entries.
It was the 14 kart who had the problem. Let's get back to the action, please, Scott.
As we have
Oh, 74, it was a 74 kart, actually, of Jake Davis.
Move for the lead. It's Lewis Jones, but it's side by side. Callum Davies and Lewis Jones has made it stick. So the red and purple livery of Jones is through on the Lando Norris liveried kart of Callum Davies into compression.
Top 5 together.
Look at this.
Oh, what a mistake there from the third place man. I think that was Scott Smith, wasn't it? Because he's caused a complete mayhem behind him, and karts up in the air, karts pulling wheelies, all because of a mistake by Smith, which just concertinaed the field. And that's been a fantastic piece of news for Lewis Jones and Callum Davis, because they've been the recipients of a 3-1 and a bit second lead. No overtaking at the Spoon because of the car that came off. So you have to just go follow a leader through there with the yellow flags waving. Bottom of the carousel, Jones from Davis from Wainwright. Now I think it is Harper in 4 for that blue race suit. But that was very much the Scott Smith error. Then has absolutely opened this field up, and suddenly Jones streaking into the lead, and the battle is 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Top 6 stringing out further than we've seen, or the most we've seen all race. And as I say that, the concertina up through Devil's Elbow into the final turn. The leader has gone. Lewis Jones has checked out. Behind him, Callum Davies, H. Wainwright, Ben Harper are all together up the Dragon Straight, and it looks like Wainwright may be looking like positioning himself for a go on the brakes. Last of the late breakers though is Callum Davies, out of Spoon and down towards the carousel. Great battle for second place this. 2nd, 3rd and 4th almost together. Ben Harper joining in that 4th spot, and now getting onto the back of H. Wainwright.
Harper looks strong through the carousel and the exits where we saw him before. Easy to spot with the blue races, not gone for the black like so many of the others have. But he just kind of got left as on the power part last time. Maybe he just didn't get a decent run. They are tripping each other up a little bit, and certainly this is absolutely playing into Lewis Jones's hands. 1.5 seconds ahead.
It really is. Just looked over his shoulder there on the Dragon Straight, and he thought, where have they gone? I thought they were with me. They were a few seconds ago, and it's because of this. They're defending, they're attacking, they're defending, they're attacking, and all the time, Lewis Jones is just going away and just eking that out. Defensive driving already from Davies.
A bit of a nudge there. He got it. He's going to take a bit of curve too. This is now a worst case scenario for anybody apart from Callum Davis, because you are losing hours of time behind Lewis Jones, who's getting away, is no slouch, and will be almost impossible to pull back in the remaining 5.5 minutes. Interestingly, Pedro Oliveira has also got stuck in 11th. Miles Barnthorpe's up to 23rd, but they've got stuck in these. There's a long train of karts, and there's a high level of talent in those karts, so it's not always that easy to get past people. In fact, Oliveira's had an accident and dropped back down to and out the field. So Oliveira's bad weekend continues, and the man who for a long time looked like he'd been on pole is 25th.
Davies off. Callum Davies, not sure if he got helped off there, but he was absolutely broadside at the Spoon. Absolutely broadside going into the Spoon there, and it was all done in the braking zone. So change for position there is the number 47 of Simon Keeble. Where has he come from? He was in 5th, and because those 3 karts ahead of him have quite literally tripped over themselves, we think Simon Keeble is up to at least 3rd. Here we go, we'll just confirm that. Ben Harper into 2nd,
Keeble
Simon
3rd.
Keeble into 3rd.
Yes,
Scott Milton still Fasten also playing a big part in that.
Yeah, Wainwright lost 6 places. It's still great news for Lewis Jones.
It was Callum Davies, James Wood and H. Wainwright. Callum Davies in 2nd there, H. Wainwright in 3rd, and James Wood getting mixed up. They've both dropped down, or all 3 have dropped down, 7th, 8th and 9th.
So it's a good 3-second almost lead now for Jones, as the rest of the field has effectively handed him this victory on the plate, haven't they, really? He's not had to do it. I mean, obviously he'll drive pretty quickly, but he got out front, and slowly but surely the competition disappeared.
Here we go then. Now the question is, can Ben Harper, having been released from the pressure of getting past who was it? James Davies. Sorry, it wasn't Callum Davies. He's now chasing down Lewis Jones. The gap is 3.3 seconds. Let's see if he can reduce that gap. He's lapping in the 43.4s. Slightly off lap time wise. He needs about 3 or 4 tenths to get on terms with Lewis Jones. Needs to find a little bit more than that, actually.
Jones has won this, and he's won this by actually just driving round at a high pace while everyone else lost their head behind him.
Everyone else was trying to keep up with him, weren't they?
Well, I think the cork in the bottle tripped everyone up, and it's a really fine example again of finals driving. Sometimes you just need to get out there and go for it and see what happens, and everyone else will hand it to you. But this is not take anything away from Lewis Jones. It's a great drive. There's 2 more karts tumble down the field. Oliveira's back up to 19th, but he's actually behind Miles Barthorpe, by the way. He's got from 16th from 32nd on the grid.
Has he really? Yeah. There you go. You know, he's Miles in the mixed grids. It's hard to keep a tab on who should be where, but there's a clear indication. Miles Barthorpe starting at the back of the grid, having qualified through from the B final up to 16th, and he's still gaining ground. Sam Elliott up as well. Matthew Hildred, the 15th, 16th, and 17th. Pedro Oliveira up to 19th.
Well, he was up to 11th, dropped back to 25th. He dropped to 25th and back to 19th. So he's, it's very, very scrappy at the back. And this, when you're trying to make positions quickly, this is when the accidents happen. This is when the incidents happen. This is when you suddenly get knocked off the track. And a trundle down the grass in such a tight field is 5-6 places.
Yeah, you lose loads.
So we're looking at the blue top of Harper there behind him. Sweeping out of the sun in the eyes is the 47 of Simon Keeble. Then the 37 of Scott Smith, who actually caused one of the major problems earlier on. Just by getting completely out of shape and tripping everyone else up, but he's going to actually get back up to 4th. Jones has already crossed the line, plenty of laps to go, but he's going to be over 4 seconds ahead.
Look at that gap, to second place. There he is, just going off the screen, at the top of the screen there, the leader, Lewis Jones, then Ben Harper, coming under pressure a little bit from Simon Keeble. He's there, he'll just take a mistake from Harper. Whether that mistake was at the spoon there on the brakes, I'm not sure.
Keeble looking for a bit of a... I think, so Keeble's looking for a little bit more from Keeble than he's getting at the moment, mistake-wise.
He continues to chase them down there into the compression. Lewis Jones already through. Chasing them down, though. Ben Harper, Simon Keeble, Scott Smith. That's becoming a 4-kart train, that, isn't it? Ben Harper, Simon Keeble, Scott Smith and Milton Steele-Vassen.
You kind of feel that it's interesting. You know how sometimes you get the impression it's all going to go crazy. I think it's already happened. I think there's a kind of there is a chance, because certainly looking good on the straight. If you look at the second and third now, it's noticeable that Keeble's got Harper up the straight, but I don't think he's got him through the twisty bits.
Yes, I'm not sure whether Simon Keeble has indeed got anything in the toolbox to have a go at Ben Harper.
But he's also not
getting really well, you know.
But it's very, very straight. No, he's not really getting. Keeble again is not getting particularly bothered by Scott Smith. Now Keeble's got a little bit better down the hill here and got right close to the back of Harper. And this might be a chance. I think he's a little bit closer this time than he was. It's 4 tenths last time. This time it's 2 tenths. With his better top speed, he's going to be, should be, and he is absolutely nose to bumper coming into the spoon corner. But they're just kind of, as a procession, just to remind you, almost 5 seconds ahead is Lewis Jones. And where do you go? Where do you get past?
10 seconds on the clock. It's going to be very tight for our leader to get the 1 lap to go board.
So that's time expired. Has he gone past? No, he hasn't. So it is the last lap's about to start. So the last lap, this is last lap now, 10:05. So last lap for these 4. Our leader, a long way away, Lewis Jones. Harper, Keeble, Smith, Milton Steele-Vass. That is your 4. Someone, and you kind of think it's the last lap. Someone might make it happen. Or is it so early in the season, Joe? They're thinking points.
Yeah, look at Milton Steele-Vassen. He looks very racy, doesn't he? Just having a look down the inside
less to lose.
Kart of Scott Smith.
An error by Milton Steele-Vassen would probably only lose in 1 position. Error by anybody else would lose him a lot more.
I'm not sure. I think those 4 karts in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th are so equal. There's the leader about to take the flag.
So we'll stick with these 4 karts because there may be some change, but it's looking to me like basically everyone said thanks for the points. That's round 1 in the books. We've got a top 5 finish. And Lewis Jones takes the win. It was a very, very, very accomplished victory by Lewis Jones. He should be very pleased with himself when he gets, even though he's probably been completely bored for the last 7 or 8 minutes.
I'm pretty sure he's been quite focused, because to maintain that lead, he's absolutely been driving to perfection.
The interesting thing is our two to watch finished line astern. Miles Bowerthorpe got 15th and Pedro Oliveira got 16th in very vastly different days, it has to be said.
Yeah.
So, penultimate race, it has been run. What was the result, Joe?
The result was Lewis Jones in fine style wins by 5 seconds from Ben Harper in second, who finished just ahead of Simon Keeble in third, who finished just ahead of Scott Smith in fourth, who finished just ahead of Milton Steele-Vasson in fifth. Sixth was Paul Ozanne, with in seventh Callum Davies. Luke Evans was eighth. Ninth was Harry Barker. James Wood was 10th. Thomas Storer, current champion, was 11th. George Sanders was 12th. James Davis was 13th. Ellis Humphreys 14th. 15th was Miles Barthorpe from the back of the grid. In fact, from the B final, let's say, Pedro Oliveira was 16th. J. Lewis 17th. Matthew Hildred was 18th. Alex Warnaby was 19th. And rounding off the top 20 was a good friend of mine, Andrew Powell, in the number 19, all the way down from the northeast, and he's in for the season. He's looking forward to it, but he'll be happy with the 20th spot. I think not.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stories, and people chatting in their vans on the way home. They're going to be sitting there going,
how do we get our heads around these Maxxis tyres? That's what we're saying, mate.
But you know, there's some. Behind every garage door, there's a story. Well, behind every shut transit van door, there's a story as well, and that was a story of a group of drivers ruining their own chances of winning.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
But on the flip side, it was also a story of incredibly competitive mid-grid tripping over itself. Because there's a lot of cars haven't finished. We saw a lot of huge moves on the timing screen as people fell and rose and fell. Lewis Jones, when all around you are losing your head, if you can keep yours, you're going to win.
If you think that was good, what's coming next is the final race of the afternoon here at Glan-Y-Gors, and it's the Rotax 177 class. And I tell you what, mate, are you ready for this?
Go on then.
Philip Horth on the pole position, Louis Large alongside, Lawrence Hilton and Richard Evans behind them. Ben Hitch, Andy Gosling on row 3, Oliver Smith and Alex Thomas are on row 4. Steve Gilly and Tim Darlow are on row 5. Row 6 is Liam Rabjohns and Rhys Llewellyn, with Billy Clark and Jack Goodyear on row 7. Row 8 is Jamie Broderick and Aidan Hammond. Alex Jones and Joe Piffner are on row 9. Row 10 is Jai Oliver and Chris Sivia. Nick Skelton and Harry Rowett are on row 11, with row 12 as Dan Fleckney and Thomas Childs. Row 13, Dan Millwood and Tommy Austin. Tom Hinton and Mark Rowe are on row 14. James Yap and Terry Smith are on row 15. Carl Bryant up from the B final, with Alex Joyner joining him on row 16, and Stephen Richardson and Jake Lewis also on row 17.
Good stuff. So we are getting ready for that final event of round 1 of the National Kart Cup. Been a fantastic day. A little bit chilly for our camera people, but a fantastic day.
The weather, I mean, considering it's early March.
It's Wales.
It's North Wales on the west coast of the British Isles.
The wet coast.
Well, yes, that's what I was coming to. Yeah. It could have been completely horrible for everyone, but instead we can all deal with the cold. It's the wet that sickens everyone.
I think everyone's...
you know what? The racing has been fantastic because the track conditions have been consistent. It hasn't been one of those horrific dry, wet days. It's been consistently dry. It's been fabulously dry to the point where it hasn't been... We've got no... Look at that, Nick. We've got no clouds in the sky whatsoever. It's a completely blue sky. If this was July, it'd be 26 degrees. However, it's not.
And the tyres have melted.
So it's 6 degrees. And it's freezing.
And off they go.
When it's cold, you just put more clothes on.
Not be Swedish, apparently.
Say again?
Take clothes off if you're Swedish.
Do you really?
I don't know. That's the old rule, wasn't the old rumours back in the...
Is that why you got kicked out of
IKEA? No, it's because I was doing weird things with the meatballs, but let's not go that now.
Now then, Philip Howarth is on the pole position, and on the tricky side of the grid is Louis Large, and on the outside of this turn 1 here at Club Corner here at Glan-Y-Gors, you tend to be on the dirty track.
Well, Kart 2 there was facing the wrong direction very, very early.
Kart 2 was?
Kart 2 was number 2, I think it was.
Wow.
Number 2?
Was that on the...
Carl Bryant was, I think he was overly aggressive trying to warm his tyres.
He was overly joyed by getting through from the B final and into the A final. We've got the grid being slowed up massively, so we've got
They're going for a one-lap start, aren't they?
Formation, yeah. They want to get this underway.
The leaders aren't so sure about that, though.
10 minutes and 1 lap as we come through the Devil's Elbow complex. Towards the end of the lap, we'll see these carts being brought around by Philip Howarth and Louis Large on the front row of the grid. Very, very slowly indeed, in very ordered fashion. They're into the final turn. They'll be seeing the green flag and the green lights go on, or the red lights going out, I should say. And Louis Large getting, look how sideways he got. Absolutely no grip whatsoever. So he's down to third, up the hill now. That's allowed Richard Evans
looking to go around the outside to second, though.
Through and into the lead. Louis Large done well to hang on to that third place, in my opinion. He could have been hung out to dry on the outside of that first turn. And we've got incident
at the back with the 9.
As
that's
the leader,
Jack Goodyear, that was. The leader's made a break straight away.
Yeah, the leader, Philip Howarth, has gone. He's checked out. He wants to get away from the advances of the carts behind him. And just look at that. Louis' tyres not quite where he wants them yet, sliding a little bit wide there.
Nice
and
move.
Down the inside of the final
he likes
turn.
that move. Is that going to compromise his drive all the way up the hill, though? Large into second. Howarth leading by 1.6 seconds. That's a great leap. Evans is in third, Gosling fourth, Lawrence Hilton fifth, Alex Thomas is in sixth, and he's Oliver Smith 7.3 seconds off the lead. So yes, it's a leader and then a pack.
Yeah, he's gone, hasn't he? Because we had everybody tripping over that first turn. Louis Large, though, has broke free of Richard Evans, and already a cart's length between him. So the gap of the line was 1.6 between Howarth and Large. Now that Louis got a clear road in front of him, he's going to be wanting to narrow that gap down.
We've got beautiful golden sun this evening, isn't it, Joe?
It is. The sun's really making this quite an atmospheric finish to the day.
1.3.
So Louis,
3/10.
43.9, fastest lap of the race so far on lap 2. Richard Evans
that
second,
was wide,
Andy Gosling fourth.
I'm sure that was Howarth's best ever run around the Spoon Curve, to be honest.
Who's that, sorry?
It wasn't our leader's best ever run around the Spoon Curve. He was out of shape and sliding. That lead is not 1.3 now, that's for sure.
Still got these tyres coming in, you see, Nick. They're not quite up to optimum. To get them to last for 10 minutes, they should be coming in about lap 4 or 5, I would say.
They're super hard.
Philip Howarth leads the pack through the final turn.
Has been slightly better in that second part of the track, but my guess is his lead's about a second now.
It's
1.05.
Right.
And Louis himself has got a 9/10 lead over Richard Evans. They've been to stretch out another 9/10 of a second to Lawrence Hilton. So it's now stretching out again, a little bit better around that time. He was just so much more in control there. Perhaps the tyres have kicked in for Philip. He was able to do it with a minor bout of correction rather than that kind of slide out, which is just costing you time as you slide.
It's just keeping the cart in check, isn't it? Not pushing too hard. The normal tyre that you see Rotax Max carts use, the Mojo, is a stickier tyre. These are a different tyre altogether, so your driving technique has to change to accommodate the lack of grip.
Not much gain this lap, I would say, for Louis.
No, I think another couple of tenths maybe. It was a second. Let's see where it is. Oh, it's still a second. Well spotted, Nick. Yeah.
Weirdly, my RC experience makes me quite good at visual gaps. I don't know why. Everything else I'm rubbish at.
I don't know. You're good at spotting gaps without a stopwatch. No changes anywhere down the field. Everyone is in the exact same order as they were on lap 3. They've just completed 4 laps.
Third and fourth are closer, though. That's noticeable now that Evans is being caught by Hilton. That was nearly a second gap, and that's now, as you can see, 4 cart lengths. First and second, the back row is right to go. Third and fourth now the focus as they look to battle through.
Now then, let's see what the gap is to the lead.
Just a tenth off that time.
You know what? 0.986, Nick. That's 14 thousandths difference. That's barely anything. And that's because the leaders' tyres have come on in exactly the same way as second place Louis Large's, as exactly everyone's tyres will be coming in now.
They'll be getting better and better and better, and they won't. If this was the hot July day you'd be talking about, people would worry about them going off at the end, but these will just be getting better and better and better to hit the sweet spot. But Evans now is the kart that's under pressure, and he's holding the third at the moment. And Hilton, again, it's interesting because he got close, but he's not really making a move at the moment. And he lost some time on that left-hander coming out of Dever's elbow, and that's going to reduce his completely reduce his chance of getting a drive. You can just see where he lost the time there. Just one little tiny corner, not quite correctly. Louis picked up 2/10 though.
Yeah, he is closing the gap ever so slightly.
And I think there's some back marker issue as well coming up in a second.
Yeah, there is. We're getting towards half distance, and look at that, Nick. You don't need to use a stopwatch now to see that gap coming down, do you? They're going towards.
Let's get back to let's go forward to our leaders again. Here we are. There we are. Louis has absolutely got that down from 7/10 to 5. I'm not sure whether it's just taken sometimes when you come up towards a back marker, you can take your visual imaging and slight concentration away. It can actually slow you down. Sometimes it can make you go too fast. The back marker's got a massive tanky on there. Yeah. Tank stepper and a half, and he's really not helping. Yeah, thanks for that. We've lost me 0.3 of a second, and Large has got the momentum. This could be momentous if he can get past on the outside. But again, it's about sticking the correct line, and Howard did well there because he was unside. He had a really difficult 2 or 3 corners, but held his head enough to work out where Large was and not let him through. But these guys now right together. So that half-second lead before the back mark got the way is now down to, 4 car lengths, 2/10. Yeah. And Large now hunting his prey, the gold-helmeted Philip Howarth.
Well, Louis got it's a full gold helmet to a part gold helmet for Louis Large. It's the Battle of the Gold Helmets, in fact, at the front of this.
Nice downhill section there for Philip, actually. He managed to just gap slightly, which is what he needs to do, because you do feel that Louis got more momentum up the straight.
Yeah, and it's how he goes through that turn one. We saw that in the heats, didn't we, with Louis?
So much more momentum.
He knows how to go around the outside at Spoon as well. He's done that before. Not quite enough there, though.
Middle line from Howard. He wasn't letting him go either way. But the interesting thing was he was 3.36 of a second behind as he crossed the line, Louis Lodge. But he obviously was less than a 10th by the time they got to Spoon Curve. And that isn't slipstream. That's just drive. So if you can get closer, there's got to be a chance of a move.
These are 2 MSA British Championship Standard 177 drivers at the front of this NKC field. The NAVOS NKC Round 1 here at Glan-Y-Gors.
Okay, it's a quarter of a second this time. Let's see how close Louis can get. He's basically a 10th nearer. He's already looking to get the pace round the outside. He's just going to loop round. And Howard fights out, and that's cost a lot of time. Just rescued it from going off the track.
And that,
elbows out and a half there from Howard. I think he wasn't having any of that from Louis.
Well, that was Louis having momentum on the straight, and rather than backing out, he had to pull alongside. We saw that move work for him. We saw that move work for him in the heats.
But this is the final.
And Howard's not going to give way, is he? This is going to go all the way to the flag. And it's going to be
what Louis needs to work out is how far behind he needs to be to reach the breaking point of Spoon Curve with the momentum he needs. This time back, he's actually 0.31. So he's slightly further back, but I think that he may be able to just know, because this is the problem, you see. He's coming up the outside without the momentum. What he actually needs to do, and it's interesting because Howard was even slower up the straight that time. And Louis really needs to, because Louis is meeting him at the top corner bend, which is too early. And at that point, he's being slightly edged out, having to lose momentum and can't take him or even make an attempt going into the Spoon Curve. So now he's as close to anything. Howard is under tremendous pressure. Large has got definite pace advantage in 3 or 4 different parts of the track. Not necessarily parts you can overtake, though.
Another lap completed. That's 11 laps on the board.
This is the closest he's been. Yep, just 2200 of a second.
He's not quite there this time. He pulls alongside.
Try and get round the outside. He's thinking about it. Switch back under. No.
He's not going to make that stick, is he? Because he's tried, and maybe he's going to lull Philip Howarth into a sense of security, or a false sense of security, I should say. They are already out the carousel through the 2 right-handers towards the compression corner. Cart's just dropped down. That's why it's called compression. Now into the devil's elbow. The carts go right and then left and then towards the final turn.
Not a great corner there from Howarth, and he was interesting. Not a good corner going through the elbow, and it almost let Louis make a move into Paddock Bend. It didn't, and now he's got even more advantage around the outside. And he's got him round the outside. He got him in the end because effectively he lost drive 4 corners earlier, Howarth, and Large had enough speed to go around the outside and not have to back out. And at that point, Howarth could either be incredibly dirty and try and push him off, or actually a decent kart drive, which he was, and very fair, and let him through.
Yeah, he was never going to do that.
So
this is a great move. Look at the momentum he carries out of that first turn, and he gets alongside him, and that momentum's continuing. You know what, Philip Howarth on the inside of the kink, I think he had to maybe back out a little bit. That allowed Louis to keep his foot in.
He'd been aggressive and tough when he had to be, and then he was much fairer at that point. And so it's very good driving by both of them, very fair driving by both of them. Now Howarth is becoming the hunter, because we know it's easier to follow than to lead, and he's not going to let Louis get away. He's going to put a bit of pressure on him. Now Louis himself now is looking left and looking right. And we have this lap and one more, and Howarth suddenly looks very, very racy in the Tony Kart, doesn't he?
Yeah, Louis is aware of that, though, and he knows that he's got to keep on his game coming towards the final stages of the penultimate lap. It'll be the 1 lap to go board, this time by into the Devil's Elbow for the penultimate time. Out of the Devil's Elbow now, into the final turn and across the line. It'll be 1 lap to go for Louis Large and Philip Howarth. Howarth has just lost. He lost lots of momentum there, and I don't know what happened, Nick. Did he hit the curb on the inside?
Yeah, he just bounced himself from left to right, and that's unless he can get it back again. Because I thought he was thinking, that's brilliant, absolutely brilliant around the spoon curve there. He gained at least 1/10 of a second just by spinning that through, but he's not as close as he was. He's just lost more than that earlier. Now, what he needs to do, possibly, he's got one chance of throwing up at Paddock Bend.
Oh, the back marker sees them coming and gets well out of the way. He wants none of that. Into the compression corner for the final time, and then into the Devil's Elbow. It's Louis Large and Philip Howarth. They have battled their way all the way in this final. The final turn for Louis Large, and it's a very fine win indeed for the 2018 MSA British Champion. He takes round 1 of the NAVOS NKC for the Rotax 177 class, and a master class of Glan-Y-Gors kart track from both of those drivers, and they've been absolutely on the limit. I think we've seen some outstanding driving there.
Oh yeah, cracking
from those
race.
two drivers.
Cracking race. Both of them. The great thing was that Howarth, once it seemed to be obvious he was going to get past. Once he got past, he said, "That's fine. I can still race this one." Yeah,
he wasn't finished, was he? No. And you know what? Louis knows Philip quite well. They've both raced together in this class for a few years now, and they both know each other. They know what each other are like, and they know there's no quarters given. But how clean was that race as well? That's how you race at the front. That's how you race for wins. So big congratulations to Louis Large. He takes first win of the championship to take the number 128 to the front of the championship after round 1. Let's have a look down the order, though. Louis Large wins. Philip Howarth second. Richard Evans who was in third. Lawrence Hilton fourth. Ben Hitch in fifth. Andy Gosling in sixth. Oliver Smith in seventh. Eighth was Alex Thomas. Steve Gilly in ninth. Top 10 rounding off was the number 18 of Tim Darlow. Joe Fifner was 11th. Rhys Llewellyn was 12th. Harry Rowett was 13th. 14th was Carl Bright. Nick Skelton was 15th. 16th Aidan Hammond. Tom Hinton 17th. Chris Siver was 18th. 19th was Jai Oliver. And rounding off the top 10 was Billy Clark.
Well, not only rounding off the top 10, that rounds off our first day here, or the first round of the NAVOS National Kart Cup here from Glan-Y-Gors. It's been great having you with us. I want to say thanks very much to to Scott, who I think has actually frozen solid.
Now I'm worried, Nick, because he stopped texting.
That's a very good point. Yes, he cannot move. So thanks to Ash as well. Thanks to Paul, who's been producing. Thanks to Joe on my left, who's been chatting. My name's Nick Damon. This is Karting Live TV. We'll be back excitedly, I can tell you, on the 3rd of April, so 4 weeks' time, with round 2 from Clay Pigeon Raceway, round 2 of the NAVOS NKC Cup. Thank you for joining us. If you enjoyed it, tell your friends. If you didn't enjoy it, don't tell anybody. And we'll be seeing you all very soon here on Karting Live with the National Kart Cup 2022. Have a great evening and, enjoy the motorcycling. You haven't seen the race so far. And if you aren't into motorcycling, well, you should be. Thanks very much. See you soon.